saying they're on down there. They're on down there.
Test one more.
So now they're on? We're going to turn them off so you don't hear us. Shoot you all.
Then obviously you'll want to start with a good afternoon, race fans.
Good afternoon, racers and race fans, and welcome to the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial here at Cedar Lake Arena in good old New Richmond, Wisconsin. We are here for day number 2 of the 11th annual Fall Shootout. We had a full day of racing yesterday. Lots of great stuff going on. We have a packed schedule set for all of you today. We have quite a few qualifying and practice sessions, 20 sessions to get through today. We'll take a brief intermission before we get into our feature races and B mains afterwards. What?
What do you mean switched?
He said you sound like
Okay, now try.
We have 20 different races that we'll be going through once again, so that is 20 qualifying / heat race sessions over to a quick intermission. We'll take a little break there, and then we will move into our B mains and A main events later on. We have some great classes ready to go for day number 2 of the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial Race here as part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout. Some of the classes we'll have out on the track for you guys today. The Pro Adult Clone Heavy class going to be racing for $1,000 to win today for the 60-lap feature. So quite a bit of entertainment going on there for some big money shootouts. Pro Adult Super Heavy class going to do a 50-lap feature. $500 to win for that first place spot. And then Pro Junior 1 Clone also going for $500 to win, along with Junior 2 Clone, Pro Arbox Wing, and Pro BP Wing. So $500 to win in 5 of our 6 top classes, and $1,000 to win for our premier class of the night, Pro Adult Clone Heavy. Lots of great racing action. We will be starting things off here momentarily as our Adult Super Heavy 425 class is getting ready in the staging area. That's not going to be realistic. No, we go back and forth.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William, because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
At AMRAMP Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out.
Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thanks.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top-notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day, so as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different, and guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and I felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So, yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited
Just like that,
unveil
our
the Hev
first
Code
qualifying session of the day is officially started right here, our adult super heavy 425 class. We have 3 of our competitors out there right now. We have the O2 of Toronto, South Dakota's Morgan Pearson making his way out onto the track, along with Omaha, Nebraska's Dan Frey in the 151. Finished last night in the feature 3rd place on that bottom step of the podium. Then we also end up having the 71 of Grand Forks, North Dakota's Nathan Blasky making their way out. 3 cars going around for 5 laps in this first qualifying session. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for this first qualifying session of the day. Getting a feel for the racing surface, seeing what it's like. Checkered flag is going to fly, and the best lap of this first round is going to end up going to the 71 of Nathan Blasky with a 10.765 fastest lap. 151 of Dan Fay had been holding on to that for a while there, ended up with a 10.819. Then it was the O2 of Morgan Pearson in 3rd with an 11.193. Just like that, we will be moving on to our next session.
Session number 2 qualifying for adult super heavy 425s on the track right now. 3 karts timing in, including Johnny Hansen behind the wheel of the number 13 machine, Alex Lovell with a 38, and Dylan Alton piloting the 66 machine. Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota. Lovell racing from Lafayette, Louisiana, with Baldwin, Wisconsin's Dylan Alton rounding out the trio that's on the track right now. Again, 3 drivers timing in. Blasky with a 10.765 lap, currently fast qualifier. Lovell has moved up to 2nd fast qualifier, a 10.644 second lap, and Alex Lovell now moving into the top 2 with a 10.644 second lap. Lovell and Blasky having themselves a little give and go as they try to qualify fast lap in the adult super heavy 425 class.
Second qualifying class of the day down. Now we'll be moving on to this third round for the adult super heavy 425 class. 3 racers left to go. We have the 777 of Newton, Iowa's Kirk Weber. Robert Bennett racing the 76 out of Des Moines, Iowa. And your final qualifier for this first class of the day, the 101 of Ricky Butler racing out of Woodworth, Louisiana, all the way up from Louisiana, making the way to Wisconsin for today's race. Green flag is out, and we are in this final qualifying session for the adult super heavy 425 class. 777 of Weber, 76 of Bennett, and the 101 of Butler, all putting their marks on the track right now. Bennett, currently your fastest qualifier in this session, sitting in third overall, now moved up to second place with a 10.557 second lap. Trying to see if he might be able to sneak by our fastest qualifier so far. Last session's 13 of Johnny Hansen. White flag flies. One more lap to go. They're going to be coming up to the checkered flag now. Let's see if they can make it happen. Another lap in the books. Checkered flag is flying. And Weber is going to hold on to that second place finishing spot, meaning that the 13 of Johnny Hansen is your fastest qualifier today in the adult super heavy 425 class. He ended up having a 10-second lap time. And it was the 777 of Weber finishing second overall. So we will now move on to our next class of the morning, Rookie Cage, where we're actually going to be having our first heat race of the day. So we will not be doing qualifying sessions here. We'll actually be doing some heat racing action. So with the Rookie Cage class, this is going to be a little bit different from our other classes. It's all youngsters out there still just kind of getting the better understanding of what it's like to be racing on a track. So we're going to handle them a little bit differently from some of our other racers. You'll see we're stopping them there on the front stretch, making sure everyone is all good to go. Then we'll send them out green. But your starting lineup looks like this. We only have 2 on our list up here. We have the 18 of Faribault, Minnesota's Landon Pedersen, alongside Braxton Heineke racing the 14H out of Pine City, Minnesota. It looks like we do have one surprise entry in here. We'll call them Racer X in the meantime till we can end up getting a name and number on them. We have our mystery racer there lining up as well. All 3 racers set and ready to go. Going to end up getting the green flag, and it's Heineke out front pulling away, putting some distance between him and the 18, but Pedersen is not going to let that go by. Makes a move on the outside. Pedersen now your new race leader as we put our first lap in the books for the Rookie Cage class. As we have some solid racing out there, Pedersen pulling away. Joining me up in the studio today, I'm sitting here with Dan Bailey. Dan, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing great, looking at these youngsters compete at the Cedar Lake Arena Oval, about a 1/6 mile oval around the interior of the Cedar Lake Arena. Those of you watching online via the live streaming MBTV Sports coverage, north is to your left. South is to your right. Turns 1 and 2 on the right, turns 3 and 4 on your left. Start-finish line right in front of the grandstands here at the Cedar Lake Arena.
As Pedersen makes his way around the rear end of the field, we found out who our mystery racer is. It's the 5 of Julian Frederick out there, putting another solid lap in the books. And just as we say it, Pedersen, your race leader, goes around in turn 4. Going to come to a stop on the front straightaway. We'll get them all relined up and ready to go. So once again, your lineup is looking like this. We have the 18 of Landon Pedersen out of Faribault, Minnesota, the 14H of Braxton Heineke out of Pine City, Minnesota, and our mystery racer out there is going to be the number 5 of Julian Frederick.
Prior to practice and qualifying, Zach and myself took a few minutes to do a track walk here at the Cedar Lake Arena. An interesting layout. If you were to view this racetrack from above, looking down at it, the front straightaway would be the slightly bent end of a capital letter D. The back straightaway a bit straighter, and turns 2 and 3 are slightly tighter. The entry into turn number 2 and the exit onto the back straightaway, slightly tighter than turn 1, which is more of a gradual entry. And turn 3, a little bit tighter entry. You'll notice, especially as we get into the quicker classes, the drivers are going to try to let those karts drift a little bit on the back straightaway out towards the rear wall so that they can soften that entry into turn number 3. Green flag conditions back on the track for our rookie cage competitors.
Halfway through the session, the 18 of Pedersen looping it again in turn number 4. They are going to stay under green conditions here. We have just about 3 laps left to go as we're making our way past the start-finish line right now.
Braxton Heineke, your race leader, in turn number 2, headed down the back straightaway, followed by Frederick and Pedersen.
Coming out onto the front straightaway. 2 laps left to go. Going to be getting the 2 to go sign here. As the 14H of Heineke puts another lap in the books. The 18 of Frederick the 18 of Pedersen after looping it in 4, going to make a pass back on the 5 of Frederick. Back up to second. White flag flies. 1 more lap to go for your rookie cage racers.
You can tell the 18 of Pedersen a bit quicker than the competition as he's able to make his way past Frederick's number 5 and also beginning to close the gap on the 14H of Heineke. But as the checkered flag flies, it will be Heineke picking up the qualifying heat race win. The 18 of Pedersen, despite a couple of loop-de-loops in turn number 4. Our rookie cage qualifying heat race.
So now we're going to do a little bit more flip-flopping here once around. We started things off with a class of qualifying, went over to a heat race for a rookie cage class, and now we're going to go back to the qualifying side of things as we bring out our intermediate wing racers. So once again, these qualifying sessions, we will be timing all of these racers, giving them 5 laps around the Cedar Lake Arena Oval, so that we can send them out there, try to find the fastest lap of the group, and then fastest qualifier will end up having the first gate pick for first starting line pick for the features. Right now, sending them out, we have the 8 of Trempealeau, Wisconsin's Alan Burns, last night's feature winner, hitting the track alongside the 11X of Cole Bradley out of Carlos, Minnesota, and Randolph, Minnesota's Archer Hoffbeck racing the 14. Byrne getting all sorts of squirrely, making his way off the track. He was yesterday's fastest qualifier with an 11.054, trying to go 2 for 2 this weekend, but in those first few laps already getting a little mixed up there. Current fastest qualifier is the 11X of Cole Bradley. Just as I say it, Archer Hoffbeck moves up to the top spot, a 10.855, faster than yesterday's fastest qualifier in this class. So that'll be interesting to see how much quicker we can get there. Byrne for just a second able to make it by Hoffbeck, but Hoffbeck battles back once again. There's 0.078 seconds gapping those 2 racers. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go. Will it be Hoffbeck? Will it be Byrne? Will it be Bradley? They've all held that top spot, but as the checkered flag flies, your fastest qualifier is going to be the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck with a 10.551 second lap. Byrne with a 10.640, just 0.08 seconds behind your fastest qualifier.
Second trio of intermediate wing qualifiers rolling out onto the Cedar Lake Arena right now, including Kinsley Geisinger from Watertown, South Dakota with the 12G, Reagan Rosenboom out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, piloting the 40, and behind the wheel of the 100 machine is Sauk Center, Minnesota's Joseph Marthaler. Marthaler across the line for the first lap, 11.315 second circuit. Next racer across the line will be Kinsley Geisinger with a 10.687 fast lap thus far. Marthaler with an 11.151 second lap. 5-lap qualifying sessions for all of our racers. We have noticed several competitors struggling in turn number 4. Reagan Rosenboom now up to the number 1 spot. Fast qualifier thus far with a 10.492 second lap. 10.492 second lap. 4th circuit for Rosenboom. Hoffbeck second fastest thus far with a 10.551. Byrne third fastest, 10.640. Geisinger fourth fastest, 10.699. Bradley fifth fastest, 10.788. And Marthaler sixth fastest, jumps up to third fastest with its last lap, 10.616 second lap.
And with that in the books, we will move on to our final qualifying session for the intermediate wing class. Only 2 competitors left to make their qualifying laps out here, send them 5 laps around the track. We're going to start things off with the 26 of Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber. Finished 2nd place in the feature last night, alongside the 1M of Devin Mortensen racing out of Des Moines, Iowa, who finished 3rd. So we have 2 of your 3 podium sitters from last night's race out on the track right now getting their qualifying, so we'll be expecting some pretty solid laps from these 2 racers out there. Weber and Mortensen officially have their first full lap in the books. Mortensen climbing up a little, sitting in 6th. Just like that, Weber is able to move up to that 2nd place spot, a 10.470, just 0.011 seconds behind your leader. Will he be able to take over Rosenboom? As I say it, he does so. Weber, your new fastest qualifier with a 10.315. White flag is out, but keep an eye on Mortensen as he's moved up to the 3rd place spot as well. They each have 1 final lap to see if they might be able to take these top 2 spots. Checkered flag is going to fly. It's Weber, but who's got Mortensen? Our lineup will stand as it is. Weber going to finish with a 10.271, your fastest qualifier. Mortensen going to end up finishing 3rd, with Rosenboom splitting the difference in 2nd. And that brings a close to our intermediate wing class. We will now move on to Junior 1 Green Plate Clone.
Break them up into 3 groups. First group includes the 17 of Arlington, Minnesota's Jackson Latsky, the 119 of Algona, Iowa's Zachary Woodford, and Easton Sharn from Sac City, Iowa, behind the wheel of the 4S. Opening lap for Woodford, an 11.397 second circuit. Opening lap for Sharn, an 11.265 second lap. Second lap for Latsky, an 11.1112. Best lap for Woodford, 10.955, and Sharn's best lap, 10.961. So you can see they're building momentum through their circuits. Second lap has been quicker for all 3, and third lap is going to be quickest as well for all 3. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go as Latsky begins lap number 4. Final circuit around the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. Top qualifier as the checkered flag flies is Latsky for now, 4th fastest lap, 10.679 circuit. Woodford's 5th lap, best thus far for him, a 10.689 and a 10.805 for Sharn. So your top 3 qualifiers after the first group: Jackson Latsky with a 10.679 second lap, Zachary Woodford with a 10.689 second lap, and Easton Sharn with a 10.805 second lap.
Up next, we're going to send another 3 qualifiers out there. We're starting off with the 3 of Fairmont, Minnesota's Kaylor Ekstrom, Corbin Tarvis racing the 8X out of Chautauqua, Wisconsin, and the 42 of New London, Wisconsin's Easton Quaintance making their way out for their 5 qualifying laps. We're going to throw the yellow out there, bring these racers down to a slow. Looks like we are stopping the 3 of Ekstrom in turn number 3. Cedar Lake Arena helping us out this weekend, along with the Melvin Germain Memorial. Farmer Brown Motorsports also along for the ride. In Richmond, Wisconsin, so we want to give a shout out to them. Make sure if you see them out in the community, support them the same way they are supporting us. Back on the track, those green flag conditions are underway once again, so we will officially get this qualifying session all started out. Green flag flies, Kaylor Ekstrom in the 3, making their way around the front straightaway. As of the way that it is currently sitting, Quaintance in the 14 top. The 8X of Corbin Tarvis right behind. seem to be having some light transponder issues with the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. I believe that's what we were stopping Kaylor for in turn number 3. White flag is going to fly. One more lap to go for our racers. And checkered flag is going to fly for the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Tarvis and Quayton's going to get the checkered flag as well. We will slow them down, bring them into the midfield as we get ready for our next class.
Van Beek, 10.622 for Van Beek. Hess across the line with an 11.108 second lap. Van Beek and Hedrick battling each other on track. Van Beek currently quick qualifier with a 10.622 second circuit. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our qualifiers. Final time through turns 3 and 4. Down to the line as the checkered flag flies. Fast qualifier at this point in time will be Dayton Van Beek. Compliments of a 10.622 second lap. Hedrick and Hess. Hess's fast lap at 10.758 and Hedrick's fast lap at 11.108. Our second to last qualifying section. We have 4 racers left to go, so we will send them out 2 and 2. Green flag going to fly with 32 of San Ohio's Hayden Arnold and Jackson Reed racing the 5 out of Truro, Iowa. Arnold, Lee Reed, mano, 1-1, sending them out for their fastest qualifying sessions. Right now, our top 5 is staying the same as it currently stands. Arnold and Reed have a couple laps left. Remember, we're going to do 5 laps of qualifying for our racers. Coming out of turn number 4, white flag is going to show. 1 more lap to go for Arnold and Reeves. See if they might be able to battle out front for a spot in the top 5. Checkered flag is going to fly for the 32 of Hayden Arnold and the 5 of Jackson Reeves. And in that last lap dash, Jackson Reeves going to push all the way up to the second place spot as it stands with a 10.622. The 32 of Hayden Arnold sitting in 10th right now with a 10.965. Final 2 qualifiers will be Clyde Keenan from Des Moines, Iowa with the 0.5 and Macy Pogler from Cherokee, Iowa with the 9. They bring them up to speed down the back straightaway through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air. Final group. 2 karts on the track for the Junior 1 Green Plate Clone Racers. Yellow is out as 1 kart goes around in turn number 2. Back to green flag conditions. Allow a little space between the 2 karts. Pogler with an 11.096 second lap. Fastest thus far. Keenan with 11.536 second lap of their 2 circuits. Those are the fastest. Pogler back across the line with a 10.612. White flag is out for Keenan. That lap at 11.570 second circuit. And Pogler's last lap will be a 10.925. Best lap a 10.612. And Keenan's best lap at 11.261. Last lap was 11.261. So the 5th lap fastest for Keenan. So your top 3 qualifiers, Dayton Van Beek with a 10.488 second lap. Macy Pogler, second fastest with a 10.612 second lap, and Jackson Reeves, third fastest with a 10.622.
Just like that, our Junior 1 green plate clone class officially come to a close for their qualifying sessions. So now we're going to get things ready to send out our next class, Junior 2 blue plate clones. We will once again be splitting these racers up. Looks like we have 3 racers being sent out right now, starting with the 04 of Ryder Blasky out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. That is the T19 of Clintonville, Wisconsin's Tori Hedrick, and Jaden Anderson racing the 81 out of Clear Lake, Minnesota. 3 racers out on the track as the green flag flies, bringing a start to our Junior 2 blue plate clone qualifying session. Anderson, Blasky, Hedrick, currently 1, 2, 3. Anderson with a 10.48, Blasky with a 10.723, and Hedrick sitting there with a 10.999. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our Junior 2 blue plate clone racers. 1 last lap to see if they might be able to set the pace early on in this qualifying session. And with that, the checkered flag flies for the first time in this Junior 2 blue plate clone class. And it is the 81 of Anderson with a 10.357 second lap, setting the pace early off. Then it is the 4 of Blasky with a 10.642. And the T19 of Hedrick with a 10.791. Next class officially out on the track, Caden Burkholtz in the 1 out of Mason City, Iowa. Boone, Iowa's Ace Wolfgram racing the 78, and the 71 of Shawano, Wisconsin's Layla Springborn. 3 racers trying to set the pace for their qualifying sessions. Anderson, Blasky still sitting 1 and 2, but Wolfgram has been able to move up to that podium spot so far, sitting in 3rd place now on the 78 with a 10.766. Hedrick still in 4th, and now Springborn sitting in 5th. Burkholtz going to be rounding out your top 6 as the white flag flies. 1 more lap to go for round number 2 of our Junior 2 blue plate clone class qualifying session. Checkered flag is going to fly. And Wolfgram going to finish things off with a 10.398. Fast enough to move up to 2nd place overall. Springborn now going to move up to 4th with a 10.672. That will bring out our next qualifying session. Faith Henning racing the 15 out of Hortonville, Wisconsin. Milwaukee, Wisconsin's Jesse Heary racing the 880. And the 25 of Forest Lake, Minnesota's Garrett Tatnell. Rounding out your 3 kart field. Another few laps around the track here. Top 5 still sitting the same, but right as I say it, the 880 of Heary moves up into the top 3 with a 10.619 second lap. White flag flies, 1 more lap to go for our competitors out there. Checkered flag. For the 15 of Hennon, the 880 of Heary. 880 of Heary going to hold on to that 3rd place spot with a 10.490. The 25 of Tatnell moves up to 4th with a 10.619. And Henning finishing in 6th currently with a 10.647. Next out, we have Jackson Cosgrove racing the 29 out of Dundas, Minnesota. Elko Newmarket, Minnesota's 3 of Carter Brown. And Robbie Perino racing the Nicollet, Minnesota's number 07 as the green flag is out. Once again, they have 5 laps to make their way around, trying to get the fastest qualifying time for the fastest lap here. And the 81 of Jaden Anderson still holding on to that top spot. The 3 of Brown, though, put in a solid last lap showing, moves up to second place. Perino sitting in 5th now. And looky here, we have a brand new top qualifier. The 3 of Carter Brown taking the checkered flag, moves up to a 10.268 to set the fastest lap here of the Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class. The 07 of Robbie Perino with a 10.452 going to move into that 4th place spot. We will send out our next 3 now. The 100 of Drew Alton out of Menominee, Wisconsin. Coon Rapids, Minnesota's Nolan Moore racing the 24N. And the 06 of Nicolette, Minnesota's Gavin Allen making their way out. So your top 5 as it currently stands is the 3 of Brown, 81 of Anderson, 78 of Wolfgram, 7 of Perino, and the 880 of Heary. But we're going to see if Alton, Moore, or Allen have anything to say about this. See if they might be able to move their stuff into the top 5 for our Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone qualifying sessions. It's still Brown, Anderson, Wolfgram, Perino, Heary. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our competitors. The checkered flag is going to fly. And the 24N of Morn is able to squirt by into the top 2. But it is the 16 of Canton B in third. As the white flag begins to show itself. One more lap to go for Lang, Larson, and Langer, the triple L class. And checkered flag is going to fly for the 9A of Carter Lang. Carter Lang going to close things out. The 1 of Bentley Larson going to make their way across along with Brantley Langer in the 34, which will bring a close to our third qualifying session for Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing class. Up next, session number 4. Sending it over to Dan Bailey.
Fourth group of qualifiers for the Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing competitors rolling out onto the track for their 5 laps of qualifying, including the number 5, Dakota Schlief, the 213 of Oakley Frericks, and the 20 machine of Briar Whitaker. Schlief racing out of Cherokee, Iowa. Frericks from Grove City, Minnesota, and Whitaker out of Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Oh, we got trouble in turn number 2. 20 machine of Briar Whitaker down into the barrier and the inside of turn number 2. That's going to bring a caution condition out to the racetrack. The replay shows the 20 machine of Whitaker getting a little loose in turn number 1, trying to correct that loose cart, catching a bite, and then sneaking down to the inside and ending up going nose first into the safety tire around the roof support beam that comes down inside of turn number 2. So we'll go back to green flag conditions with the 5 of Schlief and the 213 of Frericks remaining out on the track. Qualifying session for Whitaker is complete. Schlief's fast lap thus far is 11.806 second circuit. Frericks fast lap, a 12.559 second lap. Schlief's second fastest thus far out of the racers who have timed in. White flag is out for the 5 machine of Schlief. Likewise, white flag for the 213 of Frericks. Schlief, this time out of turn number 4, will get the checkered flag, and wrapping up qualifying, Schlief will be our fast qualifier at this point in time with an 11.702 second lap. Frericks fast lap, 12.353.
As they pull off the track for their qualifying session, we are going to bring out our next 3 racers. The 3R of Foley, Minnesota's Remington Kipka going to hit the track, along with Jace Frericks racing the Grove City, Minnesota 38J, along with De Pere, Wisconsin's 94 of Peyton Anderson. 3 racers for what will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th qualifying session for our Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing class. Green flag flies as their first official lap are in the books. Kipka, Frericks, Anderson. Schlief currently sitting as your top fastest qualifier in the class. Canton in second, but Remington Kipka trying to make a move up, already up to third. Anderson up to 5th now, so our top 5 are drastically changing. Kipka moves up another spot, now up to 2nd, only 0.018 seconds behind. Word on the street is that my race pass is a little disconnected there, so it is actually in the top spot. The 72 of Crew Lowry holding on strong. 16X of Oakley Booth in second. 9A of Carter Lang in third. 23 of Harper Halopka in fourth. And the 5 of Dakota Schlief rounding out your top 5 as it currently stands. Sending out our next group of qualifiers. It looks like we will be sending out 2 and then 2. So starting off will be the 14 of Rayleigh Rosenboom out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, along with Chippewa, Wisconsin's Broxton Henning in the 28. As they send their first couple laps around the track here. Just a quick run through of what your fastest qualifiers are looking like right now. Once again, top 5 are the 72 of Lowry, 16X of Booth, 9A of Lang, 23 of Jalopka, and the 5 of Schlief. Just outside of the top 5, we have the 3R of Remington Kipka in 6th, the 10 of Jack Canton in 7th, 16 of Ledger Canton B in 8th, then it's Brantley Langer racing the 34, sitting in 9th, Peyton Anderson in the 94, rounding out your top 10 of 19 competitors. White flag is out for the 14 of Rosenboom. One more lap to go for Rosenboom and Henning. Sitting in 14th and 16th. Checkered flag flies for Rosenboom. Both racers going to finish just outside of the top 10. So our top 5 is still sitting as it currently stands. Lowry, Booth, Lang, Jalopka, Schlief. This will bring our last 2 competitors out onto the track. The 1R of Rock Rapids, Iowa's River Graffing, and Garrett Boise racing the 54 out of Trago, Wisconsin. 5 laps left in our Arbox 1 green plate wing class. As they bring their first full lap into the books. Graphing moving up quite a few spots, sitting in 12th currently. Boise putting on a solid show as well. We'll see if Graphing's able to keep moving up. And like that, he's moved up into that top 5 spot. Putting the pressure on, Graphing up to 3rd. Getting ready for the white flag. White flag flies for Graphing. He's moved from dead last up to 3rd with one final charge. We'll see if he might be able to push up into the top 2. Checkered flag is gonna fly. And it looks like he will still be holding on to that top 3 spot, but we've got Lowry in the lead, Booth in 2nd, Graphing in 3rd, Lang in 4th, and Jalopka in 5th. And that is your Arbox 1 green plate wing class. Up next, we will be moving on to our Adult Clone 375 class. Dan, take it away.
24 racers going to be timing in the Adult Clone 375 class. First 3 include Richard Norby, making the haul up from Sioux City, Iowa with the number 43 machine. Zach Axlin from Fargo, North Dakota will be piloting the 1X, and behind the wheel of the 521 is Medford, Wisconsin's Rick Rush. First time across the line, first official lap for Richard Norby, an 11.285 second lap. First lap for Zach Axlin, an 11.277, and first lap for Rick Rush, an 11.117. 10.738 for Norby, your fast qualifier thus far. Axlin up to 10.745, and the most recent lap for Rush as he crosses the line to get another lap in. Again, 5 laps for each qualifier. Norby with the fastest lap thus far, a 10.738. Axlin now a 10.462. Rush a bit quicker, 10.338. Checkered flag is out to wrap up our first trio. Axlin's your fast qualifier. No, Rush's last lap goes a bit quicker, 10.228. Axlin second fast with a 10.322, and Norby third fast with a 10.577. Third set of 3 will be Logan Webb from Dalton City, Illinois with a 98, Eddie Brose from Mitchellville, Iowa with a 19, and Reagan Schulten from Cedar Falls, Iowa behind the wheel of a 9S. Second group of 3 are rolling onto the track now. Webb, Brose, and Schulten. Webb's first lap, 10.747. Webb's first lap, a 10.82. Brose with a 10.459 that time across the line. Schulten with a 10.710. And Webb with a 10.594. Rush, still your fast qualifier of the 6 who have turned laps thus far. Now the white flag is out. One more lap to go for Webb, who just laid down a 10.502. One more lap for Brose, who just gave us a 10.353. And one more lap for Schulten, who just gave us a 10.391. Logan Webb's fast lap is going to be a 10.502. Schulten's fast lap, a 10.286. So Rush, your fast qualifier thus far. Brose second fastest. Schulten third fastest. Third set of 3 will include Alexandria, Minnesota's Jackson Clark piloting the 1 Kart. Out of Isani, Minnesota, we'll have Noah Berglund with a double O-N. And Green Bay, Wisconsin's Trevor Rush behind the wheel of the 23. Third group of 3 on the track now for adult clone 375 qualifying. Rush with an 11.382. Clark second lap, a 10.760. Berglund with a 10.648. And the second lap for Rush, a 10.846. You'll notice laps getting quicker as they build momentum lap after lap. It's still Rick Rush, your fast qualifier. Eddie Brose second fastest, and Reagan Schulten third fastest. Jackson Clark that time with a 10.43. Noah Berglund's last lap, a 10.371. And a 10.719 for Rush. Fifth and final lap for Clark, 10.647. Fifth and final lap for Berglund, 10.324. And fifth and final lap for Rush, a 10.489. So Rick Rush, fast qualifier thus far. Eddie Brose, second fastest thus far. And Reagan Schulten, third fastest thus far as we get ready for our fourth set of 3. Derek Daly out of Omaha, Nebraska with a 143. Aaron Ruschendorfer from Dassel, Minnesota, piloting the 20R. And New Richmond, Wisconsin's very own Tyler Elton with the 30 machine. Fourth set of 3 on the track. Daly, a 10.927. Ruschendorfer, 11.445. And Alton, a 10.994. Alton with a 10.623. Daly with a 10.663. And the prior lap, or the last lap rather, for Ruschendorfer, 10.852. Alton, 9th fastest thus far in the group. Daly, 11th fastest thus far in the pack, rather, in the class. Ruschendorfer, 12th fastest thus far. White flag is out, one more lap to go. Checkered is out now. Final lap for Daly, a 10.554. Final lap for Ruschendorfer, a 10.718. And final lap for Alton, a 10.491. Good enough to move him into the top 8. So again, Rush, Brose, Schulten, your top 3. Axlin, Berglund, and Clark, 4th, 5th, and 6th. As we get ready for our 5th group of 3. We Jacob Butler from Newton, Iowa with a from Woodworth, Iowa with the 101. Kirk Weber from Newton, Iowa with the lucky 777. And Devin Dorn out of Abrams, Wisconsin, behind the wheel of the 22. First lap for Butler will be a 10.856 second lap. First lap for Weber, 10.968. And first lap for Dorn, 10.931. Lap number 2 now for each of our racers as they come across the line. 10.513 for Butler, 10.471 for Weber, and 10.618 for Dorn. Up to 7th fastest is Butler. 6th fastest is Weber now. Compliments of lap number 3. And 6th fastest now for Dorn. Butler still 7th fastest. Weber 8th fastest. And Dorn 6th fastest. So Dorn trying to break into the top 5. Last lap for Butler, 10.473. Last lap for Weber, 10.276. And last lap for Dorn, 10.214. New fast qualifier, at least thus far, as we're just past the halfway point of our 24 Kart group. Devin Dorn with a 10.214. 10.214. That's the lap to beat thus far. Moves Rick Rush back to 3rd. Next group of 3, Isaac Foose from Farwell, Minnesota. with the deuce. Declan Whitney from Ham Lake, Minnesota, piloting the 6, and Stevie Smith from Des Moines, Iowa, behind the wheel of the 72. Smith's first lap is a 12:04.7. Second lap for Foss will be a 10:4.94. Second lap for Whitney, 10:6.15. And second lap for Smith, an 11:013. Foss up into the top 10. Whitney up into the top 16. And Smith now top 18. Yellow is out as one Kart gets into the wall of tires exiting turn number 2. So we go yellow flag conditions. Foss, Whitney, and Smith now under the yellow flag. Fast qualifier, Devin Dorn with a 10.214 second lap. Overall, Rick Rush still second fastest overall with a 10.228. And Kurt Weber is third fastest from all the racers who have laid down laps with a 10.276. Little track maintenance on the back straightaway as we get the tires back along the concrete barriers out of turn number 2. In the process of trying to bring these 3 back up to speed. Again, Isaac Foss, Declan Whitney, and Stevie Smith on the track. We'll go back to green now. Foss into the top 10. Whitney still top 16. These 2 karts coming across the line, nose to tail, bunging them up a bit. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Declan Whitney. Whitney's clocked in 16th fastest as Smith and Foss cross the line. Whitney's last lap will be a 10.467. That's going to be his fastest lap. Declan, we get together in 3 and 4. That's going to wrap up the last lap for the deuce of Foss and the 6 of Whitney. Devin Dorn, your fast qualifier. Rick Rush, second fastest, and Kurt Weber, third fastest. From the group, we get ready for our next group of 3. Gavin Gregory from Luverne, Minnesota, piloting the 4. We'll have La Crosse, Wisconsin's Corey Wolf in the 16, and Cherokee, Iowa's Max Pogler behind the wheel of the 9. Green flag is out. Adult Clone 375 karts on the track in groups of 3. Qualifying, Gavin Gregory, 10.774 that time across the line. Wolf, a 10.572 that time across the line. And Pogler, a 10.443. Pogler's in the top 10. Gregory's in the top 20. And Wolf in the top 16. All 3 drivers get the white flag. Checkered flag now is in the air for the 4. Gregory, Wolf, and Pogler take the checkered flag to wrap up their qualifying run. And we'll get ready for our final group of 3. Connor Germain in the 05. Johnny Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota, driving the 13. And Reese Whitney from Ham Lake, Minnesota, in the seat of the number 5. Final 3 qualifiers, laying down their 5-lap qualifying session. Johnny Hansen with a 10.968, Reese Whitney with a 10.812, and Connor Germain with a 10.724. Hansen leapfrogs up to the top 8 now. Whitney still back in 20th. And the 05 of Germain, 18th fastest. Hansen's fast lap, a 10.362. He's getting quicker by the circuit. Johnny Hansen from New Brighton, Minnesota, trying to race into the top 5. Will it happen? Hansen with a 10.273 now, third fastest. Whitney with a 10.625, and Germain with a 10.421 up into the top 10. Checkered flag is out for Whitney, a 10.586. Johnny Hansen jumps into the top 3 with a 10-2-7-3. Third fastest. Rush, second fastest. And your fast qualifier is going to be Devin Dorn with a 10-2-1-4.
And just like that, we will bring out our 8th class for qualifying, Junior Wing BP. We'll be starting it off with your first 3 competitors here. We have the 19C of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin's Caden Schmitz, Carter Brooks racing the 3C out of Centralia, Missouri, and Ironton, Minnesota's Jackson Godfrey behind the wheel of the 11. Green flag is going to fly, and we will start sending them around Cedar Lake Arena's indoor track here in beautiful New Richmond, Wisconsin. Once again, for those of you just tuning in right now, we are just in the midst of our qualifying sessions. Right now, we are just starting our 8th class of 19 classes. So we have some great racing action coming your way. We've had some great action so far this afternoon. And out on the track right now, the 3C of Carter Brooks starting things off strong with a best lap of a 10.340 second lap. Jackson Godfrey trying to make some moves on him, pull up a little closer, but he's still about 0.4 seconds behind. The 19C of Caden Schmitz close thereafter, just 0.255 seconds spacing Godfrey and Schmitz as the checkered flag flies for the 3C of Carter Brooks. He's going to start off by leading things here for us with a 10.340 second lap. The 11 of Godfrey just 0.25 seconds behind with a 10.590. And Schmitz going to round out your early top 3 with a 10.837. Up next, our following 3 qualifiers will be the 007 JR of Toronto, South Dakota's Caden Pearson, Liam Gomble racing the 7L out of Laverne, Minnesota, and Wheeler, Wisconsin's 99 of Bentley Jalopka. Pearson put an 11.76 in, Gomble with an 11.259, Jalopka with an 11.084 second lap. Slowly but surely we're moving things up here. Gomble now up to 4th overall. It's still Brooks, Godfrey up top, but Jalopka in the 99 making moves up to that 3rd place position. Gomble now in 4th. It's Jalopka and Gomble working against each other in this race, trying to take over those top 3 spots. Checkered flag is going to fly, and the 99 of Jalopka will finish with a 10.571, which is enough to bring Jalopka into 2nd place overall for the time being. Gomble currently sitting in 4th overall with a 10.732. '07 of Watertown, South Dakota's Brody Griffin. Bentley Kramer racing a 10 out of Herman, Minnesota. And Fox Center, Minnesota's 71A of Ainsley Anderson. It's still Brooks, Jalopka, Godfrey, Gomble, 1, 2, 3, 4. But now Kramer's worked his way up into the top 5 with a 10.747. White flag is going to fly, though. Let's see what this last lap will be able to do. Kramer now up to that 2nd place spot. Will he be able to spread the gap and take over that 1st place position? Checkered flag is going to fly, and he's going to settle for 2nd overall so far with a 10.569. Anderson going to sit in 7th with a 10.929. So your top 5 is now Brooks, Kramer, Jalopka, Godfrey, Gomble, as we bring out our next crew of 3. Corbin Tarvis racing the 8X out of Protect, Wisconsin. Superior, Wisconsin. Tanner Johnson in the 1T. And the 21 of Colton Perezzi out of New Ulm, Minnesota. Green flag is flying as Tarvis start things off with an 11.101. Johnson just behind with an 11.212. Then Perezzi with an 11.555. Tarvis moving into the top 7 positions, trying to make his way up to that top 5. Our other 2 competitors sitting just outside the top 10 still. Tarvis able to break into the top 5 with a 10.695. Another lap in the books. White flag is out, and Tarvis is still holding on to 5th. Will he be able to move up to the top 3 in this next and final lap? Checkered flies. Tarvis going to come across the line with a 10.534, which is enough to bring him into 2nd place overall. Just behind your current leader, the 3C of Carter Brooks, 0.194 seconds spacing our top 2. Then it is Kramer, Halapka, Godfrey rounding out your top 5. Next group to go out is Casey Railson, racing the 69 out of Cottonwood, Minnesota. Spring Valley, Minnesota's 26X of Kimber Zimmer. And Austin Hover piloting the Hudson, Wisconsin 777. As the green flag flies, Railson already inside the top 10. Zimmer just outside, along with the 777 of Hover. As our racers get a feel for the racing surface, for their karts. As we've been seeing all day long, you can see their lap time slowly progressing to get a little lower and lower as they start to get comfortable out there. But remember, they only have 5 laps to try to get the best lap time possible. The 777 of Hover ducking it down to the infield. 69 able to avoid pretty nicely. Another lap in the books for the 26X of Zimmer. Railson moving up to 6th overall from 10th. Not quite going to make the top 5, but going to sit just outside. Railson with a 10.690. Zimmer sitting in 12th with an 11.26. So no news in the top 5 yet, but we'll see what this next class might be able to do. We have the 2R of Reagan Graphing out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. Trempealeau, Wisconsin's 8 of Alan Byrne. And Toretto Flynn racing the 29F out of Superior, Wisconsin. Let's see what this first lap is going to look like for our racers. Graphing in 12th. Byrne moves up to 11th. 29 just behind. Our top 5 still currently stands as the 3C of Brooks, 8X of Tarvis, 10 of Kramer, 99 of Halapka, and the 11 of Godfrey. White flag flies. 1 more lap to go for Graphing, Byrne, and Flynn. See if we might be able to make any changes to our top 5s. 29F of Flynn able to get just outside the top 5. And as I say, it moves into the top 3. Toretto Flynn now up there, sitting in 3rd overall so far with a 10.559. Byrne and Graphing going to sit just outside of the top 5. Byrne sitting in 9th, Graphing in 12th overall. We bring out our next group. Reagan Rosenboom racing the 40 out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. Dresser, Wisconsin's 26 of Dominic Weber. And Luke Garner piloting the 14G out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Opening lap, just getting a feel for the surface, a feel for their karts. But the time slowly but surely improving lap by lap. Weber now up to 7th, trying to sneak into the top 5 here. We only have a couple qualifying sessions left for this class, So the higher up they can get now, the less chance they have of being moved down to the bottom by the final classes. Rosenboom makes it up into the top 10. Weber now up to second. White flag is out. We'll see if Weber can make the move up to the top spot with 1 to go. Still going to hold on to second with a 10.464. So we have a new top 5. The 3C of Carter Brooks still holding on strong to that top qualifying position. Sitting 1.124 seconds behind is the 26 of Weber, 8X of Tarvis, 29F of Flynn, and the 10 of Kramer now make up your top 5. As we send out Archer Hoffbeck in the 14 out of Randolph, Minnesota. Copper, Wisconsin's 91 of Tucker Olson. And Reagan Finnegan racing the 32 out of Osceola, Wisconsin.
Great.
First couple laps in the books, our top 5 is still staying the same. Hoffbeck moves into 17th. Now up to 9th though. Finnegan still sitting just outside of the top 10. Hoffbeck moves up to 8th now. White flag flies, 1 more lap to go. We'll see what Hoffbeck might be able to come up with. Moves up to 5th. At the checkered flag, 10.563 for Archer Hoffbeck. Just able to sneak into the top 5 there. Olson and Finnegan going to round out outside of the top 10. And 2 racers left to go. We have Beck Lanou racing the 14B out of Alexandria, Minnesota. And South Range, Wisconsin's Ethan Martineau piloting the 22E. Final 2 karts in the junior wing BP class. 26 racers hitting the track for their qualifying sessions. And with only 2 karts out here, we're able to spread them out a little bit more. We'll see if that works to their advantage. Lanou sitting just inside the top 20 along with Martineau as they start to get a feel for the racing surface, feel for their karts. Lanou now up to 14th, slowly but surely climbing up the ladder. This time by, white flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Lanou. And Martineau checkered flag is out. Lanou going to pull a 10.690. So our top 5 is going to be the 3C of Carter Brooks, the 26 of Dominic Weber, going to finish second, and the 8X of Corbin Tarvis going to round out your top 3 for qualifying here today in the junior wing BP class.
Next group out of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval will be our adult Sportsman 206 competitors. We'll have 7 racers timing their way in for the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial. First group of 3 will include Mike Latch out of Medford, Wisconsin. Excuse me, first group of 2, I apologize. And Brandon Brempel from Green Bay, Wisconsin with the 03. Green flag is out for Latch with an 11.721 second lap to start the timing session. 11.875 for Brempel's first lap. Going in groups of 2 for our adult Sportsman 206 racers. Latch improves his time a bit with lap number 2, as does Brempel. Brempel up to an 11.453 second circuit. Third lap for Latch in the 31 machine. And third lap for Brempel. White flag is out now for Latch. 1 more lap to go in the qualifying session. Checkered flag is out for our adult Sportsman 206 qualifying session. Latch's fast lap will be a 10.761, and Brempel's fast lap will be an 11.26. Next group of qualifiers will include Wyatt Wolf from La Crosse, Wisconsin with the ANW number 56, and Drew Alton from Menominee, Wisconsin, behind the wheel of the 100 machine. 2 carts to the Adult Sportsman 206 class, making their way across the line to complete lap number 1. Lap 1 for Wolf, an 11.72 second circuit. Alton with an 11.269 second lap. Wolf improves it a bit, 11.585, 11.585. Alton now your fast qualifier with a 10.706 second lap. Next time across the line, it will be the checkered flag for both Wolf and Alton. Checkered flag is out. Drew Alton, your fast qualifier with a 10.458 thus far. 10.458. Wolf's fastest lap was a 10.907. So Alton fastest thus far. Latch second fastest. Wolf third fastest. And Brempel fourth fastest. We will roll Steinke, Michael Steinke Jr. from Cecil, Wisconsin, out onto the track with the 95. Adam Furman from Appleton, Wisconsin with the 99. And Tori Hedrick from Plainville, Wisconsin with the T19. A trio of carts on the track, and our first cart loops it through turn number 4, and the lights will go yellow. This will be a no start for qualifying. 4 of the 7 have clocked in. Drew Alton, your current fast qualifier with a 10.458 second circuit. Mike Latch, second fastest with a 10.761. Wyatt Wolf, third fastest with a 10.907. And Brempel, fourth fastest with an 11.260 second lap. Going to bring him back up to speed. Green flag is in the air, starting with the 95 of Steinke. The carts all grouped together on the back straightaway as they approach the line to complete lap number 2. Steinke with a quick trip around the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. Furman's last lap at 11.147. Alton, Latch, and Hedrick your top 3 now as Tori sneaks into the top 3, compliments of a 10.800 second lap. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for this final group of qualifying in the Adult Sportsman 206 class. Steinke Jr., Furman, and Hedrick as the checkered flag flies. We did lose 1 cart in turn number 2, looped it out. And final qualifying results will have Drew Alton fastest with a 10.458. Hedrick, second fastest with a 10.682. And Latch, third fastest with a 10.761. So there's your Adult Sportsman 206 qualifying.
You can see if the time's not moving, then this isn't updated. Get it. Their way out. Looks like we'll be sending these racers out 3 at a time. So we have Breck Lanou, yesterday's fastest qualifier race in the 14B, also won the feature race last night. The 5 of Dakota Schleif out of Cherokee, Iowa, and Foley, Minnesota's Remington Kipka racing the 3R today. 3 racers starting things off. Schleif starting strong with that fastest qualifying lap so far. We have 7 racers qualifying in this class today. First 3 sent out right now. Includes not only your feature race winner, but also Schleif, who finished second. Lanou, though, holding on to that top qualifying spot so far right now. It's sitting Lanou, Kipka, Schleif as the white flag flies. 1 more lap to go for your qualifying competitors. Kipka going to take the white, and the checkered flag flies. For the 14B of Breck Lanou, going to set a 10.784 second lap. Then it'll be Schleif with a 10.992. And Kipka will round out your top three with an 11-1-4-2. So currently, as it stands, we're looking similar to yesterday. Lanu up front, Schlief in second, Kipka in third, as now we send out the 11K of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Thatcher Nelson. Along with Ottumwa, Iowa's Crew Lowry racing the 72. We'll send 2 out for this qualifying session, 2 out for the next, as they take their green flag. 5 laps of qualifying about to hit the track. The 11 machine getting into the tires on the back straightaway. That is going to draw the caution. We'll clear things up a little bit. That was the 11K of Thatcher Nelson. Getting up into the tires. We will re-rack and restack those. Get them all ready to restart that qualifying session here in just a moment. But while we have some time, let's take a minute to thank a few more of our sponsors for coming along for the ride for this weekend's 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial as a part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout here at Cedar Lake Arena. Couldn't be doing it without the help from In Pursuit Bodywork, Mac Tools, Jeremy Earls, and Uncle Frank's 4Cycle, along with Hess Technology. Tires are all cleared up, racers back on the track, and so we are ready to go back to green flag qualifying conditions. Keep going. Gotcha. Looks like the 11K of Nelson taking an early close to qualifying. He's going to pull into the infield, which gives free reign of the track to Lowry. Let's see if this is going to allow him a chance to move up in the rankings a little bit. No one in front of him he has to worry about. A full, clean track everywhere. That lap put through an 11.402 second lap. Still sitting in 4th, just a little bit behind the 3R of Kipka in 3rd. And the checkered flag going to show this time by final lap. It's going to look like an 11.308. Not quite enough to move past Kipka, but puts a solid gap between him and the 11K of Nelson. Lowry going to pull off our final 2. Going to end up being the 10X of Daniel Landers racing out of Olivia, Minnesota. And last night's 3rd place finisher in the main event, Evelyn Hess racing the 15H. We'll send these 2 racers out there to duke it out for those final qualifying times. Green flag is going to fly. Landers going to move into the top 5. Hess just outside. Now Hess finished 3rd last night. We'll see if Evelyn Hess is able to move the way up into the top 3 for qualifying times. Hess now up to the 5th place spot, pushing Landers back a position. Next time around, we are going to be showing our racers the white flag. 1 more lap to go in our Arbox blue plate qualifying sessions. Checkered flag flies. The 10X of Lander is going to move up into the top 5 with an 11.171. And the 15H of Hess going to move into 3rd with an 11.057, meaning your top 3 is going to be Lanu in the 14B, taking the win. The 5 of Schlief going to finish 2nd. Hess going to round out your top 3.
Next group on track will be our Junior Predator competitors with their qualifying session. 2 racers will be qualifying. Audrey Traseth from Birchwood, Wisconsin, driving the 2A, and Lucas Jeske from Osceola, Wisconsin, will be behind the wheel of the number 6. Again, this is Junior Predator rolling out onto the Cedar Lake Arena Oval for their qualifying session. Is this a heat or qualifying?
Yes, it got switched to a heat.
What is it?
Heat.
These 2 racers, Traseth and Jeske, they start side by side as the green flag flies, and we have our Junior Predator qualifying heat race underway. Blue Kart getting a little wide out of turn number 2, but holds on to the lead coming out of turn number 4. That is the 6 of Lucas Jeske, your race leader. About 1 cart length separating the two competitors as they make their way around the turn 3 and 4 end of the 6th mile oval here inside the Cedar Lake Arena. Down the back straightaway, still nose to tail. They were side by side at the drop of the green flag for a short while, continued to circle the track in that wheel-to-wheel formation before the 6 machine of Jeske was able to take over the lead. Halfway flags out, cross flags let the drivers know that they are halfway through this qualifying heat race in the Junior Predator class. Attempted bump and run there in turns 3 and 4 by the 2A of Tracef. Couldn't quite make it happen. Got into the rear nerf bar of the 6 of Jeske in turns 3 and 4. This time at the line, 2 laps remaining for your 2 Junior Predator racers. Haven't seen a change in the running order yet. This time at the line, it'll be the white flag. 1 more lap to go for Lucas Jeske and Audrey Tracef. Final trip down the back straightaway as they exit turn number 2 into turn number 3. Checkered flag is in sight now, and will be Lucas Jeske picking up the heat race win with Audrey Tracef across the line in second to wrap up our Junior Predator qualifying heat race.
Up next, we will be moving back into some qualifying sessions. 5 racers about to hit the track for the Adult Predator Backyard class.
Sure am.
Just going to take a moment here, and there we will be sending out our first 3 competitors. The 10 of New Richmond, Wisconsin's very own Matt Worth, Emma Tatnell racing the 25 out of Forest Lake, Minnesota, and the 3 of Somerset, Wisconsin's Parker Reese going to make up the first half of qualifying sessions for the Adult Predator Backyard class. 3 on the track now, 2 to follow for 5 total racers. As they put their first lap into the books. Currently the 25 of Tatnell out front with an 11.302. The 10 of Worth sitting in second with an 11.435. Reese rounding out the field in the number 3 with an 11.728. So it is Tatnell, Worth, Reese, 1, 2, 3. White flag is out. And the checkered flies. The 10 of Worth going to sit in second, but your leader is going to be the 25 machine with a time of 11.270. That is Emma Tatnell. Worth it sitting in second with a 11.299. And in third, the 3 of Reese with an 11.586. And now we will send out our final 2 competitors for their qualifying session. The 27 of Ashland, Wisconsin's Jeremy MacArthur, and the 151 of Derek Daly, racing out of Omaha, Nebraska. Send them out for their first lap. First official lap in the books. The 27 machine of MacArthur with a 12.447. Daly moves up to 4th with an 11.843. Just 0.25 seconds behind Reese in the 3rd spot. Gonna see how our top 5 are gonna finish up. Whoa, look at this. We've got a new fastest qualifier. The 151 of Derek Daly. Put an 11.171 lap into the books. MacArthur sitting in 5th. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Daly and MacArthur. And as the checkered flag flies, our top 5 are going to be decided. The 27 of MacArthur going to finish 4th. Derek Daly, though, taking home the W with an 11.099. It is the 25 of Tatnell going to finish 2nd, and the 10 of Worth going to round out your podium for qualifying in the Adult Predator Backyard class.
Next group on track going to be our Junior Red Plate Plate clone racers for their qualifying heat race. On the inside of the front row, we'll have Appleton, Wisconsin's Landon Bolt with the number 16 machine. On the outside of the front row will be the 1JMO of New Richmond, Wisconsin's Jamison Finnegan. And a late race change, excuse me, not going to be a heat race. It will be qualifying for the junior red plate clone racers. Joining them on track will be the F10 of Chamberlain, South Dakota's Mateo Farnsworth. Given the Cedar Lake Arena Oval, a little TLC as we bring the blowers out at both ends of the speedway. Turns 1 and 2 and turns 3 and 4, getting a quick clearing from the blowers. Try to get some of that sandy grit off the groove. They will be turning 5 laps of qualifying. Landon Bolt, Jamison Finnegan, and Mateo Farnsworth will be the 3 racers on the Cedar Lake Arena Oval for their qualifying attempts. Landon Bolt, first lap going to be an 11.767 second circuit. First lap for Finnegan, 12.048. And opening lap for Farnsworth, 12.306 into their second lap. Bolt, your qualifying leader at this point in time, compliments of the 11.321 second circuit. Finnegan second fastest and Farnsworth third fastest. Speed's getting quicker, lap time's getting shorter as they prepare for the white flag. One more trip around the Cedar Lake Arena for the 16 of Bolt, who is currently fast qualifier in this class. Finnegan, though, fourth lap is the best as Finnegan lays down an 11.126 second circuit and then promptly turns it around in turn number 2.
Yeah, go green, give them one more.
Lap. At this point in time, Jamison Finnegan, your current fast lapper in the 1JMO Kart with an 11.126 second lap. Landon Bolt's fourth lap was Landon's best lap, an 11.192 second lap. And Farnsworth's second lap was quickest with 11.577. We're going to try and spread out our karts a little bit as we brush a little of the sand off the exit of turn number 2, the high side at the beginning of the start straightaway, or the back straightaway, excuse me. All right, we will bring them up to speed this time. They will return to green flag conditions with one final timed lap that will start as they cross the line. White flag is out for Finnegan, Bolt, and Farnsworth. Let's see how these last laps are. Finnegan's final lap, Bolt's final lap, and Farnsworth's final lap. Top 3, our first 3 qualifiers, Jamison Finnegan with an 11.126 second lap, Landon Bolt with an 11.192 second lap, and Mateo Farnsworth with 11.577 second lap. Second group of 3 will consist of the 47 of Joseph Frederick out of Princeton, Minnesota, the 22X of Cornell, Wisconsin's Jackson Bach, and Warsaw, Minnesota's Finn Cook behind the wheel of the 13. Green flag conditions now for our second group of 3 in our junior red plate clone qualifying class. Cook with a 12.251 second lap. Frederick with an 11.567 second lap. And Jackson Bach, third fastest. Finnegan, Bolt, Bach, your top 3 out of 6. Farnsworth, Cook, and Frederick. Frederick, Bach, and Cook. Bach has been able to move into the top 3 with an 11.567 second lap. Cook and Frederick, 5th and 6th in qualifying thus far. Final time out of turns 3 and 4 for this group. Checkered flag is out. Jackson Bach, third fastest with an 11.567. Finn Cook, 5th fastest with an 11.823, and Joseph Frederick, 6th fastest with a 12.995. Final group of 3 in our junior red plate clone qualifying session will contain Owen Quaintance from New London, Wisconsin with a 20 machine, Mason Scharf from Sauk City, Iowa with a 3S, and Max Wolfgram from Boone, Iowa with a 100. Scharf, by the way, top qualifier Friday night's action. Sharn's opening lap, a 12.062 second circuit. Wolfgram's first lap, 12.005. Owen Quaintance fast lap, second trip around. Finnegan, Bolt, Bach, still your fast 3. Wolfgram hovering in the top 5. Sharn 6th. Quaintance 8th. Sharn sneaks into the top 3 now. Mason Sharn now, 3rd fastest. Wolfgram 6th fastest. And Quaintance 8th fastest. Sharn's 4th lap, even better. Wolfgram's 4th lap, faster as well. They are flirting with the top 3 run. Sharn 11.492. Sharn 11.492. Wolfgram's 5th lap will be his fastest, 11.643, moves him into the top 4. But your top 3 are Jamison Finnegan, Landon Bolt, and Mason Sharn. Finnegan with an 11.126, Bolt with 11.192, and Sharn with an 11.492.
Moving on to our next class, it's going to be the Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class. First 3 out on the track. Going to be last night's fastest qualifier and feature race winner, the 13 of Johnny Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota, along with Alex Lovell, who finished 2nd in the feature race last night, racing the 38 out of Lafayette, Louisiana. Rounding out your first 3 racers will be Grand Forks, North Dakota's 71 of Nathan Blasky. Lovell currently leading the qualifying so far. Blasky able to make a call over him. It's now Blasky, Lovell, Hansen, 1, 2, 3. Hansen moving up ever so slightly, able to make it by Lovell, now setting his sights on the 71 of Blasky. Blasky's got a 10.612. With the white flag out, 1 more lap to go, and Hansen's able to make the move back up to the top spot. Trying to repeat what he did yesterday. Checkered flag is going to fly, a 10.569 for Johnny Hansen. 71 of Blasky going to sit in 2nd currently with a 10.612. And Lovell's going to round out your top 3 with a 10.642. We will be doing 3 groups of 3 for this qualifying session. So up next we have Woodworth, Louisiana's Ricky Butler racing in 101. 66 of Dylan Alton out of Baldwin, Wisconsin. Finished 3rd in the feature last night. It's Dan Fay racing the 151 out of Omaha, Nebraska. First full laps in the books, and it is Fay, Alton, Butler 4, 5, 6. Butler moves up to 4th now. Alden takes over that 4th place spot. Faye takes it back over again. All three of these racers battling for those second, third of spots. It is still Hansen, Glasky, Lovell out front. But as the white flag flies, we'll see if any of them will be able to break it into the top 3. Final lap out on the speedway. Checkered flag is going to fly. Butler with a 10.824. Alton with a 10.792. Faye with a 10.755. All three racers will stay outside of the top 3. One last shot to have a new top 3 standings. Morgan Pearson racing the 2 out of Toronto, South Dakota. Newton, Iowa's Kirk Weber in the 777. And the 76 of Des Moines, Iowa's Robert Bennett. 3 racers, 5 laps. Final qualifying session for the Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class. Bennett able to sneak by Butler, move into that 6th place spot. Out front though, new fastest qualifier, the 777 of Kirk Weber has moved up to the top spot, dethroning Hansen. As the white flag flies, Hansen's pushed back to 2nd. Checkered flag comes out. And with a 10.434, we have a new qualifying leader, the 777 of Kirk Weber, 76 of Robert Bennett, going to move up to 2nd place with a 10.528. And it'll be the 13 of Hansen, yesterday's fastest qualifier, rounding out your top 3 in the Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class. Now we'll move on to our next division here. The Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing class, where we have a total of 18 qualifiers about to make their way out.
First group of 3 rolling out on 2. The Cedar Lake Arena includes Brantley Langer from Menominee, Wisconsin with a 34. Jace Frericks from Grove City, Minnesota with a 38J. And Oakley Frericks, also from Grove City, piloting the 2:13. Opening lap for Oakley Frericks, a 12.863 second lap. Langer with a 12.194, your current fast qualifier. Improves it a bit with the second lap of the next lap across the line, 11.938.
Check audio on the stream, not on the camera.
2.90 for Oakland, Brantley Langer, Jace Frericks, completing their qualifying session as well. So it will be Jace Frericks with a 38J, fast qualifier thus far. 11.721 second lap. Brantley Langer, second fastest thus far with 11.898. And Oakley Frericks, third fastest with 12.102. Second group of 3 from our Pro Arbox Green Plate class.
Are they talking? Can you hear them?
From Wheeler, Wisconsin, piloting the 23.
Conrad? But can you hear them? Can you hear them calling the race is what I'm saying? Because I switched microphones. I want to know if you can hear them.
Halapka gives us a 12.108 second lap.
Okay.
Their speeds dictated by the laps turned in by the 94 machine of Peyton Anderson. Meanwhile, the 23 of Halapka and the 54 of Boise are going to be battling for real estate rather than all-out speed. The 23 machine of Jalopy is able to sneak underneath the 54 of Boise, takes a spot away. At least in the running order as the white flag is out. For the 94 of Anderson, the checkered flag is then displayed for Jalopy and Boise. Jalopy, second fastest with an 11.848 second lap. Anderson, fourth fastest with an 11.923. First two groups of three have qualified in. Third group of three will consist of Jack Canton from Milan, Minnesota, with the number 10 Kart. Rayleigh Rosenboom from Rock Rapids, Iowa, will be driving the 14, and behind the wheel of the 1R will be Rock Rapids, Iowa's River Graffing. Three karts on the track. Turning qualifying laps in the Pro Arbox green plate wing class. Green flag is out. Qualifying has begun for this group of trio. This group of three. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Canton from Milan moves into the top three with an 11.818 second lap. Graffing follows a bit quicker with an 11.748 fast lap thus far in the 1R. Graffing's third lap at 11.618. Canton's fourth lap, an 11.765. And the fourth lap for the 14 machine of Rayleigh Rosenboom, a 12.520. Fifth lap for Jack Canton, going to be Jack's fastest, an 11.784 second lap. So River Graffing, currently your fastest with an 11.617 second lap. Jace Frericks, second fastest with an 11.721 second lap. And Jack Canton, third fastest thus far with 11.765 second lap. Fourth group of three now will roll out onto the track, including last night's top qualifier, Remington Kipka from Bowling, Minnesota, behind the wheel of the 3R. Remington will be joined by Oakley Booth from Colfax, Wisconsin, behind the wheel of the 16X, and Carter Lang from Maple Grove, Minnesota, piloting the 9A. Green flag is out. Track is under green flag conditions, and our trio have begun their qualifying session. Oakley Booth across the line with a 12.190 second lap. The 9A machine is Carter Lang. Carter coming out of turn number 4 to complete another qualifying lap. For a moment there, Kipka had moved into the top 2, now back to third, as Carter Lang goes one better. Graffing still your fast qualifier, 11.559, but not too far behind. Second fastest thus far is Lang with 11.597, and Kipka rounds out the top 3 with 11.606. So great laps by Carter Lang and Remington Kipka in that fourth group of 3 as we get ready for group number 5. Ledger Canton from Milan, Minnesota with a 16, Broxton Henning from Chippewa, Wisconsin with a 28, and Thatcher Nelson, also out of Chippewa Falls, with the 85. Fifth group of 3 on the track, and we're into green flag conditions. The 16 machine of Ledger Canton crosses the line. Lowry with a 12.084 second lap, followed by Canton with a 12.226 second lap. And Henning with a 12.285. These 3 just outside the top 10. Just as I say that, though, Lowry jumps into the top 5 with an 11.655 second lap. Canton still just outside the top 10. 11th fastest thus far. Henning 14th fastest. We've got a new fast time. Crew Lowry with an 11.508 second lap. Lowry, now your fast qualifier. Checkered flag is out to wrap up this group's qualifying session. Last two come across the line, including the 28 of Henning and the 72 of Lowry. Lowry, your new fast qualifier, at least thus far. Crew's third lap was an 11.508 second circuit to catapult Crew to the top of the heap in Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing qualifying. So Crew, who finished second in the Friday night feature, is going to be a fast qualifier with a 72. Compliments an 11.508 second lap. River Graphing second fastest with 11.559, and Carter Lang rounds out the top three with 11.597. Pro Junior Wing BP. Will be next after this final group of qualifying in our Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing class, including the 5 of Dakota Schlief from Cherokee, Iowa, the 1 of Bentley Larson from Chippewa Falls, and Crew Lowry from Ottumwa. I think Crew was running with the prior group. Dakota Schlief, 5th fastest with an 11.632. Thatcher Nelson just outside the top 10 with a 12.006. The 1 of Bentley Larson in the top 20. Schlief in the top 5. Checkered flag is out for the 85 of Thatcher Nelson. Thatcher's 12.006 second lap will be just outside the top 10. Dakota Schlief, top 5. So again, your top 3 qualifiers in your Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing class: Crew Lowry, River Graphing, and Carter Lang. That wraps up Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing qualifying. Next group on the track will be our Pro Junior Wing BP group. 26 racers going to clock in.
You heard that right. 26 racers in the Pro Junior Wing BP class. So this will definitely be a solid race to watch. We'll have quite a few youngsters duking it out against each other. But in this first qualifying session, the 3 we'll be starting off with are the 1T of Superior, Wisconsin's Tanner Johnson. Cater Pearson piloting the 007 JR out of Toronto, South Dakota. And Hudson, Wisconsin's Austin Hover in the 777. Right now, Johnson's leading. Hover, Pearson sitting in second and third as lap by lap goes by. And they slowly but surely shave a little bit more time off of their previous laps. Shaving about a half second here, quarter second there. Out front, though, it is still the 1T of Johnson leading the way. Pearson sitting in second, Hover in third. Johnson right now sitting with a 10.827 fastest lap as the white flag is out for Johnson and Pearson. One more lap to go. Checkered flag's going to fly for Tanner Johnson, though, your current fastest lap time leader with a 10.703. Pearson sitting in second, just about half a second behind with an 11.141. Another half second behind that, the 777 of Austin Hover with an 11.556. This will get us ready for our next grouping of 3. Bentley Kramer piloting the 10 out of Herman, Minnesota. Waterton, South Dakota's Brody Griffin in the 007. And the 21 out of New Ulm, Minnesota, Colton Perezzi. Johnson, Pearson, Hover have the top 3 right now. We'll see how this is able to change with our newcomers. Already Kramer is up to third with an 11.156. Perezzi is with an 11.45 in fourth. Kramer moves up to second. Let's see what this next lap is going to be able to do for Kramer. Still holding on to second. Perezzi now up to third. Griffin getting in the top 5 as well. Kramer in second with a 10.731. Needs to shave 0.028 seconds off to be the fastest qualifier. Checkered flag flies, and Bentley Kramer moves to the top spot with a 10.666 to be 0.037 seconds behind the 1T, or ahead of the 1T of Tanner Johnson. Up next, our following 3 are going to be Breck Ledoux racing the 14B out of Alexandria, Minnesota. Laverne, Minnesota's 7L of Liam Gomble, and Alan Byrne piloting the 8 from Trempealeau, Wisconsin. We'll see how these three are able to factor in to the previous 6 that we've had. Give them that first lap to get all started up. So far, so good. No changes to our top 5 as we're currently standing. And right as I say it, both Lanoux and Gomble able to work their way up. Lanoux sitting in 3rd now with a 10.761. Gomble just behind in 4th with a 10.778. They're both setting their sights on Kramer, but Byrne also moves up, now taking over that top spot with the white flag out. One more lap to go. Byrne now with a 10.628. Checkered flag is going to fly for Gomble, Lanoux, and Byrne, all 3 of which making their way into the top 5. Alan Byrne, your new fastest qualifier. Kramer going to get pushed back to 2nd. So your top 5 is now Byrne, Kramer, Johnson, Gomble, Lanoux, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For this upcoming 3 set of racers, we have Ethan Martineau racing the 22E out of South Range, Wisconsin. Superior, Wisconsin's Toretto Flynn in the 29F. And the 71A of Aisley Anderson racing out of Sauk Center, Minnesota. And would you look at that, yet again, we are seeing a new fastest qualifier there. The 29F of Toretto Flynn, your new top spot holder, able to surpass the 8 of Alan Byrne. He's got a 10.598. White flag is out, and the checkered's gonna fly. New fastest qualifier, the 29F of Toretto Flynn with a 10.598. Every qualifying session, we've ended up having a new fastest qualifier. So we'll see what this next one is going to bring for us as we bring out the 91 of Tucker Olson from Poplar, Wisconsin, Chautauqua, Wisconsin's 8X of Corbin Tarvis, and Luke Garner piloting the 14G out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Green flag flies. And your top 5 as it stands. The 29F of Flynn, the 8 of Byrne, 10 of Kramer, 1T of Johnson, and the 7L of Gomble. Olson, Tarvis, Garner out there as we speak. And yet again, we have a new fastest qualifier from this session. The 8X of Corbin Tarvis, able to now surpass Flynn, take that top spot with a 10.587 second lap. White flag is out, one more lap to go. And the checkered flag flies. Corbin Tarvis going to set the fastest lap with a 10.470. Luke Garner going to make his way into the top 10 as well. As we have yet another fastest lap time from that session. Let's see if we can go with it again. Kaysen Rylston racing the 69 out of Cottonwood, Minnesota. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin's Caden Schmitz piloting the 19C. And the 11 of Jackson Godfrey racing from Ironton, Minnesota. Godfrey last night finished 3rd in the feature race, so we'll see how he's able to bring some of that speed into today's qualifying sessions. These are racers 16, 17, and 18 out of 26. So after this, we still have another 3 qualifying sessions. We've made it through our first 15. And we're getting close up front. The 11 of Godfrey moves up to 2nd, ahead of the 29F of Flynn, just 0.11 seconds behind the 8X of current fastest qualifier, Corbin Tarvis. We'll see if Godfrey's able to reel him in and take over that top spot. Checkered flag is flying for the 69 of Ryelson. Let's see what Godfrey's got from us. Not quite enough to take over the top spot, but still sets him at second, a 10.580 for Jackson Godfrey. It's enough to get him into the top 3. New top 5 is going to be looking like this. 8X of Corbin Tarvis, 11 of Godfrey, 29F of Flynn, 8 of Byrne, 10 of Kramer. But back on the track now. Finished second in the feature last night, the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck out of Randolph, Minnesota. We also have Osceola, Wisconsin's Reagan Finnegan in the 32. And yesterday's B-Main winner, the 40 of Rock Rapid, Iowa's Reagan Rosenboom. Green flag is out. First lap officially in the books. We'll want to keep an eye on Hoffbeck here. See what he's able to do. He's trying to work his way around the 32 of Finnegan. Finnegan sitting in 14th. 40 of Rosenboom able to make it into the top 5. Hoffbeck sitting in 7th. Still trying to battle with that 32 of Finnegan. As we've got 2 of them looping it. Looks like that was Finnegan and Hoffbeck in 4. We'll slow them back down. Hoffbeck going to put some space between him and Finnegan to try to set this fast lap. Move a little further up. But right now, Rosenboom still sitting in the top 5. Won the B-Main yesterday. In the top 5 fastest qualifiers today. White flag is going to fly for Finnegan. 1 more lap to go for our qualifiers. Hoffbeck moves up to 7th. Rosenboom in 5th. And just like that, Hoffbeck was able to sneak by at the last second. New fastest qualifier, the 14 with a 10.461. Able to surpass Godfrey. Rosenboom also moving up into the top 3 with a 10.573. Sending out our next group, the 2R of Rock Rapids, Iowa's Reagan Graffing. Carter Brooks, yesterday's fastest qualifier and feature race winner, the 3C out of Centralia, Missouri. And Dominic Weber piloting the 26 from Dresser, Wisconsin. Brooks will be one to keep an eye on. We'll see what he's able to bring to the table in this second to last qualifying session for the Pro Junior Wing BP class. The time to beat is 10.461. Brooks now up to 3rd with a 10.488, just 0.018 seconds to take that fastest spot. Don't look now though, Weber sitting in 4th, setting his sights on Brooks. And yet again, new fastest qualifier, Brooks up to the top spot. Checkered flag is going to fly. Brooks with a 10.442. Weber squeaking into the top 5 as well with a 10.520. Going to surpass Rosenboom for that 4th place position. And final qualifying session of the Pro Junior Wing BP class. Only 2 competitors left, the 99 of Wheeler, Wisconsin's Bentley Jalopka, and Kimber Zimmer racing the 26X out of Spring Valley, Minnesota. We'll see with one less kart on the track if these racers have a little more space in front of them, see if they might be able to let the throttle run a little more. Zimmer that time around, just in the warm-up lap, sitting 26th. Jalopka already up into the top 10. Another lap in the books. Jalopka, that time around, a 10.4950 brings him up into the top 5, sitting in 4th now. White flag flies. He's got 1 more lap left to do it, and he's up to 2nd, 0.01 seconds behind. What will this final lap bring for Jalopka? Can he dethrone the top spot? Not quite, but he sure gets pretty darn close. A 10.452, going to give him 2nd place. It's still Brooks with the fastest qualifying lap, and it's the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck who will be taking third in the qualifying for Pro Junior Wing BP.
Next qualifying group will be our Jalopy class. 3 racers on the track to make up this class. Those competitors are Carl Spaginski from Colfax, Wisconsin with a 76, Andrew Whitaker out of Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin with a 37, and Brad Traceth from Birchwood, Wisconsin with a 2A. Green light conditions on the speedway as our racers begin their qualifying runs. Jalopy qualifiers on the track. Traceth with a 12.162. For a moment there, just an instant, was fast qualifier. Whitaker, though, sneaks by with 11.408. Spaginski with a 13.025. That time across the line, Whitaker with an 11.819 second lap. The 76 machine of Spaginski, 12.659, and the 2A of Traceth, an 11.660 fast lap. White flag this time for the competitors, and the checker is out for the 37 of Whitaker. Whitaker is going to be the fast qualifier, at least at this point, with an 11.408. Spaginski and Traceth will finish third and second, respectively. Traceth, second fastest qualifier with an 11.583, and Traceth, third fastest with a 12.396.
Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class going to be your next qualifying session. Only 2 classes of qualifying left to go. We have 1 more after this, but for 2 more after this, my apologies. Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class, we're starting things off with the 32 of Stanhope, Iowa's Hayden Arnold. Evelyn Hess piloting the 15H out of Plato, Minnesota. Cherokee, Iowa's 9 of Macy Pogler. 3 of our 13 competitors in the Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class making their way out now. And your early leader is going to be the 9 of Pogler with a 10.941 second lap time. 15H of Hess sitting in second with an 11.104. 32 of Arnold with an 11.17 just behind. Arnold able to move up to second, but out front still, it is the 9 of Pogler. 10.902 is the time to beat so far. Arnold coming through as the checkered flag flies. Macy Pogler going to stand out front with a 10.821. That is going to be the time to beat going into our next qualifying session. Easton Quaintance racing the 42 out of New London, Wisconsin. Truro, Iowa's 5 of Jackson Reeves finished second in the feature race last night. He'll be one to keep an eye on, along with Jackson Lotsky racing the 17 out of Arlington, Minnesota. 3 more racers. It's Pogler, Hess, Arnold, Reeves, Lotsky, Quaintance so far. Our second group of qualifiers battling themselves, seeing if any of them might be able to make their way into the top 3 overall. But it is still Reeves, Lotsky, Quaintance, 4, 5, 6, respectively. This time coming out of 4, white flag is going to fly for the 42 of Quaintance. Reeves, your new fastest qualifier with a 10.710, able to dethrone Pogler. Checkered flag is out. Quaintance going to finish second. Reeves, though, taking the top spot with a 10.710. Quaintance right behind in second with a 10.803. Pogler still holding on to third as we move into our next grouping. Last night's feature race winner, the 12 of Dayton Van Beek out of Pringmar, Iowa, along with Zachary Woodford, finished third in the feature, the 119 out of Algona, Iowa. And we're rounding things out with Fairmont, Minnesota's 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Van Beek in the 12, one to keep an eye on, see if he might be able to continue from last night's feature race win. Already moved up to second. Woodford now up to fourth. Ekstrom up to third. Van Beek, though, now up into the top spot with a 10.575. Ekstrom still holding on to third. Woodford moves up into the top 5 as well as the white flag flies. Final time out of turn number 4. Checkered flag is out. Dayton Van Beek going to have to settle for second as we have a new fastest qualifier. The 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom with a 10.543. Van Beek, yesterday's feature winner, going to settle for second, and the 119 of Woodford moves to third. So all 3 of those racers making up the top 3 so far. Out next, we're splitting our last 4 into a group of 3 and 1, I believe. So right now, we have the 05 of Des Moines, Iowa's Clyde Keenan. Ava Hedrick racing the A66 out of Clintonville, Wisconsin. And the 4S of Easton Sharn from Sauk City, Iowa. As we've got someone going around, looks like that is the 05 of Keenan. We're under caution, but back to green flag conditions. Your top 5 is still Ekstrom, Van Beek, Woodford, Reeves, Quaintance. The time to beat is a 10.543. Clyde Keenan now up into 7th with a 10.889. White flag flies. Tarvis in 7th. Sharn able to move up to 3rd. We'll see if Sharn can battle for that top spot with the checkered flag flying. What's he going to do? Going to hold on to 3rd. The 4S of Easton Sharn with a 10.611. So your top 3 is the 3 of Ekstrom with the win. The 12 of Dayton Van Beek finishing second, and the 4S of Sharn rounding out your top 3 for Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone qualifying.
2 groups left of qualifying here at the Cedar Lake Arena as part of the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial. This group will be our Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone Racers. Nolan Moore from Coon Rapids, Minnesota, behind the wheel of the 24, and Henry Arnold from Stanhope, Iowa in the 72, and Faith Henning from Hortonville, Wisconsin in the 15 make up our first trio of qualifiers in this, the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class. Opening laps have Moore at the top of the heap with a 10.425 second lap. Arnold second fastest thus far with a 10.467, and Henning currently top 3, 10.746. Arnold getting quicker as laps wear away. 10.402 third lap. Fourth lap even better. 10.384. Fourth lap for Henning, better. Still in the top 3. Checkered flag is out. Your first 3 qualifiers. Obviously holding on to the top 3 spots for now. Henry Arnold at the top of the heap with a 10.384 second lap. Nolan Moore second fastest with a 10.425. And Faith Henning third for now with a 10.504. Second group of 3 will include Ace Wolfgram from Boone, Iowa with a 78. Robbie Perino out of Nicollet, Minnesota in the 07. And Drew Elton from Menominee, Wisconsin, who was last night's second place finisher in the Friday night feature, behind the wheel of the 100. Opening lap for Wolfgram, a 10.678 second lap. Opening lap for Perino, 12.073, and opening lap for Alton, an 11.213. Arnold still your fast qualifier. Wolfgram able to sneak into the top 3 now with a 10.442. So it's Arnold Moore Wolfgram, your current top 3. Wolfgram getting better with time. Lap 3, 10.444. 10.442, excuse me.
White flag for the trio as they cross the line to wrap up their 4th lap. And the checkered flag will be on display now to wrap up qualifying for our second group of Ace Wolfgram, 4th fastest. Robbie Perino, 2nd fastest. And Drew Alton, 4th fastest. So Perino in that group able to sneak into the top 2 with a 10.418 second lap. It is interesting to see in these 6 that have qualified already. 4 of the 6 fast laps have come in the latter half of their 5-lap session. 2 of them, however, were able to lay down quick laps in the opening 2 circuits, that being Nolan Moore and Ace Wolfgram. Third group of 3, Tori Hedrick from Clintonville, Wisconsin with a T19, Riley Finnegan from Osceola, Wisconsin with a 32, and Jesse Heary from Pewaukee, Wisconsin behind the wheel of the 880. This is the third group of 3 qualifying in the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class. Riley Finnegan, second lap, a 10.810. Jesse Henry and Tori Hedrick also getting their third laps in. Hedrick's third lap was the fastest thus far for Hedrick. Arnold Perino Moore, your top 3. Alton Wolfgram and Henning, your second group of 3. Finnegan running 8th. Peary running 7th. And Hedrick in the top 10 running 9th. Checkered flag is out for Finnegan to be 8th fastest in the class. Peary sneaks into the top 2 with a 10.391 second lap. Henry Arnold still your fast qualifier thus far with a 10.384, and Robbie Perino rounds out the top 3 at this point in time with a 10.418. Fourth group of 3 will include Gavin Allen from Nicolay, Minnesota with a 0.6. Lila Springborn out of Shawano, Wisconsin behind the wheel of the 71, and Garrett Tatnell from Forest Lake, Minnesota in the 25. Springborn's opening lap will be an 11.0 second lap. Second lap for Allen, 10.891. Second lap for Springborn, 10.703. And second lap for Tatnell, 10.696. All 3 of these racers in the top 10, but not too close to the top 5. We do have one kart out of the groove at the top of the banking in turn number 4. Track will go to yellow flag conditions. That kart started to loop, overcorrected, shot to the right, but did not make any contact with the wall, was able to woe it up before getting into the barrier there. That is Lila Springborn from Shawano, Wisconsin with a 71 machine. Kind of got boxed out there. Can't quite get that kart turned around. It doesn't want to leave the facility via the exit chute there. So track work are going to help Lila get that kart turned around. Give it one more try here. All right, there we go, Lila. Turned around. And we will bring them back up to speed as we go split screen with our MBTV sports coverage. All right, white flag is out. One more lap to go as Gavin Allen crosses the line. And now the checkered will fly for the 25 of Garrett Tatnell, Lila Springborn, and Gavin Allen. All 3 of those racers finish in the top 11 with their qualifying runs. Fast qualifier thus far still Henry Arnold with a 10.384 second lap, the 72 kart. Jaden Anderson from Clear Lake, Minnesota with an 81 will lead this next duo onto the track. The second kart, Caden Burkholz from Mason City, Iowa with kart number 1. Lap 1 for Anderson, 10.464 in the top 10 already. Lap 1 for Burkholz. Burkholz, a 10.772 second lap, just outside the top 10 in qualifying. Anderson up into the top 3. Jaden Anderson with a 10.404 second lap sneaks into the top 3. That will bounce Perino out of the top 3 into 4th as the white flag is displayed to Burkholz. As Caden lays down a 10.498 second lap. Anderson, now your new fast qualifier with a 10.335. Jaden Anderson. Fast qualifier with a 10.335. Drops Henry Arnold back to second and Jesse Heary to third. Final group of two to lay down qualifying laps will include Carter Brown from Elko, Newmarket, Minnesota. Keep your eyes on the 3 as Carter was top qualifier last night with a 10.514. Track is quicker tonight. Let's see if Carter can bring his A game to this one. Ryder Blasky, the second card on the track out of Grand Forks, North Dakota, in the 04. Carter Brown into the top 10. Blasky just outside the top 10 with a 10.621. Lap number 3 for Carter Brown. And guess what? The Friday night fast qualifier just gave us a fast lap. A 10.318 second circuit makes Carter Brown your fast qualifier in the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class. Checkered flag is out. Carter will improve it again with a 2.78. 10.278. Carter Brown, your new fast qualifier. Jaden Anderson, second fastest with a 10.335. And Henry Arnold rounds out the top 3 with a 10.384.
Group of qualifying for the day. Our Pro Adult Clone 375 class. We have 24 racers about to hit the track. We're starting it off with our first 3, the 16 of La Crosse, Wisconsin's Corey Wolf. Declan Whitley racing the 6 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. And Woodworth, Louisiana's 101 of Jacob Butler. Starting off strong, Whitney's putting in a 10.586. Wolf sitting in second with a 10.693. Butler now taking the fastest lap with a 10.533. It is Wolf, Butler, Whitney. 1, 2, 3 as it stands. Wolf back up to that top spot. Butler now back up to that top spot. We've seen all 3 of these racers take the fastest lap so far. We'll see how it's going to finish off. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our racers. Coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag is in their sights. 16 of Wolf with a 10.378. 6 of Whitney with a 10.729. And Butler is going to round things off in the lead early on with a 10.349. To be the early fastest qualifier, the 101 of Jacob Butler. Up next, group number 2, we have Devin Dorn racing the 22 out of Abrams, Wisconsin. Omaha, Nebraska's 143 of Derek Daly. And last night's third place finisher in the main, the 19 of Eddie Brose out of Mitchellville, Iowa. Brose going to be a good one to watch as he did great in last night's feature race. We'll see what he might be able to bring to the table for today's qualifying sessions. So these are racers 4 through 6 out of 24 competitors in the Pro Adult Clone 375 class. Butler, Wolf, Whitney still holding on to the top 3. Brose now up to second, though, with a 10.359. Dorn able to move up to 4th. We'll see what Brose is able to come by. Red alert. New fastest qualifier, the 10.300 for the 19 of Eddie Brose. A 0.049 second gap between him and Butler as the checkered flag flies. Brose going to improve even more with a 10.247. That is enough to get him into the top spot. Now it is Brose, Butler, Dorn, Wolf, Whitney, Daly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Up next, your next 3 competitors are going to be the 1 of Alexandria, Minnesota's Jackson Clark. Noah Berglund racing the 00N out of Asani, Minnesota. And Des Moines, Iowa's 72 of Stevie Smith. rounding out your 3 kart field for your 3rd qualifying session of the Pro Adult Clone 375 class. With our first lap officially in the books, Berglund's able to get just outside the top 5 in 6th. Berglund able to move up into the top 5 with a 10.512. Clark in 7th. Berglund now up to 2nd. He's setting his sights on Bros. A 10.343, 0.096 second behind. We'll see what Berglund can do this lap by. Still holding on to 2nd, but improving ever so slightly. White flag is out. What can we do with Berglund? Checkered flag flies. Not quite enough to take over that top spot, but with a 10.342, Berglund is going to move into 2nd. So now your updated leaderboard is the 19 of Bros, 009 of Berglund, 3 of Butler, 22 of Dorn, and the 16 of Wolf sitting in your top 5. But don't wait just yet, because last night's feature race winner and fastest qualifier, Johnny Hansen, has come out, racing the 13 from New Brighton, Minnesota. He qualified with a 10.288 last night. We'll see what he can do today. We also have Reagan Scholten racing the 9S out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, and Medford, Wisconsin's 521 of Rick Roosh. He was also fastest qualifier in our adult super heavy 425 class earlier with a qualifying of 10.423. Johnny Hansen going to see if he can go 2 for 2. He's already moved up to 2nd, setting his sights on Bros with the white flag out. One more lap to go. Can Hansen go 2 for 2? Checkered flag flies, but it is not going to be enough. Hansen going to settle for 2nd with a 10.309. Scholten squeaking up into the top 3 as well with a 10.32, but it is still Bros out front all alone with that 10.247. The 20R of Aaron Rauschendorfer out of Dassel, Minnesota. Fargo, North Dakota's 1X of Zach Axlin, and Max Pogler racing the 9 from Cherokee, Iowa, out on the track now. We'll see if we might see any of these folks breaking it into the top 10, top 5, top 3, or top spot. Axlin able to move into the top 10, sitting in 9th. Pogler in 10th as well. Axlin now up to 2nd, taking that spot away from Hansen. A 10.29 second lap will put Axlin just 0.05 seconds behind Bros. And look out, look out! 1X of Axlin, now your new fastest qualifier with a 10.167. Even better that time around, a 10.167. Will be fast enough to take over the top spot. The 9 of Pogler going to move into 3rd as well. So we've had quite a shift in our top 5 from the last 2 sessions. Now your top 5 is going the 1X of Axlin, 19 of Bros, 9 of Pogler, 13 of Hansen, and 9S of Scholten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out on the track now, the 4 of Gavin Gregory from Laverne, Minnesota. Ham Lake, Minnesota's Reese Whitney racing the 5. And the 777 of Newton, Iowa's Kirk Weber making their way out onto the track. Gregory up to 11th. Whitney up to 12th. And Weber up to 11th. Gregory able to get into the top 5. His number 4 is now racing a 10.291, just 0.029 seconds behind the 9 of Pogler. We'll see if he might be able to move into a podium position in this qualifying session as the white flag flies. One more lap to go. Checkered flag is out for the 4 of Gregory. Not going to be able to move into the top 3, but still holding on to 4th with a 10.281. Up next, the 05 of Connor Germain. Trevor Roosh finished second in the feature last night, racing the 23 out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. We also have Fairfield, Minnesota's 2 of Isaac Faust. We'll want to keep an eye on Roosh, see what he might be able to bring to the track in this second to last qualifying session of the day. Germain sitting in 19th. Roosh now up to 19th. Faust now up to 19th. All of our racers still sitting around the top 15 placement. Moving up lap by lap, a white flag is out. They only have one more to go to try to get into the top 10, top 5. Checkered flag flies. Germain going to finish 10th. Roosh going to move up to 7th. And Faust going to finish 15th. So Trevor Roosh with a 10.325. Going to be the fastest qualifier from that session, moving into 7th overall. So your top 5 is still Axlin, Bros, Pogler, Gregory, Hansen. And in the final qualifying session of the day, we'll see what Tyler Alton, racing the 30 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, Dalton City, Iowa's 98 of Logan Webb, and the 43 of Sioux City, Iowa's Richard Norby will be able to bring to the table. Racers 22, 23, and 24 give them their first lap. Alton up to 16th already. Webb sitting just outside the top 20, along with Norby. White flag is about to fly. One more lap to go for the 30 of Alton, who's moved up to 15th. Will we see a change in the top spots? Checkered flag flies. Alton moves up to 8th, going to move into the top 10. But our fastest qualifier tonight is still going to remain to be the 1X of Zach Axlin. The 19 of Eddie Bros going to finish 2nd. And the 9 of Pogler going to round out your top 3 fastest qualifiers for the Pro Adult Clone 375 class. We're going to take a 30-minute intermission now as we have officially come to the close for our qualifiers and heat races. Then we will be back for some great feature racing action. We have a few B-mains to throw at you, quite a few main events. We will be back here in 30 minutes. In the meantime, for those of you live streaming today's events for free on MBTVsports.com or through the affiliated Facebook or YouTube pages, feel free to sit back, stand up, stretch a little bit, run to the restroom, grab some food in the kitchen, and we will be back in half an hour, right around 3:30, for some more great racing action here at the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial Race for the 11th annual Fall Shootout at Cedar Lake Arena in New Richmond, Wisconsin. We will be back in half an hour.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because Being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thanks.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler Build has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, you know, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day, so as me as a sprint car driver specifically, you know, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different, and guys like us, you know, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So, yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Oval World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously. It is very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Ready to make a splash this summer? Grab your friends and head to River's Edge on the scenic Apple River. Whether you're looking to float the day away, camp under the stars, or catch live music and weekend events, River's Edge has everything you need for an unforgettable time. Book your tube, campsite, or party package now. River's Edge on the Apple River. Your summer starts here.
Welcome back, race fans. We are in the midst of our intermission right now. Still have about 15 minutes until we go back to green flag racing conditions. But for those of you who have been watching the coverage so far, we have had some awesome racing out there. We had one of our classes where we ended up getting a new fastest qualifier in just about every session. We've had 20 classes making their way out today. We have quite a bit more coming at you. We have 4 B mains coming on, where we will be transferring our top 4 into the A mains to follow. Quite a bit of fun racing on the line, quite a bit of money on the line as well. We have one class today, where the purse, or the winner's share, is going to end up being $1,000 to win. That is the Pro Adult Clone Heavy class. 60-lap feature, if I'm reading this correctly. $1,000 to win, $500 for second, $400 for third. And then in the Pro Adult Super Heavy class, Pro Junior 1 Clone class, Pro Junior 2 Clone class, Pro Arbox Wing class, and Pro BP Wing class, it's going to be $500 to win, $250 for second, and $125 for third. So we are in for quite a treat as far as big winners shares coming out. Lots of laps. Dan, you're joining me in the studio today. How are you feeling about today's racing action so far?
Well, qualifying has been interesting, watching these carts use the opening lap or two in most situations to gain some momentum. We tended to see a lot of our fast laps coming in lap 3, 4, 5. And we had a couple of racers who were able to lay down fast laps in their opening circuit or two. But it's fun watching these racers, especially the experienced, well-accomplished racers, understand that concept. The opening lap or two is almost a portion of that. Johnny Hansen was able to lay down a 10.423 second lap.
of a second from a fast qualifier to second qualifier. And Alex Lovell from Lafayette, Louisiana, rounded out the top three in that adult super heavy 424 class, third fastest qualifier with a 10.596 second lap. So those are the top three fast qualifiers in the adult super heavy 425 qualifying session. In rookie cage, we did new qualifying. We ran a quick heat race there, which was won by Braxton Heineke from Pine City, Minnesota. So a great moment there for Braxton, as Braxton was able to pick up a race win. And the next group that laid down qualifying laps was intermediate wing class.
That was a pretty solid class there as well. Our fastest qualifier for the intermediate wing class ended up being the 26 of Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber, laying down a 10.217 second lap. He ended up finishing second in the feature last night, fastest qualifier today, so we're excited to see what we might be seeing from him in the feature. Right behind him, finishing second in fastest qualifying, was the 40 of Rock Rapids, Iowa's Reagan Rosenboom with a 10.459 second lap. And rounding out that top three out of Des Moines, Iowa, Devin Mortensen came in on the 1M with a 10.466 second qualifying lap. So it was some pretty close numbers there in the top three for intermediate wing. Up next, we had the Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class.
Separating second from third, but they were about 2/10 of a second, or a tenth and a half, back of our fast qualifier in the Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class. Dayton Van Beek from Primgar, Iowa, laid down a 10.488 second lap as fast qualifier in the Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class.
For our fifth qualifying race of the day, we had the Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class, where your fastest qualifier ended up being the 3 machine of Carter Brown out of Elko, Newmarket, Minnesota, with a 10.268 second lap. In second, we had Coon Rapids, Minnesota's Nolan Moore racing the 24N machine, 10.307 seconds, so, just about 0.05 of a second behind. And in third, the 81 of Jaden Anderson racing out of Clear Lake, Minnesota. The 81 of Anderson was in our first qualifying session, a 10.357 second fastest lap for him out of the 17 qualifiers in the Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class.
Next group to qualify was Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing class. We're going to have some quick laps down in the 11-second range from our Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing competitors. That class also will be running in B-Main a little bit later on this afternoon. That brings up an interesting point. We have 4 classes, right? We have 4 classes. We will be running B-Mains, so we're going to cutthroat just to make it into the main event. The Arbox B feature, the Arbox class will be running a B feature. The BPs will be running a B feature. The Arbox Pros and the BP Pros, all 4 of those classes running B-Mains, from which only the top 4 finishers will transfer into the early evening main event.
And now the really crazy thing, especially with those last 2 B features we have on there, Arbox Pro and BP Pro. So as Dan said, the top 4 will be transferring from the B mains into the A mains. And those 2 classes for the A mains are some of the big money classes. I believe it's $500 to win in both of those classes. So you just know those racers will be giving it their all during those B mains to try to get a chance at the $500 to win in those final 2 B features of the day. But moving on back to what we had earlier on this afternoon, race number 7 ended up being our Adult Clone 375 class, where we again had some very tight races for position up at the front. Third place qualifier with a 10.273 second fastest lap was the 13 of Johnny Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota. Johnny Hansen yesterday had done pretty well in his qualifying sessions as well, ended up finishing third today. In second, with a 10.228 second qualifying lap, so just 5/100ths of a second ahead out of Medford, Wisconsin. It was the 5:21 of Rick Roosh, and just 0.014 seconds faster, a 10.214 second fast lap. Abrams, Wisconsin's Devin Dorn racing the 22, taking the fastest qualifying session in race number 7, Adult Clone 375.
Junior Wing BP racers were out on the track for qualifying earlier today as well. In the Junior Wing BP class, qualifying results gave us the top 3 that look like this. Corbin Tarvis with a 10.534 second lap. Corbin out of Chautauqua, Wisconsin, third fastest qualifier with that 10.534 second lap. Dominic Weber, second fastest. Dominic out of Dresser, Wisconsin, laid down a 10.464 second lap, and it was Carter Brooks from Centralia, Missouri, fast qualifier in the 3C Kart with a 10.340 second lap.
Race number 9 ended up being our Adult Sportsman 206 class. We may have only had 7 entries, but the Sportsman class loves to keep things interesting here, so we had some pretty close times up front. Overall, though, your fastest qualifier out of Menominee, Wisconsin, the 100 of Drew Alton, coming in with a 10.458 second lap. Just 0.2 of a second behind him, the T19 of Clintonville, Wisconsin's Tori Hedrick finished second, and rounding out your top 3 fastest qualifiers in the Adult Sportsman 206 class, Medford, Wisconsin's 31 of Mike Latch with a 10.761 fastest lap.
Next group on the track in qualifying was the Arbox Blue Plate class. The Arbox Blue Plate class with 7 competitors gave us some more quick laps. Our third fastest qualifier was Plato, Minnesota's Evelyn Hess with an 11.057 second trip around the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. Second fastest was Dakota Schlief out of Cherokee, Iowa with a 10.992 second circuit. But our fast qualifier earlier this afternoon, backing up a fast qualifying time from Friday night's program, was Alexandria, Minnesota's Breck Lanou with a 10.784 second lap. Brett Lanou, fast qualifier in the Arbox Blue Plate class. The Junior Predators came out for a quick run around the Cedar Lake Arena with 2 racers, Lucas Yeski and Audrey Traceth, having a little fun with the number 6 and the 2A carts out there. They had a solid heat race, and they were followed by the Adult Predator Backyard class, who were back into qualifying mode.
For the Adult Predator Backyard class, rounding out your top 3 for fastest qualifiers, right out of good old New Richmond, Wisconsin, it was the 10 of Matt Worth with an 11.299 second qualifying. In second, the 25 from Forest Lake, Minnesota, Emma Tatnall, ended up taking a 11.27 second fastest lap, but there can only be one at the end of the day, with an 11.099 fastest lap, racing all the way from Omaha, Nebraska. It was the 151 of Derek Daly, taking the fastest lap in the Adult Predator Backyard class this afternoon.
Next group on the track for qualifying was the Junior Red Plate Clone class. Top 3 qualifiers at the end of their qualifying session included Mason Sharn from Sauk City, Iowa, with an 11.492 second lap. Mason third fastest out of the 9 who qualified. Landon Bolt from Appleton, Wisconsin, second fastest with an 11.192 second lap. But the fast qualifier in the Junior Red Plate Clone class was Jamison Finnegan from right here in New Richmond, Wisconsin. Homeboy does good with an 11.126 second lap in the 1JMO Kart. Jamison Finnegan, fast qualifier in the Junior Red Plate Clone class.
Race number 14 ended up being our Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class. Pretty decent class over here, where our third fastest qualifier ended up being yesterday's fastest qualifier and yesterday's feature race winner, the 13 of Johnny Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota, pulling a 10.569 second fastest lap. Ahead of him, though, 2 racers weren't even in the top 3 of the features yesterday, so they put on a great show during qualifying today. Finished second with a 10.528 fastest lap. Robert Bennett racing the 76 out of Des Moines, Iowa. And your fastest qualifier, the 777 out of Newton, Iowa, it was Kirk Weber with a 10.434 second fastest lap. Moving on to Pro Junior Wing BP. Finished second in the feature last night. Took home third fastest lap for the class today. It was the 14 of Randolph, Minnesota's Archer Hoffbeck coming in with a 10.461 second fastest lap. Right ahead of him in second, 10.452 seconds for the fastest lap, so just 0.01 seconds faster. Actually, 0.009 seconds faster. It was the 99 of Wheeler, Wisconsin's Bentley Jalopy. And fresh off yesterday's feature race win and fastest qualifier, today's fastest qualifier also ended up being Carter Brooks racing the 3C out of Centralia, Missouri with a 10.442 second fastest lap. So just 0.01 second, or 0.02 seconds separating our top 3 racers in the Pro Junior Wing BP class.
Fast qualifier in the Jalopy class was Andrew Whitaker from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin with an 11.408 second lap. Next out on the track for qualifying was Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class. Top 3 qualifiers were Easton Sharn. Easton from Sauk City, Iowa gave us a 10.611 second lap for third fastest qualifying. Second fastest qualifying was Dayton Van Beek from Primgar, Iowa with a 10.575 second lap. Van Beek was the Friday night feature winner. So Friday's feature win, in addition to the second fastest qualifier, means that we'll keep our eyes peeled for the 12 once we get to the main event for the Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class. But our fast qualifier today was Fairmont, Minnesota's Kaylor Ekstrom on the number 3 cart with a 10.543 second lap.
Moving into the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class, third fastest qualifier for the evening with a 10.384 second fastest lap. The 72 out of Stanhope, Iowa, it is Henry Arnold, finishing second for the fastest lap today. Last night's feature race winner, Jaden Anderson, racing the 81 out of Clear Lake, Minnesota with a 10.335 second lap. However, the fastest lap for the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class today ended up going to yesterday's fastest qualifier. He finished third in the feature race last night. That is the 3 of Elko, New Market, Minnesota's Carter Brown.
And our final qualifying class was our Pro Adult Clone 375 class. Top 3 qualifiers, Max Pogler from Cherokee, Iowa with a 10.262 second lap was third fastest. Eddie Brose from Mitchellville, Iowa with a 10.247 second lap. Zach Exlin from Fargo, North Dakota was the fast qualifier with a 10.167 second lap. With all that said, now we get into our main events. And our first main event will be our Adult Super Heavy 425 class. Starting on the pole will be Johnny Hansen from New Brighton, Minnesota with a 13. To his right, the 777 of Kirk Weber from Newton, Iowa.
Inside row number 2 out of Lafayette, Louisiana, all the way coming up to Minnesota, it's the 38 of Alex Lovell. To his right from Des Moines, Iowa, it's Robert Bennett piloting the 76 machine.
Well, it's lining up inside of row number 3 will be the 66 of Baldwin, Wisconsin's Dylan Alton. On the outside of that third row, the 71 of Nathan Blasky from Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Inside row number 4, the 151 out of Omaha, Nebraska, it's Dan Fay. Side by side with the 101 of Ricky Butler, making the trek all the way from Woodworth, Louisiana.
And rounding out this 9-cart lineup, Morgan Pearson from Toronto, South Dakota, the 02. Green flag is in the air. Our very first main event of the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial at Cedar Lake Arena is underway.
25 laps hitting the track here today. for this first race of the day. And out front early, it's the 13 of Johnny Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota.
Top two trying to pull away from third on back. We've got quite a freight train for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. As a matter of fact, wholesale loss of positions from one cart that gets moved to the outside of turns 1 and 2.
Out front, though, the battle is still going on strong between Hansen and Lovell. Now remember, Hansen was today's fastest qualifier, along with yesterday's fastest qualifier and feature race winner, so he is looking to take the clean sweep this weekend. Lovell, however, does not want to see that happen, so he is all over his back end, trying to do everything he can to move up to that top spot.
For a moment, we did have a 2-cart breakaway for a battle of third and fourth. Now we've got one cart around in turns 1 and 2. Caution light is out, yellow flag flies, will slow them down as we are 13 laps in, I believe. 20 laps to go in this adult super heavy 425 main event. I was trying to say, Zach, right before that caution flew, we had 2 sets of 2 carts that had broken away from the rest of the pack. Top 2 battling for the lead, Hansen and Lowell. Then we had a 2-cart battle for third and fourth. But just as I was beginning to mention that freight train from fifth on back reeled him in, and then we had a multi-cart battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth.
It was a tremendous start to the features here. I mean, lots of close racing action, exactly what we like to see from this class. You know, very tight, close racing, that battle for the lead up front. Super exciting. I'm excited to see how Hansen and Lovell will be able to handle this over the next 20 laps, as we are 5 laps into our first feature event of the day.
Johnny Hansen trying to back up his Friday night feature win with that number 13 cart. He will bring us up to speed through turns 3 and 4. No start. Going to be a no start. I think they fired a little before the go fast zone at the end of the back straightaway before they get into turn number 3.
Now, for those of you coming on to MBTV Sports right now, you might see as they're entering turn number 3 there, that little white line. There's 2 white line sections. That is where they are giving the go to give the pedal to the metal, start things off here. So we just want to make sure that we are getting a solid start with everyone before we move into the actual racing action. That time by wasn't exactly what we were looking for. We'll see if we'll be able to get it from them this time in 3 and 4.
Alex Lovell holding on to the number 2 spot in this restart. Also finished second to Hansen last night. He's hoping that he can improve his positioning by at least 1 spot and take home a main event win rather than a visit to the second step of the podium. Oh, we got trouble in 3 and 4.
Bumping and banging, trying to make some passes for 4th and 5th. I almost thought we were going to save it for a second there. We got straightaways on it, but then the back end coming out just couldn't make it work out there. So we will go back to caution. Let's take a look at this instant replay. What happened? Bumping and banging through 3 and 4, almost saves it, and it looks like it was the 66 machine who couldn't quite hold on to things. Going to spin around, join the 71 there in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, we had 2 carts get together. One started to get sideways. Everybody else kind of woed up, and we ended up with the old accordion effect as the 101, I believe, of Ricky Butler felt a little nudge on the left side of the cart from the 777 of Kurt Weber, and everybody else behind had to lift from the throttle, and that's when the accordion closed up, Zach, and we saw what happened there in 3 and 4.
Exactly. With Alton having nowhere to go, he had to go into that little avoidance spin, but we've got them all lined up again right now. We'll send them back out here. Probably not this lap by, but hopefully next lap we will be back to some green flag racing action.
Grand Forks, North Dakota's Nathan Blasky, the driver of that 71 cart that you saw skirt up the banking there and backslide into the outside marbles there on the 71. He is back in line, but he's just outside the top 5, going to restart 7th, right behind the 76 of Robert Bennett. Top 3 finishers on Friday night, as we mentioned, Hansen the winner, Lovell second, and Dan Fay finished 3rd. Fay currently running 3rd.
Back to green flag racing action here at Cedar Lake Arena, as Hansen and co. are leading the pack through 1 and 2. Our top 3 starting to break away from the rest of the field. Little gap there developing between 4th and 3rd, but the 76 of Bennett is putting on a hard charge, trying to make that a 4-cart battle up front for the lead.
Bennett and the 76 machine up to 4th, as Zach was just mentioning. Now he's being challenged by the 777 of Kurt Weber. Weber started on the outside of the front row, lost some positions early in this one. Now he's trying to battle back as our top 3 continue to pull away.
As that battle for 4th and 5th rages on, it gives our top 3 racers a chance to pull away ever so slightly and now make that a 2-rider battle at the front, as we've got competition down to the inside, the 38 of Lovell makes the pass. Hansen trying to battle back to the inside, bumping and banging, but Lovell has secured it. He is out front all alone, new race leader.
They were swapping more than handshakes down the back straightaway as they bumped and rummed the entire length of that stretch from turn number 2 into turn number 3. And as we mentioned earlier, it's Alex Lovell hoping to improve his results from last night when he finished second. Now he's out front with a kart length and a half separation back to Hansen in the number 2 spot.
Halfway flag showing we have 13 laps left to go in this race. And don't count on it now, but the 38 of Lovell, he's starting to set some distance between him and the 13 of Hansen. Not a ton, but not quite as close as it was initially earlier on today. Now there's about 2-3 kart lengths between them.
The other kart you might want to keep your eyes on is the 777 machine of Kurt Weber. Mentioned that Weber started on the outside of the front row. He fell back in the field. Now he's battled his way back up to the number 3 position in the running order, and he's pulling away from 4th and 5th. So could Weber mount a charge and reel in Hansen, who's now running second, back about 3 to 4 kart lengths from your race leader, Lovell.
Our top 3 and 4th and 5th places separating from the rest of the field. Lovell, Hansen, Weber, Fay, Bennett, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as it currently stands. Our top 3 have spaced out quite a bit, but we're starting to see a battle range up for 4th and 5th right now. Fay has 4th, Bennett looking to make a move to take that 4th place spot over.
Yeah, that is a nice battle for 4th and 5th, as Zach was just mentioning. Then right behind them, we have a 3-kart battle just outside the top 5, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Trying to figure out if they can maneuver around each other, perhaps change their running order. Our race leader comes out of turn number 4 now. That is the 38 machine of Lovell.
Don't look now, but Hansen's got company hot on his tail. The 777 of Weber looks to the inside, makes the pass. Weber now back up to second. Hansen's going to battle back on the back straightaway. But Weber has it, and he is setting his sights on Lovell, but with only 3 laps left, will it be enough to reel him in?
Boy, I tell you, the good news is that Lovell in that 38 kart has opened up such a commanding advantage that I don't believe Weber is going to be able to reel him in. They got the 2 to go signal that time by. This time out of 4, it'll be all whites. White flag is out for your first main event feature leader.
Onto the back straightaway, Lovell leading the charge. Weber trying to do whatever he can, but it's not going to work out. Checkered flag are in his sights. First feature race winner of the day, the 38 of Alex Lovell's going to be taking the win.
Kurt Weber in the 777 will finish second, with Johnny Hansen in the 13, your fast qualifier and pole sitter, rounding out the top 3. That's our first main event of the day, the adult super heavy 425 main event.
That was our first feature race of the day. Now we'll be moving on to our next feature race, race number 2. Rookie cage competitor is going to be hitting the track.
Little celebration in victory lane on the back straightaway as our first main event winner of the day, Alex Lovell, gets to celebrate. The Lovell family coming up from Lafayette, Louisiana to race with us this afternoon at Cedar Lake Arena. Alex had a great run on the Friday night portion of the program, finishing second, as we mentioned several times. Tonight, though, big smile on his face as he improves his running spot and finishing position by 1 and picks up the main event win.
As Alex takes his time to celebrate in victory lane, we will give you our starting lineup for our second main event of the day, rookie cage competitors. We only have 3 hitting the track today. We've got some youngsters coming out here for you, but your starting lineup's going to look a little something like this. On the inside of row number 1, racing out of Pine City, Minnesota, it's the 14H of Braxton Heineke, side by side with the 18 of Faribault, Minnesota's Landon Pedersen. And all alone on the inside of row number 2 from Princeton, Minnesota, it's the 5 of Julian Frederick.
It's fun watching these youngsters get a feel for their karts. Earlier today in their qualifying heat race, Pedersen in that 18 machine struggled a little bit in turn number 4. That seemed to be his Achilles heel earlier today. That kart was maybe just a little loose in the transition from 3 to 4, so we will see if Landon will be able to rectify that situation in this main event, starting on the outside of the front row. Perhaps he'll be able to keep that kart underneath him. However, that 14H, the dark blue machine of Braxton Heineke, was stable, and fast during that heat race. So let's see if Braxton might be able to back up the heat race win with a main event win. Green flag is in the air, and our rookie cage racers are out and away.
We're going to start them from a stop, and Peterson had a solid jump right off the line there, able to take over the lead right off the bat going into turn number 1. Going to lead that first full lap, and it is Pedersen, Heineke, Frederick, 1, 2, 3 in our rookie cage class as it currently stands. We're doing 15 laps around the Cedar Lake Arena for these youngsters to give them a chance to see what it's like to be on a real racing surface behind the wheel of a kart on the track with some other competitors.
Pine City, Minnesota, Faribault, Minnesota, and Princeton, Minnesota, represented by these 3 youngsters who are battling it out in the rookie cage. The MBTV stream. We've got split screen action with the 18 machine of Landon Peterson on the right and the 14H of Braxton Heineke on the left. Peterson, your current race leader. Heineke holding on to the number 2 spot as Landon heads down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Braxton is coming out of turn number 2.
Our 3 racers have evenly spaced themselves out on the track. It's still Pedersen, Heineke, Frederick, 1, 2, 3. Pedersen slowly but surely coming up on the rear end of the field. Going to have to do his first maneuver of the evening. Comes out of turn number 4, slows down. He's a little nervous to get into that high line after the issues he experienced earlier on today, and this is going to give a chance for the 14H of Heineke to try to gain a little bit of ground on the 18 of Pedersen. Pedersen looks down low, sees if that might be an option, looks up high, not quite anything able to go there. All the while, Heineke slowly but surely reeling them in.
You know, I talked earlier about how enjoyable it is watching the young racers learn the sport and improve through a season. You could almost read Landon Pedersen's mind there as he was following Julian Frederick, trying to figure out how he could get past the kart. He was obviously a little quicker. Frederick was obviously a little bit slower, but a tip of the cap to Landon. Didn't run him over, didn't bang into him. He waited for an opportunity, and that opportunity presented itself in turn number 4 when Julian slid just a little wide, and that allowed the 18 machine of Peterson to sneak underneath, put him a lap down.
Exactly. He could tell from the other side of the track that he had a little bit of a grace period in between him and the second place racer of Heineke. So like you were saying, he was able to bide his time a little bit, waiting to see, an opportunity that might present itself instead of trying to give it too much and either spinning out on his own, losing that lead position, but he was able to hold on a little bit, see that mix-up happen, and take advantage of it.
Landon now has caught the second place 14H kart of Braxton Heineke, and Heineke's not going to give that spot up easily. Battles back on the inside of turns 1 and 2. Peterson again going to try to take a look to the outside. Thinks better of it this time in turns 3 and 4. Wants to make a move on the inside, and we're in a very similar situation where we can see Landon Peterson trying to figure out the smart way to work past the 14H of Braxton Heineke.
Now, this is probably the best situation Pedersen could have seen, as he knows even if he doesn't make the pass, whoa, look out, look out, look out. Right as I say it, they're bumping and banging, spinning around.
The white flag was out. Pedersen trying to make a move to the inside of Heineke. They came together at the start-finish line. Both slid to the right. This will be a battle to the checkered flag. It will be Peterson picking up the win as he was attempting to put Heineke a lap down. Heineke will finish unofficially second, with Frederick rounding out the running order in third. What a wild finish to our rookie cage main event.
We're going to slow Pedersen down on the infield. Tried to pull off the track there, but we want him to be able to celebrate his time at the Cedar Lake Arena Victory Lane. So Mom's going to turn him around, bring him back up to Victory Lane for the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial. And as we give Pedersen a chance to hop on out of his kart, take off his gear, we will see a nice celebration with the family down in Victory Lane for your feature race winner, the 18 of Landon Pedersen.
Landon climbs out of that cart, grabs that checkered flag, and that youngster is going to celebrate the main event win. As we get ready for main event number 3, which is going to be our intermediate wing main. 8 racers warming their karts up in the staging area just outside of the back straightaway. And that gives us an opportunity to introduce you to the starting lineup for main event number 3.
Starting on the inside of row number 1. Your fastest qualifier from earlier today finished second in the feature race last night. It's the 26 of Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber. And to his right, out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Rosenboom.
Lining up inside of row number 2 will be Des Moines, Iowa's Devin Mortensen behind the wheel of the 1M. To his right, on the outside of row number 2, Archer Hoffbeck with the 14 out of Randolph, Minnesota.
Inside row number 3, racing the 100 machine, it's Joseph Marthler, coming all the way from Sauk Center, Minnesota. And in the 12G to his right, Watertown, South Dakota's Kinsley Geisinger.
Lining up inside of row number 7, fast qualifier Friday night, and actually the main event winner, Trempealeau, Wisconsin's Alan Byrne with the number 8, and to Alan's right, lining up on the outside of that 4th and final row out of Carlos, Minnesota, will be Cole Bradley with the 11X. 8 karts, 15 laps. Our intermediate wing main event begins the process of rolling out onto the 6th mile Cedar Lake Arena Oval.
We'll give these racers a chance to make their way up to turn number 1. We're going to bring them to a stop, it seems, though. Get them all lined up in their correct restart.
Boy, they're itching to go, aren't they? They just want to get started.
They know that green means go. They are excited to see that flag come out, so they are already tightly packed, ready to go on the back straightaway. Coming up to the line, green flag's going to fly, and we are all sorts of bumping and banging. I see the 40 of Rosenboom, the 100 of Marthler in the mix, along with one other kart.
Yeah, mayhem in 3 and 4 as they all brought it up to speed at the same time. Some karts didn't quite take a set. They got together and threw some machinery around. The track workers immediately to the scene to check on the condition of the drivers and their karts as well. Here on the instant replay, you can see the 100 machine carrying a load of steam into turn number 3, climbing all over the 40 machine of Reagan Rosenboom.
And it looks like it was the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck also getting up in the mix there as well.
Final check on the 100 of Joseph Marthaler, and it looks like Marthaler's kart is ready to rock and roar. It's a pretty hefty lick there in turns 3 and 4. We'll get everyone realigned. It will be a complete restart.
Track worker checking on the 14 of Hoffbeck. Taking a look at his side panel there, not quite sure what is going on. Probably got a little bent up in that little bump and bang in 3 and 4, so just making sure nothing's rubbing there, that everything is all set to go before we send them back to green flag racing conditions.
Track worker trying to assist the 14 machine there to see if they can at least help and make that kart raceable. Looks like that left side is the troubled spot. Not sure if it's actually rubbing on the rear wheel or not. Well, they have done what they can, and they're going to let them go, urging them to keep it under control here and at pace lap speeds as they exit turn number 2 and head down the back straightaway.
They're going to make their way into turn number 3, get to the line, green flag goes. Still some bumping and banging, but we make it onto the front straight, all facing forward, and it's the 26 of Weber leading the charge.
For a moment there, we had them 3 wide in turn 1 as we've got another kart around exiting turn number 2. Everybody trying to get to the front of the pack in the first 2 turns, and that usually never works.
So we will once again re-rack and restack them. Take a look at what happened here on the instant replay for MBTVsports.com. They turned through 1 and 2. Well, 3 wide action between Hoffbeck, Rosenboom, and Marthler. Some bumping and banging. The 11X gets into the side of the 12G of Geisinger, and Geisinger is going to spin around, coming out of 2 there.
The good news for Geisinger, a relatively soft spin there, and just enough of a tip to bring the rear end of that kart around.
Now remember, these are some youngsters out there, I believe, between the ages of 8 to 12-ish, so they are still kind of getting a feel for the sport. They may not be brand new to racing, however, they are still on the younger side of things, so we are going to slow them down a little bit when we have these red flag conditions. Just make sure everyone is still correctly lined up.
Single file restart. This time we're going to see if we can complete a lap as the 26 machine of Weber leads us down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2.
And is pulling away from the rest of the field. The 40 of Rosenboom holding on to second ahead of the 1M of Mortensen sitting in third. Hoffbeck in fourth as Marthler goes way high, gets a little sideways there, tries to save it, and he does so. So we avoid another caution. But he is going to go all the way to the rear of the field. Out front, though, it's still the 26 of Weber pulling away from the rest of the pack.
Weber, your race leader, finished second in last night's program. He's hoping to do exactly what we saw in the prior main event, improve his finishing position by 1 spot and grab a main event win. The 26 of Dominic Weber, your race leader, the 40 of Regan Rosenboom holding on to second, and then it's Mortensen rounding out the top 3.
Nice little battle raging on for fourth and fifth between the 14 of Hoffbeck and the 8 of Byrne. Byrne was last night's fastest qualifier and feature race winner, currently sitting in fifth, trying to make some moves to get up towards the top half of the field.
With 9 laps to go, our race leader can now see Kart's at the tail end of the field. Cross flag is out, 9 down, 9 to go. The 26 of Dominic Weber can now see the 100 of Joseph Marthaler, who's the final car on the lead lap at the tail end of the pack.
That battle for fourth and fifth has had a swap of positions as Byrne is able to move up to fourth. Hoffbeck goes way high in turn number 4, drop backs to sixth. As Marthler goes around in 3 and 4, that will draw the caution out once again. So we will tighten this field back up.
8 laps remaining in this 15-lap main event, and we find ourselves with another caution. The 14 machine of Archer Hoffbeck has come to a stop about 2/3 of the way down the back straightaway. Not sure if it's a mechanical issue with that kart or what the situation might be there.
Now remember, we did see before the last restart, Hoffbeck was pulled to a stop in turn number 1. They were checking that left panel, and it looks like they might be around there again. So I'm wondering if something in that first spin out of the race affected the left side of his kart, but they still keep checking a look at it.
Track workers trying to determine whether or not that kart's going to be able to continue. It looks like they've thrown in the towel, and they may just be pushing the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck towards the pits. He will come to a stop at the end of the pit access lane on the infield inside of turns 3 and 4. Meanwhile, rest of the field is single file. They're ready for a restart with 8 laps to go.
Your restart will be Weber, Rosenboom, Mortensen, Byrne, and now the 12G of Geisinger rounding out your top 5. Weber with a nice start through 3 and 4, able to pull away, bumping and banging for second and third. Byrne able to capitalize and move up to second. Rosenboom back to 5th, trying to fight back up for 4th. Byrne was yesterday's fastest qualifier and feature race winner. Weber was today's fastest qualifier.
Oh, look out, look out, look out. We got a spinner on the back straightaway down to the infield, and that'll bring out another caution.
Looks like that was the 1M of Mortensen going around for a very eventful couple laps there. All sorts of movement throughout the field. Lots of great racing.
Well, you've heard the freight train reference in the past, and that was a perfect example of what happened as the 40 machine of Regan Rosenboom got to the outside of the back straightaway and zoop, 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 3 cars freight trained to the inside, and before you knew it, the 40 of Rosenboom was outside the top 5. Now Regan has battled back into the top 4 for this restart, just ahead of the 100 machine of Marthaler.
7 laps left to go, and it's Weber, Byrne out front. Weber with a nice jump, but Byrne holding on strong. Geisinger now up to 3rd, Rosenboom in 4th, and the 1M of Mortensen already making his way back up to 5th, but the battle out front for the lead is still raging on. There's about 3 kart lengths separating our top 2 racers. We also have a nice tight battle for 3rd, 4th, and now 5th going on.
Another looper in turn number 4 with a field bearing down on him. For safety reasons, we'll have to throw the caution for the 11X of Cole Bradley. Cole was right there in the groove, and the leaders were bearing down on him in turn number 3. Even though he was able to get it down to the bottom before they got to him, for safety reasons, had to throw that caution, Zach, just to make sure that everybody was safe.
Exactly. So we will once again tighten the field up here. But we were seeing a nice little battle develop for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That battle for the lead was still raging on strong between Weber and Byrne. Now remember, Byrne came from the final row. Inside of the final row, has already made his way up to 2nd.
Now, do we have a sleeper? The 8 of Byrne was last night's feature winner. As Zach just mentioned, restarting 2nd. Could he be trying to set Weber up for a late race challenge?
We only have 7 laps left to go in this 15-lap main event, and it is Weber and Byrne out front. We now have a 4-cart battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th as Marthler's trying to get in on the action.
Rosenboom in the 40 has regained another position. Up to 3rd is the 40 machine. Rosenboom behind Byrne in 2nd. However, the 26 of Dominic Weber pulling away, opening up a multi-cart length advantage over the rest of the field.
Weber, Byrne, Rosenboom, Mortensen, Geisinger with 2 laps left to go this time by to decide our feature race winner.
Closest battles on the track right now are for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. Oh, another caution comes out with just a lap and a half to go. They were racing towards the white flag. The 11 of Cole Bradley goes around in turn number 4. So you know what this means. It's going to be a shootout, no holds barred, battle to the checkered flag and a finish.
Now that was the 2nd caution for the 11X of Bradley. Was struggling in turn number 4 there, so he is going to pull down to the infield, which means we are now down to 6 carts for that green-white checkered shootout. Weber, Byrne, Rosenboom, Mortensen, Geisinger, Marthler. Through 3 and 4, green flag flies, Byrne rockets to the outside.
Boy, Byrne thought about making a move on the outside. Oh, we got 2 carts locked together in 1 and 2. Both of them backwards up the banking, and another caution will fly. Let's go back to that restart. Byrne came out of turn number 4 with a head of steam, wanted to make a move on the outside of Weber's 26, knew that that was not the place to try to make the pass in 1 and 2 on the outside, quickly dive bombed back to the bottom of turn 1, but then the caution came out and brought an end to his hopes for a battle for the lead.
Taking a look at the instant replay of what happened right now, you can see Marthler, Geisinger, Rosenboom all getting into the mix there. Nowhere for them to go. The 1M of Mortensen getting collected as a part of that. And Mortensen actually going to pull into the infield. It seems as though their feature race has come to a close as well, so we are now down to 5 carts for this intermediate wing class.
Still going to be interesting to see if the 8 of Byrne is going to be able to take over the lead from the 26 of Weber. Weber's had his number all feature. We're back up to speed as the green flies.
Weber able to pull away from Byrne ever so slightly on that start, put about a 2-cart gap length in between him. Rosenboom still trying to get in on the action as well with 2 laps left to go.
We've opened up a 2.5-cart length separation from our race leader Dominic Weber back to the 8 of Friday night feature winner Alan Byrne. This time at the line, white flag is out, 1 more lap to go.
He's pulled away from the rest of the field one final time through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is going to fly for your feature race winner, Dominic Weber in the 26.
Alan Byrne going to cross the line second with Reagan Rosenboom battling back from sliding outside the top 5 about halfway through this feature. Reagan crosses the line in third with the 40 machine.
Some amazing racing action. You know, they may be youngsters out there, but they always put on a heck of a show in the intermediate wing class. Up next, however, we will be moving on to our next feature race of the evening, the Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class.
Meanwhile, in victory lane on the back straightaway, Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber begins the process of climbing out of the number 26 machine for a little main event win celebration. There is your feature winner in the intermediate wing class after a wild and woolly 15-lap feature. Dominic Weber gets to celebrate with a feature win. As Weber celebrates his feature win, preparations underway in staging for our Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing main event. Here's your starting lineup for main event number 6.
Now remember, this is actually one of our first B features of the night, so
excuse me.
only the top 4 will be making it through to the A main later on this evening, and this is one of those classes where they will be duking it out to try to take that spot into the A main. Lineup's going to look like this. Inside row number 1, it's the 94 out of De Pere, Wisconsin, Peyton Anderson, side by side with Jace Frericks racing the 38J from Grove City, Minnesota.
Lining up inside of row number 2 will be the 1 of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Bentley Larson. To Bentley's right, Thatcher Nelson, also from Chippewa Falls with the 85.
Inside row number 3 out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, Rayleigh Rosenboom racing the 14 side by side with the 54 of Trago, Wisconsin's Garrett Boise.
Lining up inside of row number 4, we'll have the 28 of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Broxton Henning. And on the outside of that 4th row, the 213 of Grove City, Minnesota's Oakley Frericks.
And all alone in that 5th and final row, hailing from Weyhauser, Wisconsin, it is the 20 of Brian Whitaker. 9 racers, 10 laps for our first of 4 B mains of the day.
All right, so we're going to begin the process of bringing them up to speed in turns 1 and 2, setting the pace down the back straightaway. They're looking for the go-fast zone. Right before turn number 3, they put the hammer down, and green flag, sort of.
A little bit of lock-up action in 3 and 4. Seems like we tried to keep them green flag, but wasn't quite working, so we will round them up once again before we go back to an actual green flag here momentarily.
Briar Whitaker and the 20 machine ending up backwards in turns 3 and 4 after several carts came together. So we'll stop them down here in turn 1 again to try to get the lineup squared away and see if we can get them going. Now, of course, B main, it's an LCQ sort of scenario, cutthroat sort of scenario. As Zach was mentioning, only the top 4 finishers will transfer out of this B feature into the main event coming up a little bit later on that I incorrectly mentioned earlier. So the Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing B feature, it's go or go home time for everybody except the top 4. Green flag is in the air. We're underway.
Green flag conditions, and we're already single file throughout the field. Top 4 are going to be the ones making it into the A main later on today. We have the 38 Jay of Frericks leading the charge. Right behind him, the 94 of Anderson sitting in second. Then it is, I believe, the 85 of Nelson, if I'm seeing this correctly. 85 of Thatcher Nelson in third, and the 1 of Larson in that final transfer position, but Larson has company behind him.
Yeah, Bentley Larson, the boy on the bubble, the 4th and final transfer position with the Harley-Davidson-esque number on the wing there, holding on to that 4th and final transfer spot. Right behind him, on the outside looking in, is Rayleigh Rosenboom of the 14.
Rosenboom's trying to take that final spot into the A main, so that is definitely going to be the battle for position we want to watch. We have 2 locking up in turn number 4. It is going to draw the caution as one of them pulls out in front of the leader.
Yikes. Tense moment there as the 54 of Garrett Boise comes back out onto the track just ahead of the race leaders. Our Arbox 1 Green Plate Wing B main comes to a slow down portion as we're under yellow flag conditions.
So it was Boise and Whitaker ended up locking into each other there in turn number 4. So we will get them re-racked, restacked here in their correct starting order. It looks like it's going to be the 38J of Frericks, the 94 of Anderson, 85 of Nelson, 1 of Larson, then the 14 of Rosenboom, 28 of Henning, 213 of Frericks J, the 20 of Whitaker, and it'll be the 54 machine of Boise rounding out your field.
You know, you got to admire these youngsters who are able to put up with the stress and the pressure, knowing that it's now or never. You will see a lot of smiles from the top 4 finishers and maybe a few frowns from those who finish outside the top 4 and have to load those carts up as they're done for the day.
Solo spin from the 54 of Boise in turn number 2 is going to draw another caution here.
And again, this is just a symptom of some of the pressure these youngsters know that, as I was just saying, this may be their last chance to get, or this is their last chance to get into the main event, which will be coming up a couple of features from now. So you can't fault them too much. They're trying just as hard as they can, and maybe in some instances trying just a little too hard.
I was going to say, honestly, I see much more cutthroat racing in B mains than I do in the A mains, because at least at the end of the day, you're in the A main. Obviously, you want to do as well as possible, but you know you made it. Here, it is a make it or break it situation, so they're giving it their all to try to get into that race. Causes a few more cautions now and then. Looks like the 54 Boise going in from the second caution of the day. Green flag is out, though.
38 of Jace Frericks going to lead the field down into turn number 1. The 94 of Peyton Anderson holding on to second. And it's still the 1 of Bentley Larson in fourth. That fourth and final transfer spot into the main event.
Larson gets a little squirrely in turn number 4. Gives Rosenboom a chance to pull up closer. Was down to about a half cart length gap in between the two. Larson has set it now to about a 2 cart length gap, but Rosenboom is not giving up. Only 5 laps left to go, and the battle to watch is for 4th and 5th, that final transfer position.
Yeah, as the 1 of Bentley Larson got loose in turn number 4, you could almost see the eyes of Riley Rosenboom open up and think, this might be my chance. Riley took a look to the outside, but couldn't quite capitalize on that opportunity.
On the front straightaway, that battle is still raging on strong. Only 1 cart length gap in between the two as they slowly catch up to that third place racer. 2 laps left to go for the 38J of Jace Frericks out front.
Jace Frericks started on the outside of the front row, has led this entire B main, and if he can keep that cart headed in the right direction as the white flag flies, we'll transfer directly into the main event coming up.
White flag is out. 1 more lap to go to see how this battle for the final transfer position goes. Checkered flag is going to fly for Jace Frericks, but in fourth, we've got a few going around in 1 and 2, but we are still going to have a checkered flag finish there.
A yellow checkered finish, perhaps. We will see. It looks like that win is going to be awarded to the 38J of Jace Frericks as the field works their way through the infield and heads towards the pit area. No victory lane celebration as the top 4 need to get those carts ready to rock and roar just a couple of main events from now.
The top 4, however, that are transferring through to the A main were Frericks, Anderson, Nelson, and Larson. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rosenboom, after a hard-fought battle, will be making their way over to the trailer later on. Up next, however, Junior 1 green plate clone class. Your starting lineup is going to look a little something like this. On the inside of row number 1, the 12 out of Pringar, Iowa. It's Dayton Van Beek side by side with Cherokee, Iowa's Macy Pogler in the 9.
Row number 2 on the inside will be the 5 of Jackson Reeves alongside Jackson Easton Quaintance with a 42.
Row number 3, it's the 17 of Jackson Latsky and Zachary Woodford in the 119.
Rest of the field, Corbin Tarvis, Evelyn Hess, Easton Sharn, Hayden Arnold, Ava Hedrick, Clyde Keenan, and Kaylor Ekstrom as the green flag flies. Junior 1 green plate clone main event is underway, and we've got them stacked up in 1 and 2.
All sorts of carnage throughout the field. There was one point on the front straightaway where I saw three wide battles raging on, all side by side, a pack of 9 trying to battle for the same position. Let's take a quick re-look at that replay there, see what all was happening. Quite a few 3-wide battles, even a 4-wide, bumping and banging with nowhere to go. We almost made it through unscathed. But as we get up into the squirrely stuff there on the outside, it was the 19 machine, or 119 of Woodford going around. Just didn't have the traction way up high like that.
Was that the 05 of Keenan, I believe, that went around? Nonetheless, didn't quite survive the 4-wide attempt there in turn number 2. So we've got everybody re-lined up in the correct starting spot in our Junior 1 green plate clone main event. We'll give it a second shot as they get to turn number 3 and put the hammer down.
Through 3 and 4 as we've got one looping it, pulling to the infield though, so we will stay under green flag conditions.
Evelyn Hess, another cart that had an issue in turn number 4 with a 15H, so we will toss another caution want to try and give them an opportunity to get a clean start before we...
This is going to be a 20-lap feature for our Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class. 13 racers out on the track, and it looks like we will be opting for a single-file restart just to make sure we can get this first green flag in.
Yeah, my mind was trying to comprehend what I was seeing and what I was saying at the same time. We wanted to give them the opportunity to start the race, but at the same time, and I don't mean this in a negative manner, but we want to try to make sure that we can get this feature started clean and relatively quickly. So they're going to revert to the single file formation here to give them an opportunity to get a clean start, and then we can race through a 20-lap feature here.
Once again, your lineup is going to look like this: Van Beek, Pogler, Reeves, Quaintance, Lotsky, Woodford, Tarvis, Hess, Sharn, Arnold, Hedrick, Keenan, Ekstrom, 1 through 13 as we make our way onto the back straightaway. Into the go fast zone, green flag flies, and we've got a clean start, ladies and gentlemen.
Now let's see if we can complete this first lap. Already side-by-side action at the right end of the speedway, turns 1 and 2. Heavy traffic from third on back. Top 2 trying to pull away, and we have completed lap number 1.
Bumping and banging in the middle of the field as the 15 of Hess is able to muscle her way up into the 6th place position, I believe that is. 7th place, now setting her sights on the 119 of Zachary Woodford.
Dayton Van Beek, your early race leader, just ahead of Pogler. Macy holding on to that number 2 spot, but Van Beek is pulling away.
Couple locked up in turn number 4, as we've got one racer on the rear end of the 119 of Woodford.
Right front corner of one Kart, up on the left rear corner of the other Kart. They get locked together and he can't get pulled apart, and it ends up with a scenario that you see right there.
Looks like it was the 4S of Sharn. Gets through some of those rumble strips there through 3 and 4, bouncing all around. Was just enough bounce to get that front right tire on the rear end of the 119 of Woodford.
So we'll get our karts realigned down here in turns 1 and 2 with still 18 laps to go in this Junior 1 Green Plate Clone main event. We saw the display of the MBTV Sports Battle Cam. I'm sure that's a camera angle we'll be seeing more and more of as the payout increases for each class and the tensions increase as well. So
you can say that again, Dan. I mean, we've already had some close battles, and these are just in some of our intro classes. Imagine once we get to the $500 to win classes, or even that $1,000 to win final race of the day. But right now, back to Junior 1 Green Plate Clone class. Green flag flies.
Dayton Van Beek will lead us down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. The bumper tag takes place from third on back. That's where we've got karts that are quicker than others trying to make hay while the sun shines. The 17 machine of Jackson Latsky working underneath the competitors as we've got a hard lick down in turns 1 and 2. Kart gets up into the wall, and we've got ourselves with another caution flag. But I was talking about the 17 of Jackson Latsky trying to work underneath Jackson Reeves, and there was a little bumper tag there to unsettle the 5 of Jackson Reeves. Let that kart slide a little bit to the right, and that allows the 17 of Latsky to sneak underneath. That was all happening just ahead of the eventual caution that we saw take place down there in turn 2.
Quite a few karts collected in that chaos right there, so we're just making sure everyone is reset and ready to go before we get back to green flag conditions here. So we're going to bring them all over to turn number 4. Let's take a quick look at the instant replay, see exactly what happened here. We were all good on the front straightaway, coming in through 1 and 2, some tight bumping and banging. The 15 of Hess gets up on the side of another kart, and it is just a train wreck from there, nowhere else to go. Quite a few avoidance spins, trying to do whatever we can just to get out of the way.
Of course, those of you watching are familiar with motorsports. If you didn't put those farming discs down to the inside of the turns, you'd have racers racing through the infield. That's just the way racing is, right? You want to try to get down to the bottom. But when some of those karts do hit those farming discs on the inside, upsets the left side, the karts bounce out to the outside, collect the machines that are to their right, and the result is what we just saw down there in turns 1 and 2.
Looks like the lineup is good to go. Flagman back up on the stand, so we will send them green flag racing, I believe, this next time by.
Van Beek will be setting the pace out front at the point of this single file restart line.
Van Beek, Pogler, Latsky, Reeves, Quaintance at the green flag. We make it through 3 and 4 onto the front straightaway. All single file throughout the field, but some bumping and banging at the rear. The 85.
Got another Kart up in the wall at the exit of turn number 2 and 1 down in the infield.
Looks like that was actually the 05, my bad, of Clyde Keenan. Taking a quick look at this instant replay, we go into 1 and 2, almost single file, trying to make a pass down low there. A little bumping and banging. Keenan in the 05 had nowhere to go, slid down to the infield. Wasn't quite sure what happened. He's looking around trying to figure out what he just went through.
And it was exactly what I was talking about earlier. The left side tires clipped those discs and upset the Kart, and that ended up turning the 05 around. Some folks might complain about the discs down at the bottom, but as I mentioned, if they weren't there, we would have racers, kissing the roof support beams that are to the inside of the turn. So we need something there to keep the Karts out in the groove. Otherwise, they would just search for the shortest way around the oval. We'll get our field realigned.
As we go around the track here, making sure everyone is in their correct restarting order. Once again, your top 5 is going to look like this. Van Beek in the 12 out front. The 9 of Pogler sitting in second. Then it is the 17 of Latsky. Reeves racing the number 5 in fourth. And the 42 of Quaintance rounding out your top 5. As I believe lineup seems to be good this time by. Looks like we might be seeing green flag racing on our next lap.
Driver's going to mind their P's and Q's, at least on the pace lap. Then it's all reservations out the window once the green flag flies, I'm sure. Thus far, it's Sven Van Beek, your race leader. Still 17 to go in this 20-lap feature. Bring up the pace. Green flag is in the air.
Van Beek holding on strong out front. Our top 3 starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. More bumping and banging. Sparks flying at the rear of the field as we've got 3 getting into each other, but we stay under green flag conditions.
Kart on the move. Kaylor Ekstrom, that pink number 3 machine out of Fairmont, Minnesota, racing up into the top 6 now. Flirting with a top 5 run after starting shotgun out the field at the tail end of the pack all alone in row number 7.
Ekstrom now up to 5th, trying to fight a 2-Kart battle for 3rd and 4th ahead of her. Moves
goodness.
Up to 4th.
Wow, that 3 of Ekstrom is a rocket on wheels as Ekstrom up to 4th now. Meanwhile, your race leader Van Beek pulling away from the competition with a 17 machine of Jackson Latsky holding on to 2nd. And look who's up to 3rd. It is Kart number 3, Kaylor Ekstrom, up to 3rd and eyeing up the top 2.
Those top 2 have separated themselves from the rest of the field, though. 12 laps remain in this 20-lap main event. Ekstrom's gone from 13th to 3rd in 8 laps. We'll see if Ekstrom's able to make their way up to that battle for 1st and 2nd. That gap has already shortened down to about a 4-Kart advantage. Cross flags are out. We are halfway through this main event.
Just outside the top 3, running 4th is the 15H of Evelyn Hess, as the 3 of Ekstrom has now caught the 2nd place Kart and sneaks underneath on the front straightaway. Ekstrom putting on quite a display. Kaylor up to 2nd now.
Now moving up to that top contender. Van Beek setting their sights on him, seeing if we might be able to reel them in these last 8 laps. Started out with about a 10-Kart length advantage for Van Beek. Now it's down to about a 5-Kart length advantage.
Rounding out the top 5 for now is Kart number 5, Jackson Reeves, that red machine, holding on to the 5th spot. Meanwhile, look at what's happening. We've got a battle for the lead underway.
And a pass for the lead. Ekstrom up on all 4 wheels, taken off the ground, but the pass is good. 5 laps remain, and Ekstrom is your new race leader from the rear of the pack to the front of the field and pulling away.
Kaylor Ekstrom was fast in qualifying, wasn't quite able to put together a top 3 qualifying run, did have to start shotgun on the field, and has worked through the entire pack, now 3 laps to go.
But now we're coming up on the rear end of the field. We'll see if lap traffic may come into play in these last 3 laps. 2 laps remaining as we come to the rear of the field there on the back straightaway. One ducking down, almost taking out the leader.
Kaylor Ekstrom's got the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Dayton Van Beek holding on to second. Latsky third, Reeves fourth, Tarvis fifth. Final time into turn 3 and 4.
Coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag is out for your feature race winner, Kaylor Ekstrom.
Kaylor celebrating out of turn number 4 and across the finish line with a fist bump in the air
for a well-deserved win from dead last, 13th solo racer on the back end of the track, making their way all the way up to the front spot. They're going to pull into the Cedar Lake Arena victory lane here for a well-deserved celebration.
Winner of the Melvin Germain Memorial Junior 1 Green Plate Clone main event with a charge that Zach just described from worst to first. 13th to first, Kaylor Ekstrom from Fairmont, Minnesota, picking up the win and celebrating in style on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval.
Kaylor takes her helmet off, celebrates with friends and family for a well-deserved, hard-fought feature race win. Up next, though, we will move into our Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class starting lineup. Dan, I'll let you take it away.
On the pole out of Elko, Newmarket, Minnesota will be the 3 of Carter Brown, lined up alongside of Carter. Coon Rapids, Minnesota's Nolan Moore with a 24N.
Inside row number 2 out of Clear Lake, Minnesota, it's the 81 of Jaden Anderson, side by side with the 78 of Boone, Iowa's Ace Wolfgram.
Starting inside of row number 3, Nicolette, Minnesota's Robbie Perino with the 07 machine. To Robbie's right, Jesse Heary from Pewaukee, Wisconsin with the 880.
Row number 3, it's the 06 of Gavin Allen on the inside. Henry Arnold racing the 72 on the outside.
Starting inside of row number 5, we will have Forest Lake, Minnesota's Garrett Tatnell with the 25. On the outside of the 5th row, the 04 of Ryder Blasky.
32 of Finnegan, 15 of Henning in row number 6. Springborn, Alton, Hedrick, Cosgrove, Burkholtz. Green flag is out, and we are bumping and banging and racing.
We've got them stacked up on the front straightaway. Again, we've had one cart climb the left rear quarter panel and the left rear wheel of a competitor, so caution is out. It'll be a no start for the Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone main event.
Track worker is going to come lift the front end off.
I think that's Gavin Allen's 06 there.
Alongside the 07, I believe.
Of Robbie Perino. Here you can see on the replay.
Had a 3-wide moment there and just ran out of track.
Yep. Things happen quickly on a tight oval like this in the Cedar Lake Arena, especially when the speeds are increased as we get into some of these faster classes. Reaction time is all important. I'm going to try and get everybody realigned into the correct restart position. We'll jump back to that starting lineup. On the inside of row number 6, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. On the outside of row number 6, the 15 of Faith Henning.
Row number 7, it's the 71 of Lila Springborn and Drew Alton racing the 100.
Row number 8, the T19 of Tori Hedrick and the 29 of Jackson Cosgrove. I think we've got our field mostly in order.
And rounding out your field all alone in row number 9, it's the 1 of Mason City, Iowa's Caden Burkles.
Fast qualifier Carter Brown earlier today, who laid down a 10.268 second lap. Jaden Anderson and Ace Wolfgram in the 10.3 second range, so about a tenth of a second separation from Carter Brown's number 3 to the second and third fast qualifiers. We will see how that will show itself in this main event.
Lineup seems to be good, so we're sending them onto the back straightaway. Green flag as we make our way through turns 3 and 4. We are back to racing conditions.
Another start attempt, and the 3 of Carter Brown will lead us down into turn number 1. Side-by-side battles, even 3 wide for position for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I believe they've got it sorted out. Still door-to-door banging, and a couple of karts going around in 3 and 4.
Hitting those cones down on the inside, sending those front tires up onto the rears of the others. You know, we've been seeing it all afternoon here, but it's that tight racing. There's nothing we can really do about that, but one of the things that will be caused, we see a lot of those bumping and bangings through the corners.
The 3 of Brown was quick when that green flag flew and was able to pull away. It will be I believe we're going to try another side-by-side lineup. As you saw the instant replay there of the incident in turns 3 and 4. Again, a lot of the spins end up as the result of contact that started much further forward than them. It's the old accordion effect. There's a little contact, and then cars behind that initial contact, or karts rather, behind that initial contact, start to either brake or lift a little bit on the accelerator. You've got everybody behind them bumping and banging, and it ends up with a couple of karts who weren't even involved at the start getting locked together and turned around.
Sometimes you just run out of racing surface, have nowhere else to go, but we're doing the best with it, getting everyone realigned up. I did see the 72 of Henry Arnold officially pushing his kart off the track there after coming underneath the other kart there in turns 3 and 4. So his evening has unfortunately come to a close for Arnold. Started on the outside of row number 4. So we are now down to 16 of our initial 17 racers.
All right, so we will give them another opportunity to start this Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone main event. 20-lap feature, still 20 laps to go. Complete restart here with Brown and Moore on the front row.
Through 3 and 4, Brown not quite with the start he had last time by. The 81 of Anderson now hot on his tail as we've got bumping from 4th, 5th on back.
Anderson was able to use that inside position in row number 2 to sneak underneath Nolan Moore, and you can see the results as he is now holding out of the number 2 spot all over the rear end of race leader Carter Brown.
He's trying everything to push it down low, try to get a little bit of space on Brown, but Brown is defending that inside line as we're single filed throughout the field. The top half of our field setting a little distance between the second half of the field.
Top 8 trying to pull away from 9th on back. We did see a change in position coming out of turn number 4 as a kart gets unsettled, slides a little bit out of the optimum running lane. You'll see the kart behind them step out of line to the inside, see if they can make a move and a challenge for the position.
As we had 3 wide there on the front stretch, that battle for 9th is going wild as we've got one looping in turn number 4. Everyone's able to avoid him just barely. Looks like that was the 24.
That was a
Moore.
High heart rate moment there for Moore in the 24 as he spun around and then began rolling backwards right down in front of oncoming traffic. Thankfully and luckily, everyone able to sneak underneath safely.
That battle, though, for 9th, I know it was towards the rear of the field, but we had 3 wide racing on the front straightaway. Right before that spin out there, we had a 4-racer battle for 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. You know, I've always been one of those people to say, don't get me wrong, I love winning races, I love being up front, but a hard-fought battle like that at the rear of the field can be just as exciting, if not more.
So the top 8 were able to pull away a little bit from that battle that Zach was just mentioning. They were in freight train formation, and as I mentioned, when one kart would step out of line or slide out of line or be assisted out of line, in turns 2 or 4, you'd see the kart behind them try to sneak underneath and take over the position. That's probably going to be the MO, as most of these karts in the top positions are very equally stacked. We will see how the rest of this main event unfolds with 16 laps to go in our Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone main.
Lineup seems to be good now, so we are sending them off onto the front straightaway. single file restart now, just to make sure we can get a few extra laps in, but we have 16 laps left to go in this 20-lap Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class.
We do have another mover and shaker in the early 4 laps. Lila Springborn working from a 13th position starting spot up into the top 9 now. We'll keep our eyes on the 71 of Springborn. Green flag conditions back on the track.
Onto the front straightaway, we make it through the first lap clean. Tight battles at the rear of the field, but single file throughout the rest as Brown pulls away from the competition up front. The 81 of Anderson, however, is not going to let him go that easily. We now have a 3-racer battle for the lead there as the 78 of Wolfgram's trying to get into the mix as well.
Got to tell you, a trio of laps there, and most impressed by Carter Brown's kart. Even though he just gave up the lead there at 1 and 2, that kart looks so stable, so smooth, as we've got a kart looping in 3 and 4. That's going to bring out another caution. So I was talking about how stable the number 3 of Carter Brown appeared. That kart was so smooth while other karts were reacting to the racing surface. And since that caution came out, Brown, I believe, is going to get spot back at the front of the field as they revert back to the last completed lap. We will see what the restart formation will be here.
Now, I can tell if it does end up going that way, Brown is going to be having a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah.
And just like that, he does get to take over his spot at the start of the field again, which leaves the 81 of Anderson and the 78 of Wolfgram trying to chase back to get those top 2 spots yet again. Brown, however, has now a second life out front.
Jaden Anderson on the 81, or in the 81 kart there, was not afraid to ride the rear end of the 3 of Brown. I was talking about how smooth Brown's kart looked. Anderson was able to get the nose in contact with the rear of Brown's number 3, unsettled the kart down the front straightaway and into turns 1 and 2, and that allowed Anderson and Wolfgram in the 78 to sneak underneath and escort Brown to 3rd. But Brown dodges a bullet with that caution.
Lineup is good to go, sending him onto the back straightaway. Through turn 3, green flag flies. It's Brown, Anderson, Wolfgram, Perino, Tatnall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now in qualifying, Brown was about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Anderson. But early on in this one, the first 5 or 6 laps, it looks like Anderson has been a bit quicker than Brown. Let's see how it plays out as we approach the halfway point. 12 to go. It'll be 11 to go this time across the line.
It is still single file throughout the field. Our top 3 still bumping and banging. Anderson gets out of sorts, drops all the way back to 6th. It is now Brown and the 78 of Wolfgram out front, along with the 25 of Tatnall.
Cross flags on display. 10 laps down, 10 to go. A little debris flying through the air on the front straightaway. Out of the racing groove on the inside of the front straightaway. We have a new leader. It's the 78 machine. Ace Wolfgram to the front.
Brown all the way back to 4th.
Yikes, slider into the tires, exiting turn number 2 will bring out another caution with 9 laps to go. And can you believe it? Does Carter Brown dodge another bullet? Let's see what the restart lineup will be.
That'll be a really close one, and if so, he's got to buy a lottery ticket tonight because he's had a lot of luck thrown at him during these past couple laps there. Let's take a quick replay at what happened here. Going into turns 1 and 2. One of our racers up front gets a little high, gets into the slick stuff and had nowhere to go. Going to pile into the tires there on the back straightaway. Now, like we've been talking about all day, that turn from turn number 2 onto the back straightaway, you can kind of think of the track as looking like a capital letter D. It is a lot sharper than it looks like from right here. So that is why we're seeing quite a few spin outs in turn number 2 there, just because they're having to hard crank it down to make that corner. And sometimes they just run out of track, unfortunately.
So we will get our karts realigned here. And
it looks like Brown will be starting in 3rd.
Yeah, so Wolfgram does retain his spot. I mistook the white 78 of Wolfgram. I apologize. I thought that was the white 3 of Brown. when I said that did Brown dodge another bullet, Brown will restart third.
I had seen the pass happen. It was on the front straightaway. I couldn't tell if it happened before the lap was completed or after, so it must have been just beforehand. But still, Brown up in third, Tatnall in second, Wolfgram in the 78 leading the way.
Tatnall, another racer who's made great strides moving forward after starting ninth up to second for this restart. So a great main thus far, a great feature event thus far for Forest Lake, Minnesota's Garrett Tatnall, who's going to restart second.
Had even been putting pressure on Wolfgram, so we'll see what these next few laps can bring.
9 to go as the green flag flies. Great start by the 78 of Ace Wolfgram. Wolfgram opens up a half a kart length lead over the 25 of Tatnall.
Our top 5 all in close quarters with each other as we've got more looping in turn number 2. Looks like that is the 07 of Perino.
Perino was also, there was another kart that was involved there. We'll see on the instant replay here. Can't quite make out the kart number there. I apologize as we see them getting together there.
Looks like it was the 29 of Crosgrove,
Was that
also
Cosgrove?
getting
Yeah.
in the mix. So we will reline everyone up in turn number 4. As we have, I believe, Robbie Perino in the 07 pulling into the infield, going to make his way off the track. Perino's night has come to a close.
All right, so we will try to get this cart pulled forward. There we go. Just ahead of the 04 of Blasky. Now we'll begin the process of inviting them towards turn 2 for a pace lap, a short half a lap of a pace lap speed. I believe we're going to turn them loose in turn number 3. We'll see. I don't think we're going to need the entire lap again. Two carts at the tail end of the field. Can't quite figure out who goes where. There we get them squared away.
Just in time for turn number 3's green flag to go.
Wolfgram, Tatnall, and Brown, 1, 2, 3 as the green flag is back in the air.
32 of Finnegan trying to get to the
Got another
inside
cart
there.
Around in turn number 2.
Finnegan was trying to make moves on Brown there.
It looks like we have another cart stalled at the end of the back straightaway with damage to the left rear corner of that cart.
I believe that's the 24 of Moore.
It was a hard hit that Moore took there in turn number 2.
So we're once again going to bring them to a stop in turn number 4. We are a little over halfway through this main event. 20 laps, 9 laps left to go. And your top 5 lineup is still going to be the 78 of Wolfgram, 25 of Tatnall, 3 of Brown, 32 of Finnegan, and the 81 of Anderson.
This will be your top 5 on this restart as we try to figure out 6th on back. Restart formation here. Believe it or not, we're just past the halfway point of this 20-lap feature. 71 machine of Lila Springborn. Going to restart 6th. We talked about Lila a little bit earlier.
Lineup now seems to be good. So we will be sending the team through 1 and 2. Going green flag racing this time by. And we've got to wait on one cart at the rear of the field. Looks like that is the 19 of Hedrick. Hedrick going to take their place at the rear of the field.
Nine laps remaining in this Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone feature. With the 78 of Ace Wolfgram bringing us up to speed. Green flag back there.
Woo. Bumping and banging up top as we've got another looping around in turn number 2.
Right in the groove, so they will have to throw the caution flag. Slow them down once again.
Looks like that was the 1 of Burkholtz. Going to pull Burkholtz in at the rear of the field. And Burkholtz actually going to pull into the infield there. Burkholtz's night has come to a close.
We will let these drivers know that we're putting them on note here. We have given the Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone racers 18 plus minutes to get their 20-lap main event. To the finish, and we're only halfway into this one. So we put them on notice there, showing them all the black flag, just letting them know you guys and gals got to keep it under control here. Just 9 laps remaining. All right, we pick up the pace in 3 and 4, and we've spun one already in turn number 3.
Looks like that is the 15 of Faith Henning is going around. Taking a look at the instant replay here. Looks like it had a little bit of an assist there.
Yes, sir.
Henning going
race officials discussing their options here on exactly how we might bring this Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone feature to a conclusion. As we mentioned, we're already flirting with a 20-minute mark here on this 20-lap feature, and we're only halfway through.
We've received word. The tower's given the okay. They are all lined up in their correct restarting order. So we're going to send them green once again this next lap. Once again, it is Wolfgram, Tatnall, Brown, Finnegan, and then the 81 of Anderson in your top 5. Onto the back straight. Through 3, green flag flies. Clean start.
Make it down the front straightaway around turns 1 and 2. Top 5 now, trying to pull away from 6th on back where they are side by side, flirting with 3 wide. We complete a lap as our top 5 are freight training away from 6th on back.
Double 2 wides at the rear of the field as we have all sorts of movement, but up front, it is still the 78 of Wolfgram and the 25 of Tatnall duking it out for 1st and 2nd.
Wolfgram and Tatnall pulling away from Brown in 3rd. Brown, meanwhile, has cushion behind him back to a side-by-side battle as we make a change for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
I was going to say Henning came from the rear of the field, was able to move all the way up to 4th, and is now back to the back of the pack once again.
And we get another caution. Kart has spun in turn number 4, and that is going to be that. We've given them all the time that we can. Checkered flag will fly. That will be the finishing order for our Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone main event.
Wolfgram, Tatnall, Brown, Anderson, Henning, I believe. going to be your top 5 unofficially. We will still give a chance, though, for your feature race winner by proxy to make his way into the Cedar Lake Arena victory lane. Give it up for your feature race winner, the 78 of Ace Wolfgram.
Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone feature, giving us all sorts of excitement as everybody battling for the win. As Wolfgram celebrates in the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval, we will make preparations for our next event, which will be another B main, our Junior Wing BPB feature, from which only the top 4 finishers will transfer, and that's a huge deal, Zach, because there are 14 karts in this lineup.
Exactly. It is a absolutely stacked class. So less than a third of these racers are going to be making their way back into the A main event later on today. So we can be expecting some intense racing, just like we saw in the last B main event that we had. But your starting lineup is going to go like this on the inside of row number 1. Sitting on the pole, it's the 8 of Trempealeau, Wisconsin's Alan Byrne. To his right, the 1T of Tanner Johnson out of Superior, Wisconsin.
Lining up inside of row number 2 will be the 19C of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin's Caden Schmitz. To Caden's right, the 32 of Osceola, Wisconsin's Regan Finnegan.
The 2R of Reagan Graffing and the 71A of Aisley Anderson make up row number 3.
Lining up inside of row number 4, Ethan Martineau from South Range, Wisconsin with a 22E. The 14G of Luke Garner out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota will be on the outside.
21 of New Ulm, Minnesota's Colton Horezzi and Kimber Zimmer racing the 26X out of Spring Valley, Minnesota, are row number 5.
Starting inside of row number 6, the 007JR of Caden Pearson. On the outside, the 007 of Brody Griffin. Then it's Tucker Olson in the 91 and Austin Hover in the 777.
Green flag is a go, and it's our top 4 that we want to keep an eye on, but we've got bumping and banging at the rear of the field, so we will draw the caution early on.
The 007 and the 21, Colton Horsgy and Brody Griffin going around in turns 3 and 4 as we were bringing them up to speed. So we will have to get everybody into the correct start position, and we will give it another try. Our Junior Wing BP B feature on the track right now.
Quick look at what happened there. Looks like the instant replay had just recapped, my bad on that one. However, we will bring them to a stop in turn number 1. Just want to make sure everyone has the correct starting order. Lineup is good to go, so we will be sending them off here momentarily.
Looks like our transponder scoring system may have experienced a hiccup, so got track workers trying to figure out the issue just outside of the front straightaway.
In the meantime, a couple social media shout-outs. Missy Stoneburner, sponsor, saying, yes, Ace. Had a shout-out on there as well, saying, go Aisley. That's the 71A of Aisley Anderson, starting in 6th. Travis Arnold saying, congratulations, Ace and crew. Love getting to hear those social media shout-outs for all of those live streaming today's events on MBTVsports.com. There's still a lot of great racing action coming at you, folks, so if you haven't already, feel free to send that MBTVsports.com link or MBTV Sports Facebook or YouTube pages to your friends and family who weren't able to make it out here today so they can see some big money races coming on here momentarily. Back on the track, though, we're all good to go. Green flag flies, and we're Junior Wing BP B-Main racing as we've already got bumping and banging off the track.
Got 2 karts locked together on the front straightaway, 1 down on the infield of turns 3 and 4. We will need to give them another attempt. That's pretty cool. with the MBTVsports.com live streaming coverage. Family members who perhaps aren't able to be at the track, whether they just had prior commitments or maybe they live a couple states away and physically couldn't get here to Cedar Lake Arena, they still are able to send along their messages to the racers and cheer them on vicariously via the live stream.
Todd Nelson saying, let's go Colton 21. That's in regard to Colton Horejsi out of New Ulm, Minnesota. And I mean, like you were saying, Dan, it has been great seeing some of the faces that we've seen on MBTV Sports throughout the year. We had some people logging on, viewing from all the way down in Arizona for one of the races in Wisconsin a few weeks ago. I've seen people from Washington logging on, viewing the races from all the way over on the East Coast, New Hampshire, Vermont. So bringing some racing action from the beautiful Midwest over to all states of the U.S.
And how much does this cost to watch live streaming coverage on MBTV.com?
Absolutely $0.
So that's pretty cool.
Quite a great streaming service here. We're happy to bring racing action to you guys for free for everything from kart racing to other sorts of motorsports as well, all over the Midwest. We've even done races over on the East Coast, and we're happy to bring them out. We are going to go single file restart this time by, just to try to ensure we can get the races started.
Now remember, top four are going to transfer into the main event a few races from now, but at this point in time, green flag is in the air. Junior Wing BP B feature is underway. 3 wide on a turn number 2. My goodness, I didn't think there was enough room for that.
And Byrne is pulling away, setting the pace out front, but we're really going to want to watch that battle between the 32 of Finnegan and the 2R of Graphing. Finnegan as that final transfer position. Graphing is fighting tooth and nail to take it over.
Meanwhile, those top 5 are pulling away from 6th on back. Remember, just because they may not be in a transfer position, they are still battling for bragging rights. They're going to give it their all as the 14 machine works underneath the competitor Luke Garner, trying to get a little closer to the top 4.
We've got one spinning in 2. I believe that might be the 22E of Ethan Martineau going around. Now, as we've been saying, turn number 2 is going to be pretty rough for these racers out there, as it is a much tighter turn down, which also, that being said, if you are on the outside of a battle, as you can see Ethan Martineau was here, had to go to the outside, bumps and bangs a little, gets into the slick stuff as that cuts down pretty low and just had 0 traction, gonna end up spinning around.
The racing surface here at Cedar Lake Arena, not only is it a little bit tighter getting into and out of turn 2 and turn 3, also one of the aspects of this racing surface is a little bit of a sandy consistency that will sometime form on top of the racing surface. The racing surface itself may have some great traction, but you will get a little buildup of slippery, sandy, kind of a mist on top of the racing surface, which then makes the track a little bit looser and a little harder to battle.
Exactly. For those of you who may not have been around for quite some time here, it previously used to be called the Sandbox because of all of the sand that was in here. So, I mean, living up to its prior name, Cedar Lake Arena, still having a little bit of that sandy texture down there, so, you know, we will see some slipping and sliding occasionally, but still some great racing action all throughout the field here. We are just finishing getting everyone lined up in their correct restart order. It is still Byrne out front, then the 19C of Schmitz, the 32 of Finnegan, and the 2R of Graphing, as it seems as though the 1T of Johnson is no longer in the lineup.
Yeah, pulled off the track, so we will bring him back up to speed. And no, we won't, as we've got some karts going around in 3 and 4. Another aborted attempt at a start here as the 23 machine went around.
That one started way up front, coming through 3 and 4. Bit of bumping and banging, kind of that accordion effect with nowhere to go. You can see as we make our way on the back stretch through turn 3 and 4, the 2R of Graphing goes up on the back end of Finnegan. Hoffbeck gets into the back, or Garner gets into the back in the 14G, had nowhere to go.
I incorrectly called 23, it's 21, Colton Horejsi. who ended up going around there in turns 3 and 4.
It is still Byrne, Schmitz, Finnegan, Graffing, and then the 14G of Garner, your top 5 in this restart here.
So the 14 of Garner on the outside looking in, going to restart 5th.
And remember, it's the top 4 that are transferring through to the A main later on.
All right, caution lights have been turned out. Alan Byrne will bring us back up to speed. Green flag is in the air. Junior Wing BP B feature back underway.
We make it through 3 and 4 clean. Seeing what we can do on the back straightaway. We are single file throughout most of the field. And we've officially got another lap in the books, ladies and gentlemen, with Byrne out front pulling away. But that battle for the final transfer position is absolutely heating up. Graffing has it, but Garner is looking to the outside, looking to the inside, trying just about everything. And now we even have the 007 JR of Pearson trying to get into the mix as well.
Yeah, what for a moment was just a 2-car battle for that 4th and final transfer position very quickly became a 4-car battle. Just as I mentioned that, though, the 007 machine has a little issue down in turn number 2 that allows 4th and 5th to pull away.
Coming onto the front straightaway, double flags shows 2 laps left to go, and it is Byrne, Schmitz, Finnegan, Graffing as we've got 2 colliding in 3 and 4. So we will tighten up the field once again here. I see that was the 007 of Griffin, and I believe the 71A of Anderson getting into each other, locked up in 3 and 4.
And the other 007, the 007 JR of Caden Pearson, also swept into that one. Caden was able to pull away under their own power.
So we will bring them to a stop in turn number 4. Byrne, Schmitz, Finnegan, Graffing, Garner, your top 5. After Garner, it's the 007 JR of Pearson. Then the 22E of Marthenow, 26X of Zimmer, 007 of Griffin, the 71A of Anderson.
Yep, Anderson up at the correct spot.
Then the 777 of Hover, the 91 of Olson, and it'll be the 21 of Perezzi rounding out your field. Started with 14 down to 12. Perezzi out of New Ulm, Minnesota, making the trek over here. Green flag is flying, and that battle to watch is still for 4th and 5th. As the 007 JR tries to take over 5th, Garner's not going to let it go that easily. Graffing still holding on to 4th, though.
2 laps to go that time across the line. Your race leader in the 8, Alan Byrne, pulling away 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Single file. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go.
1 more lap to see if we see a change in position. Garner's going to go high in 2, but there's a caution out.
Looks like debris bringing out that late race caution. And it looks like that caution flag coming out with a white flag already out means this will be a completed event. So the 8 of Alan Byrne going to get the win. The 19 of Caden Schmitz second. The 32 of Regan Finnegan finishing 3rd. And the 2R of Reagan Graffing holding on for that 4th and final transfer spot into the A main.
And because that was a B main, we are not going to send anyone down to Victory Lane, I believe. Now that we're seeing it, we may do it for this one.
I guess officials have had a discussion, and they are going to race to the finish here for this one. There was a brief discussion before or after that caution flag flew that they thought that it was a completed race, but now they have reversed that decision, so it will be a shootout to the finish here.
So it will once again be Byrne, Schmitz, Finnegan, Graffing, Garner, your top 5. Rest of the field in tow. Top 4 transfer through to the A main later on. Seems as though right now we are just figuring things out with our lights. Had a light situation there. So they are correcting the lights before we can go back to green flag conditions.
Good old-fashioned technical difficulties. The initial call was since the leader had taken the white flag, and then the caution came out that was going to be an official completion of the race. However, the officials didn't actually throw the caution flag. It was apparently a loose wire or a short in the system that threw the yellow lights on its own. So they do want to try to finish this main event. They're still trying to work on the electronics to see if they can get everything working correctly. All right, we may have a solution in place now. Going to be a green-white checker finish to this B feature for the Junior Wing BP racers. They bring them up to speed in turns 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air. Shootout to decide who gets to race on in the main event. A little bit later on, white flag is out. One more lap to go. The 14 machine of Garner gave it everything. In turns 3 and 4, checkered flag is out. It will be the 8, the 19, the 32, and the 2. Completing the top 4 transfer positions into the main event. Junior Wing BP feature. Bit of a barn burner there, but it comes down to a green-white checker finish. And Alan Byrne holds on for the W. Caden Schmitz second. Regan Finnegan on the 32 third. And Reagan Graffing rounding out the top 4 positions to collect a transfer spot into the main event. Next main will be our Arbox 1 green plate wing main event, 15-lap feature. We do have just a slight break in the action here as they try to figure out the wiring issue that is affecting the caution lights. Obviously, last thing we want is for the caution lights just to be flying on their own. So a short break in the action here for some electrical work. Before we can get into our next main event, sit tight. We'll have more green flag action coming up on MBTVsports.com. Live streaming coverage of the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial as part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout Rumble at the Arena Series 2025 here at Cedar Lake Arena.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
At AmRamp Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AmRamp Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler-Built has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler-Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top-notch, and now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans, and I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats. And I felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seat. So yeah, it's been a fun ride and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
We can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Race fans, we are still in the midst of some technical difficulties here. We actually have two situations going on, trying to get the lights figured out, but more importantly, just trying to get things situated with our transponder loops right now. We can definitely flag by hand, but with the number of carts on this track, it's a lot easier to have the transponders working for scoring purposes, so our track crew and officials are just making sure everything is situated there. And from looking down right now, it looks as though we may be nearing our next race. Everyone is starting to head out to their positions, and it sounds as though we will be flagging the rest of the races the traditional way, just by hand. We will have no flagging lights out there, so we will have a yellow and red flag in every corner for safety purposes, so racers will still be able to see what is coming up ahead of them.
So again, just an electrical issue, a wiring issue that has slowed us down here a little bit, and it appears that they are closing in on correcting the situation. And then at that point, we should be able to go back to green flag conditions with our annual Melvin Germain Memorial here at Cedar Lake Arena,
where we are about to enter race 6 of 20. So about a little over a quarter of the way through our feature races. Slowly but surely nearing the next race. And just like that, it looks like we are getting closer to being ready to go. Our flaggers are now officially equipped with all of the flags they need for each corner. So we will be all set to go back to green flag racing conditions here in just a few seconds. That being said, we can give you our starting lineup for our Arbox 1 green plate wing class. This was the first class we had a B main in earlier, so we will have 14 total racers. And your pole is going to look like this: the 72 of Ottumwa, Iowa's Crew Lowry, and to his right on the outside of row number 1, Colfax, Wisconsin's Oakley Booth and the 16X.
Lining up inside of row number 2, the 1R of River Graphing out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. To River's right, the 9A of Maple Grove, Minnesota's Carter Lang. Row number 3 is Harper Hlopka and Dakota Schlief.
Inside row number 4, it's the 3R of Remington Kipka alongside Jack Canton in the 10. And inside row number 5, the 16 of Ledger Canton B and Brantley Langer in the 34.
Transferring through the B main, Jace Frericks, Peyton Anderson, Thatcher Nelson, and Bentley Larson. We bring our Arbox 1 green plate wing competitors up to speed. Green flag is in the air, and we've got a parking lot in turn 4. Karts going around, and the yellow flags will fly. The 10, the 16, all involved in that. Brantley Langer, I believe, also swept into that one in the 34.
A quick look at what happened here going through 3 and 4. Went 3 wide, had nowhere to go behind. So 34 of Langer, the 38 of Frericks, and the 10 of Canton all getting into each other, a little locked up. But we do have the correct restarting order all set and ready to go, just waiting on one of our racers to catch up with the rest of the field before we can go back to green flag conditions.
I believe that's the 16 of Ledger Canton. Ledger's cart almost got off the ground. The right side tires a couple of inches off the ground. It flirted with tipping onto its side, but thankfully it came back down onto all 4. So Ledger will attempt to find his correct restart spot, which should be on the inside of the 5th row.
A shout out on Facebook. Let's go Carter Lang Racing. Carter Lang currently sitting on the outside of row number 2 in this Arbox main event.
There we get Ledger Canton up into the correct restart position. And we will bring another cart. That's the 34 machine of Brantley Langer up into the correct restart position on the outside of that 5th row. We've got him good to go, so we're going to try and turn him loose this time by.
Making their way on the back straightaway through turn 3. Green flag is going, and we've got some more locked going into turn 3 and 4.
Oh, my goodness. So the 23 of Hlopka and the 5 of Schlief got locked together. Coming up to speed in turn number 3, both carts went up the banking.
And a call from the officials to try to speed things up. We will be going single file restart now for the Arbox class. So it'll be Lowry, Booth, Graphing, Lang, Hlopka, Schlief, Kipka, Canton, Canton B, Langer, Frericks, Anderson, Nelson, and Larson to round out your single file restart order.
Jack Canton piloting the 10 machine, Ledger Canton piloting the 16. Something you will see in many of our classes. Family members competing against each other.
All for the love of the sport and for the love of some family rivalry. Through turn 3, they're going to get the green flag. And we make it through 3 and 4 unscathed. Into 1 and 2, the 72 Lowry is pulling away from the rest of the field. Booth trying to hold on for second. About a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cart length gap now forming between our top 2 racers. But Booth has got company behind him.
Top 3 pulling away from 4th on back for a moment there. We were side by side as the 16
Now a 3-cart battle for second, third, and fourth. Booth goes up and around.
Yeah, that started way back there in turn number 3. Those two cars got together. The 16 of Booth wanted to get back down into the groove down here in 1 and 2. There was no room at the end. A little more contact. And around he went. So there you can see the 16 on the replay. Way high coming out of 4. Sees an opening. Tries to take advantage of it. Climbs the right rear wheel of the 5 of Schlief and upsets the 16, and around he goes.
So your starting lineup will still be the same, but with Booth moving to the back.
Single file restart again with 2 laps down, 13 to go in our Arbox 1 green plate wing feature.
Booth pulling up to the rear of the field, and lineup is officially good to go. So we're going to send them out onto the back stretch. Try this again.
Green flag is in the air. Still the 72 of Crew Lowry, your race leader. Lowry leads them out of 2 and down the back straightaway.
Out front, Lowry pulling away from the 1R of Graphing. We've got a side-by-side battle for third and fourth. The 5 of Schlief now up to third, bumping and banging. The 3R of Kipka now in fourth as the 9A of Lang moves back to fifth.
Dakota Schlief started on the outside of the third row, has raced up to third in the running order as we've got a cart around in turn number 4, and that produces another caution flag.
The 3R of Kipka, I believe solo looping it there coming out of turn number 4. Taking a look at this instant replay, Kipka out front gets a little too slideways there between 3 and 4. Tucks down low, everyone else able to avoid over on the outside.
Tip of the cap, though, to Remington. Tried to drive that out. Rear end broke loose between 3 and 4. Tried to drive the slide, but could not quite save it, and around it went. So we are trying to get the lineup correct.
Our top 2 are for sure out front, the 72 of Lowry and the 1R of Graphing, sitting in 1 and 2. Just figuring out that third place position. 5 of Schlief, 9A of Lang. Then it'll be the 23 of Jalopy. Rest of the lineup seems to be good.
Race officials trying to keep an eye on starting positions and making sure that passes are not made early before the green flag flies. Want to make sure that nobody's jumping the start here. So we keep them in order. Down the back straightaway and into the go zone at the beginning of turn 3. Green flag is in the air.
The 5 of Schlief down low makes the pass, moves up to second for a nice clean position change. 72 of Lowry, though, has a strong start way out front, about a half straightaway gap in between him and the 5 of Schlief.
Such a smooth and clean pass by Dakota Schlief, working to the inside. Contacted neither the competitor nor the farming discs on the inside of turn number 1. So a pretty slick move there by the number 5 of Cherokee, Iowa's Dakota Schlief.
Lang and Jalopy do the same and slide into third and fourth respectively. Lang now setting his sights on the 5 of Schlief, trying to make up some lost ground. The 1R of Graphing now back to fifth, but he's got company right behind him. The 10 of Canton trying to make a move down to the inside.
Nice 4-cart battle right behind him outside the top 6 as the 16 machine and the 34, the 38J, and the 16X all battling for position. Cross flags are out. We're halfway through this 15-lap feature, 7 to go.
And the 72 of Lowry is slowly but surely pulling up on the rear end of the field. He has the 1 of Larson and the 85 of Nelson in his sights. He's got a decent gap behind him before we get back to Schlief, about a full straightaway advantage. But we'll see if any of this comes into play as we have the rear end of the field coming up. 4 laps left to go. The 72 of Lowry in the lead, Schlief in second and fifth. The 9A of Lang trying to catch up to Schlief as well.
Lowry has caught the tail end of the field. He's got 2 karts just ahead, including the 1 of Bentley Larson. Larson's going to go a lap down to the race leader. Great job by Lowry, safely and smoothly making his way through traffic at the tail end of the field. Oh, we've got one around in turn number 4. Got up out of the groove into the loose stuff, and around went the machine of Thatcher Nelson, I believe that was, who went around in turn number 4.
Thatcher Nelson able to get it started up and turned back around. So we will reline them up. And out front, the 72 of Lowry will be your leader, but it'll be interesting to see on this restart how that goes, as the 5 of Schlief had slowly but surely been putting a little pressure on him. We'll see if we might be able to see a battle for the lead develop here during these last 3 laps, or if Lowry will have another rocket shot out front to pull away from the rest of the field once again. It is Lowry, Schlief, Lang, Halapka graphing your top 5 for this restart. Canton right behind in 6th, and keep an eye out. The 16 of Booth had started on the outside of row number 1, caused a caution early on, had to move all the way to the rear of the field, is now back in the middle of the pack. We'll see if Booth might be able to make any moves here in the final 3 laps as well. Green flag is out once again with a 3-lap shootout. Schlief right on the tail of Lowry, Lang on the tail of Schlief, and Halapka trying to get into the mix as well.
Lowry has been bulletproof on the starts. That 72 machine has been able to relatively easily pull away from the competition. You can see has opened up a 5 to 6 kart length advantage. This time at the line, white flag is out. 1 more lap to go. The main battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Lowry's out front, all solid, but let's see who takes this battle for 2nd. Checkered flag's going to fly for Lowry. Schlief going to finish 2nd. Lang going to round out your top 3. But your feature race winner, flag-to-flag leader, it is the 72 out of Ottumwa, Iowa, Crew Lowry, going to take his time for a hard-fought celebration in victory lane.
Dakota Schlief started 6th, finished 2nd. Carter Lang started 4th, finished 3rd, but it was the 72 of Crew Lowry surviving the caution fest that we experienced in the Arbox 1 green plate wing feature, and sits in the Melvin Germain Memorial victory lane on the back straightaway of Cedar Lake Arena. Holds up the number 1 while holding the checkered flag for the photos. Memories made tonight as Crew Lowry goes flag to flag, picks up the W in the Arbox 1 green plate wing feature.
Well, he celebrates his well-deserved time in victory lane. We have quite a starting lineup set for our next class, Adult Clone 375. So we're going to start things off early so we have a few moments. Inside row number 1, sitting on the pole out of Abrams, Wisconsin, it's the 22 of Devin Dorn, side by side with the 521 of Medford, Wisconsin's Rick Roosh.
Lining up inside of row number 2, the 13 of New Brighton, Minnesota's Johnny Hansen. To Johnny's right, the 777 of Newton, Iowa's Kirk Weber.
Inside row number 3, it's the 19 out of Mitchellville, Iowa, Eddie Brose. And to his right, Reagan Scholten racing the 9S out of Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Lining up inside of row number 4, out of Fargo, North Dakota, we'll find Zach Axlin with the 1X machine. On the outside of row number 4, Isanti, Minnesota's Noah Berglund with the 00N.
Inside row number 5, it's the 05 of Connor Germain, side by side with Isaac Faust in the 2.
Starting inside of row number 6, we'll have the 101 of Jacob Butler out of Woodworth, Louisiana. On the outside, the 9 of Cherokee, Iowa's Max Pogler.
Row number 7, it's the 16 of Corey Wolf and the 1 of Jackson Clark. Row 8, it's the 6 of Declan Wickney and Trevor Roosh in the 23.
Row 9, Taylor Alton in the 30 machine and Logan Webb in the 98.
10, it's the 143 of Derek Daly and the 43 of Richard Norby.
Row number 11, the 5 of Reese Whitney and the 72 of Stevie Smith.
And rounding out your 12th and final row, 24 racers strong, the 20R of Dassel, Minnesota's Aaron Rauschendorfer and Gavin Gregory piloting the 4 out of Laverne, Minnesota.
24 Adult Clone 375 carts are on the micro oval in the Cedar Lake Arena, ready for a 25-lap feature. Green flag is in the air. We are Adult Clone 375 feature racing.
And out front, pulling away, it's the 22 of Devin Dorn, as we've got all sorts of chaos in turn number 2.
5 to the outside, 1 to the bottom as the yellow flag flies. We had 1 cart down along the inside of the track. 5 carts had slid to the outside, including the 00 machine that you see there of Noah Berglund.
I also see the 19 of Eddie Brose was in there. Brose started on the inside of row number 3, so this action started right up at the front of the field, everyone else having to go into avoidance spins.
Berglund's 00 literally hooked onto the front of the deuce of Isaac Fos from Farwell, Minnesota. So a moment here to get those 2 carts pulled apart, as you can see what started the incident down here in turns 1 and 2.
So way up at the front of the field, it looks like the 19 of Brose gets sideways, everyone else having to go into avoidance spins. Up at the top, the 2 and 00 getting hooked wheel to wheel.
Good news is they've got those 2 carts pulled apart. The front fascia of the deuce was actually locked over the rear Nerf bar of the 00 machine, so we've got them pulled apart, and we will get them into their correct restart position. And we'll give it another attempt here with a full restart for the Adult Clone 375 25-lap feature.
24 racers, 25 laps set to go here as we make our way onto the back straightaway. Lineup is good to go. We are all tight and set and ready. Green flag flies, and we are racing.
Devin Dorn in the double deuce is able to take the lead down the front straightaway into turn number 1. A little side-by-side action in a battle for second and third. That gets settled. Top 6 single file. Top 7, top 8 now single file. As we've got ourselves another caution.
Looks like that was the 1 of Jackson Clark going around in 3 and 4. Had single filed out for the top half of the field, but had some tight racing action in the rear. You can see on this instant replay right here. Jackson Clark is on the far right of the screen, goes up and over the inside of, I believe that was the 9 of Pogler. Just had nowhere else to go with the tight racing going on there. Got all out of sorts. But we are going with a single file restart. The 22, 521, 13, 777, and 19 will be your top starters.
So it'll be Dorn and Rush, followed by Hansen and Weber, the 22, the 521, the 13, and the 777.
Then the 19 of Bros in 5th. The 9S of Schulten. The rest of the crew following in tow.
Got single file restart lineup situated. Probably going to need another lap here, I believe.
Next time by, they will be getting the green flag, as everyone will stay in their single file restart orders. 24 racers. Single file takes up half of the speedway here.
This is a huge group of adult clone 375 karts on the 6th mile oval. Might even be the 7th mile oval here at Cedar Lake Arena, as they've brought the rear straightaway in a bit. Green flag is in the air. We'll bring them up to speed.
Dorn down to the inside, but he's got tight company. Our top 3 all in close quarters. Hansen looks to the inside, tries to make the move for second. Going to put it off for another lap or two until he has a better shot, but our top 3 have about a 2, 3, 4 kart length gap before we get back to 3rd and 4th. Bumping and banging, all sorts of carnage there on the back straightaway.
Got 1 cart up into 2 carts up into the tire barrier on the back straightaway, coming out of turn number 2. We've mentioned it several times. Not only is turn 2 a tight exit, you've got to get that cart to rotate and commit to the back straightaway. Also, the back straightaway wall comes at you mighty quickly. You will see as the carts come out of turn number 2 here. Once they start spinning, doesn't take much to get them up into the tire barrier.
Trying to go into avoidance spins, but on that tight and narrow turn 2, there's not really too much space to avoid.
Yeah.
As we now see one of our racers walking his cart off of the track.
Too much damage.
So we will reline them up once again. Believe it will still be the 6 of Whitney out front. Or wait. The 22 of Dorn out front, the 521 of Roosh, 13 of Hansen, 777 of Weber, and the 19 of Bros.
Getting the tail end of the field lined up correctly as the deuce of Isaac Foss will drop to the tail end of the field. I believe it was Richard Norby in the 43 who exited the track down through the exit ramp into the pit area.
Shout out, go Lowry, you got this. Lowry had been our previous race winner. Go Big E, you got this, Eddie. Shout out for Eddie Bros, currently sitting in 4th now.
All right, single file restart formation. 1 down, 24 to go in our adult clone 375 feature.
Green flag flies. And the 521 of Roosh looks down low, doesn't commit to the pass. It is still Dorn, Roosh, Hansen, 1, 2, 3.
Caution again. We had some contact between 1 and 2. Kart gets spun up to the outside of turn number 2.
Looks like that is the 1 of Jackson Clark spinning it.
Here's the replay. We got 1 kart sideways. The 16 of Wolf climbs up the left side there. And then the 1 of Clark ends up going around.
Looks as though we are finalizing our correct restarting order. Making sure everyone is set and ready to go before we get back to green flag racing.
There we've got the last few drivers in the correct restart position.
Jasmine Ulrich saying, go Isaac. Isaac Faust, the number 2. Racing out here today in the Adult Clone 375 class. We also get a comment, come on Devin. Devin currently out front. Brodix Hankins saying a shout out to our current race leader. As we get the green flag, Devin's going to lead them into 3 and 4 onto the front straightaway.
Let's see if we can stitch together a couple of laps here safely through turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway around turns 3 and 4. Devin Dorn going to lead the completed lap. Tail end of the field, heavy traffic, single file, except for that side-by-side battle for second and third. The 13 machine of Johnny Hansen up to the number 2 position in the running order.
The 521 of Roosh isn't going to let that go without a fight, though. He tries battling back down on the inside, shows the nose a little, but can't commit to the pass. All this time, though, Devin Dorn out front, able to pull away from the rest of the field. We've got a little battle for second and third raging on. Little space before we get back to a 4-cart battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Bumping and banging, we're able to save it, though.
Reagan Schulten able to make a move underneath the competitors in that red number 9 S machine. Reagan battles up to 4th now, bringing the cart right behind along with as they move into the top 5.
Out front all alone, though, Devin Dorn holding on strong. 18 laps to go in this 25-lap Adult Clone 375 feature.
With 18 laps to go, you might be wondering, where's the race leader? The race leader has checked out. Half a straightaway separation from the double deuce of Devin Dorn, who is your race leader, back to the 521 of Rick Roosh, who's holding on to second. Roosh trying to also pull away from competition as now the 9S of Schulten makes another pass and moves into the top 3.
Hansen backtracks to 5th. Got a little high into that rough stuff there. Wasn't able to hold on to 3rd, but our top 2 have pulled away, and now it's the 9S of Schulten trying to make a move up to battle for that 2nd place position as the front of our field slowly but surely starts to make their way onto the rear end of the field. Cross flags show we are halfway through this race.
And Dorn can now see that side-by-side battle right ahead of them. If they continue that side-by-side battle for position, Dorn is going to have to try to figure out how to work through. Now they're single file, and I'm talking about the 2 cars running at the carts, running at the tail end of the lead lap. Dorn's going to try to work underneath them in turn number 1.
He's able to slide by the first, makes his way out as our 2 pull into the infield, give our top racers a little bit of space out front, so Dorn is still holding on to the lead. It did give a chance for the 521 of Roosh to pull up slightly, but there's still about a full corner length in between our top 2 racers.
Weber in the 777 running 4th, not quite able to stick with the 9S of Schulten. Schulten all alone in 3rd. However, the 777 of Weber does have the 00 of Noah Berglund all over the rear fascia there. That is a 2-cart battle for 4th and 5th.
Out front, it is still Dorn, Roosh, and the 9S of Schulten. 1, 2, 3, evenly spaced throughout. But we are once again coming up on the rear of the field. But with only 7 laps left to go, we'll see if this plays into it as the 6 of Whitney pulls down to the infield. Bros also is pulled down to the infield. Bros had been sitting in our top 5, I believe. He's now off the track.
5 laps to go. That time across the line, your race leader working underneath a cart at the tail end of the field. The double deuce now has 4 laps to go.
Our racers dropping like flies as they keep pulling into the infield to give the top of our field a bigger gap to go. Dorn pulling through the rest of the field, about half a straightaway between him and the 521 of Roosh.
2 to go. 2 laps remaining for your race leader in the double deuce of Devin Dorn. Dorn all alone down the back straightaway. Each time the cars get the low, caution is out. Yellow flag flies. Caution is out. Not quite sure what caused that caution.
I believe, now this is just speculation, so don't quote me on this. We had, over the course of probably 2-3 laps, about 5 or 6 carts all start pulling into the infield. I believe we wanted to just slow things down a little bit let some of these racers pull in who are completing it. I saw one of the racers pull from the outside of turn 2, duck in front of some traffic to get to the infield there. So I believe we're tightening things up just to make sure everyone is having safer racing conditions here for right now. We're going to let our infield pull their way off the track, as now we've tightened up the field once again for 3 laps left to go.
So the restart will have Dorn out front, 22, followed by Rush in the 521, Schulten in the 9, rounds out the top 3. Then we'll have Weber in the 777 and Berglund in the 00. Berglund in the 00 and the 777 of Weber had a nice little battle going for 4th and 5th. They had lost touch with the top 3. We will see if they will resume that battle once we go back to green.
The other thing to think about is that the 22 of Dorn had a commanding lead, and this has caused the 521 of Roosh to be right up on his tail with 3 laps left to go. Green flag out. We'll see how this goes. 9S of Schulten able to pass Roosh up for second, setting his sights on the leader.
Schulten now's got the number 2 spot. This time at the line, we will see the 2 to go signal. 2 laps remaining for your race leader, Devin Dorn. This time at the line, white flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 22.
Will Schulten be able to make a move on the back straightaway, or Roosh a pass back for second? Out of 3 and 4, checkered flag is going to fly. The 22 of Dorn is going to hold on to the win. The 521 of Roosh going to battle back to take over that second place spot. And the 9S of Schulten is going to round out your top 3.
So the Adult Clone 375 feature event had its ups and downs. What a finish as the 22 machine holds on for the win. Devin Dorn now gets to celebrate in the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval.
Devin Dorn getting a nice hug from Dad in there, celebrating his hard-fought victory win. As he takes some time to enjoy his much-earned celebration in the Cedar Lake Arena Victory Lane, we will start to give you your starting lineup for the next main event, our Junior Wing BP class, one of the other classes we have had a B feature in so far. But your starting lineup looks like this. On the inside of row number 1, out of Centralia, Missouri, it's the 3C of Carter Brooks, side by side with Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber in the 26.
Lining up inside of row number 2 will be the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. On the outside of row 2, the 29F of Toretto Flynn.
Row number 3, it's the 14 of Randolph, Minnesota's Archer Hoffbeck, and Bentley Kramer racing the 10 out of Herman, Minnesota.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 4, the 99 machine of Wheeler, Wisconsin's Bentley Halupka. To his right, the 11 machine of Ironton, Minnesota's Jackson Godfrey.
Inside row number 5, the 69 of Cottonwood, Minnesota's Kaysen Rylson, side by side with Breck Lanou racing the 14B out of Alexandria.
Row number 6, Liam Gimbel with a 7L, Reagan Rosenboom with a 40, then the 4 carts that transferred through the B main. We're going to try and turn them loose. Green flag is in the air. There was some contact in 3 and 4, but I think we're going to stay green for now. They keep bumping and banging and bumping and grinding around turns 1 and 2, but we've completed the lap.
Gosh, you got to give it up to these kiddos out here. You know, we've had yellow fever the past few races, so they were hard fought to keep it under green flag conditions as we've single filed it out throughout the field.
Carter Brooks, your race leader, with a third of a straightaway advantage over the 14 machine of Archer Hoffbeck. Hoffbeck started inside of row 3, already up to second as we're just a couple of laps into this one.
Right behind them, the 99 of Palopka holding on to a solid third place. Little space before we get back to the 69 of Rylson, as we've got contact in 3 and 4. A few of our carts going to come to a stop.
My goodness, you're going to want to see this replay if we've got it. The 29 machine almost up and over. So close to going skyward. Caution conditions on the track as the 29 of Toretto Flynn gets swept into an incident in turns 3 and 4. Restart will have the 3C of Carter Brooks out front. Hoffbeck in the 14 running second.
Behind him, the 99 of Jalopy, 69 of Rylson, and the 7L of Gemble. The lineup seems to be good, so I believe we will be going green next time by.
Bring the 2R of graphing back out onto the track at the tail end of the pack. We'll just swap the last two carts. Bring graphing up ahead of the 29 of Flynn. Then we'll be good to go. Three laps in, 12 to go on our Junior Wing BP feature.
And we are on to the back straightaway. 12 laps left to go. A fifth of the way through this race. Green flag flies. And we've already got bumping and banging up front as the 69 of Rylson goes sideways. Collects a few others in the process. The 7L of Gemble trying to turn around. And the 8 of Byrne stalled in turn number 4. Going to get a quick refire.
Remember, Byrne was able to transfer out of that B feature, picking up the W in the B feature, tacked into the final 4 spots of the starting lineup for this A feature. So Byrne battling through that B main just to be able to be in the A main.
Another racer to keep your eye on is that 69 of Rylson. Started on the inside of row number 5 in 9th, has already made his way up to 4th. And we've only had 3 laps officially in the books.
Liam Gimbel in the 7L machine, I believe, being invited to the tail end of the field. So we'll get Liam to the back of the pack here in our starting lineup.
Lineup now seems to be good, so we'll send them through 1 and 2 onto the backstretch to go green flag racing this time by. Green flag is out. The 3C of Brooks going to lead him onto the front straightaway.
Little bumper tag down the front stretch in that battle for second and third. The 14 of Hoffbeck feeling the nose cone of the 99 machine of Bentley Jalopy. Jalopy running third. Then it's the 69 of Kason Rylson holding on to fourth with Tarvis rounding out the top 5.
Brooks setting the pace out front, pulling away from the rest of the field. The 14th of Hoffbeck holding on to second, but he's got Jalopy and the 69 of Rylson right behind him.
Wow, Corbin Tarvis in the 8X did not have a good run through turns 3 and 4. That cart appears to be perhaps a bit tight. Can't quite get it to rotate.
Hoffbeck having issues in 4. He's all sorts of sideways as we come to the cross flags. Halfway through this race, Brooks now has a full straightaway advantage over that battle for second, third, and fourth between Hoffbeck, Jalopy, and Rylson.
7 laps remaining as your race leader has a half a straightaway advantage. That's the 3C of Carter Brooks. The 14 machine of Archer Hoffbeck still holding on to second. The 69 of Kason Rylson started 9th, has worked up to 3rd as they get the 5 to go signal this time across the line.
Hoffbeck going to slide back to 6th, which gives the 26 of Weber a chance to move up to 4th. We've now got a tight 4-cart battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as we've got the caution coming out, the 32 of Finnegan, I believe that is.
Yep. Regan Finnegan ended up down to the inside of turn number 2. Regan's got the Junior Wing BP cart back under power. Tell you who did not want to see that caution was Carter Brooks. In the 3C, Carter had almost half a straightaway separation between the rear of the C3 back to 3C, back to the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck. But again, kudos to Kason Rylson, the 69, starting this Junior Wing BP feature 9th. Yep, inside of the 5th row, has battled all the way up to 3rd.
That right there is a pretty solid finish as is, and he still has 5 laps to see if he might be able to improve that even more. Caitlin Jean on YouTube saying, let's go Bentley. Bentley Jalopy, the 99, sitting in 5th currently. Started 7th. Made his way up to 3rd. Green flag flies. Brooks going to lead him onto the front straightaway.
Immediately, the 3C of Carter Brooks able to pull away from the 14 machine of Archer Hoffbeck. Hoffbeck likewise able to pull away from the 69 of Kaysen Rielsen.
Rielsen still holding on to 3rd, but he's got all sorts of Weber right behind him. Weber looking to the inside, seeing if he might be able to make a move. But then he's got Jalopy and the 8X of Tarvis, as well as the 10 machine of Kramer, all trying to get in those spots as well.
This time at the line, 2 to go signal being displayed to our racers. Down the back straightaway, it's old Carter Brooks out front. White flag is in the air. 1 more lap to go.
He's going to lead him onto the back straightaway, and one final time through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is going to fly for your feature race winner, the 3C of Carter Brooks, taking the win today.
Cross the line second, it'll be the 14 of Hoffbeck with Rielsen and the 69, rounding out the top 3 in our junior wing BPA feature. The 3C of Carter Brooks starting on the pole, setting the pace after collecting fast time in qualifying. Pulls that cart to a stop in the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena, and celebrations commence. Your feature winner out of the cart, ready to celebrate. It's Carter Brooks. Next feature to roll out onto the track going to be our Adult Sportsman 206 class. 7 racers rolling out onto the teeny tiny Cedar Lake Arena Oval, led by Drew Alton from Menominee, Wisconsin, who will line up on the pole with the 100 machine. On the outside of the front row, we'll see Clintonville, Wisconsin's Tori Hedrick with the T19. Row number 2 on the inside, Mike Latch from Medford, Wisconsin with the 31. On the outside, the 56 of La Crosse, Wisconsin's Wyatt Wolf. Miker Steinke Jr. with a 95. Adam Furman from Appleton, Wisconsin with a 99. And Brandon Brempel from Green Bay, Wisconsin in the 03 will round out this 7-cart starting lineup.
7 carts, 15 laps for our Adult Sportsman 206 class. We're going to send them out into turn number 2 and onto the back straightaway. And this time through 3, they will get the green flag, which means we are Sportsman Racing.
Side-by-side battle down the front straightaway, headed towards turn number 1. The 100 machine of Drew Alton will take the early race lead with the T19 of Tori Hedrick falling in line in second.
Nice battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Right behind the 95 of Steinke Jr. has come up from 5th to take over that top spot. Right behind him, the 56 of Wolf sitting in 4th, and now we've even got a 4th competitor trying to get into the mix, the 31 of Latch and the 99 of Fairman.
Top 2 pulling away from 3rd on back. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The 4-cart nose-to-tail battle. Then a bit of ground to the tail end of the field. The 03 of Brayton Brempel.
56 of Wolf able to make the move up to 3rd place. That'll put the 95 of Steinke Jr. back to 4th. 31 trying to do the same move to get up to that 4th place spot.
Now it'll be interesting to see if Wolf is going to be able to close the gap. He's about a 1/10 of a second off the pace of the T19 of Tori Hedrick, who's running second. Hedrick, meanwhile, about 5/10 of a second off the pace from race leader Drew Alton.
Drew Alton putting on an absolute clinic here as he has pulled away from the rest of the field. Full straightaway in between him and that 2nd place race. Halfway through, we get the crossed flags. 8 laps left to go.
Drew Alton has been almost perfect in his lap times. 10.20, 10.21 for the last 5 laps, and you can see that consistency is allowing him to pull away.
And to put that into perspective, fastest lap earlier today in this class was his with a 10.458, so he has shaved quite a bit of time off his laps.
We have had a change in second. Wyatt Wolf in the 56 A&W machine up to the number 2 spot. The T19 of Torrey Hedrick also gives up another position as Mike Latch brings the 31 up to 3rd.
It's now Alton, Wolf, Latch, Hedrick, Steinke Jr., 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Alton has a half lap advantage over the 56 of Wolf.
He's reeled in the 99 of Adam Furman. Going to work underneath him in turn number 3. Next to go a lap down will be the 03. However, there are only 2 laps to go.
But that battle for second and third is heating up. The 56 of Wolf has it. 31 of Latch is looking for just about every option to move past him. Looks down to the inside. Through 3 and 4, they touch slightly. Wolf's going to go around, though.
White flag was waved for the 100 of Drew Alton. And it will be a checkered flag finish. Checkered flag is flying. So the 31 and the 56 tangle in turn number 3, but the race leader had already taken the checkered flag. So it will be Drew Alton from Menominee, Wisconsin with a 100 machine celebrating in the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane. Celebrations underway on the back straightaway. Photo opportunity for our feature winner as we prepare for
race number 10, the Arbox blue plate class. Your starting lineup is going to look like this. On the pole, inside of row number 1 out of Alexandria, Minnesota, it's the 14B of Breck Lanou. And to his right, out of Cherokee, Iowa, Dakota Schlief piloting the number 5.
Lining up inside of row number 2 out of Plato, Minnesota, we'll have Evelyn Hess with a 15H. To Evelyn's right will be the 3R of Foley, Minnesota's Remington Kipka.
Inside row number 3, it's the 10X of Daniel Landers out of Olivia, Minnesota. And the 72 of Ottumwa, Iowa's Crew Lowry.
Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Thatcher Nelson will line the 11K up all alone at the tail end of the field, but it appears that of the 7 starters, only 6 are making the call. By process of elimination, it appears that the 72 of Crew Lowry will be a no-show for this Arbox Blue Plate main event.
Crew Lowry took a feature race win home recently, just a few races back. Interesting to see him not make it out there.
Unless I missed the note, we've got a car looped. The 11 machine of Thatcher Nelson goes around in 3 and 4. I just wanted to make sure. I thought that I had maybe misspoke, but it is Crew Lowry who's not out on the track. Don't have the details as to why is DNS, for Crew, but Crew Lowry not on the track.
Lineup is good, though, heading into 1 and 2, so we will bring them back to green flag racing in turn number 3. Once again, it's Lanou, Schlief, Hess, Kipka, Landers, and now Nelson. Green flag flies. Lanou lead him into the front straightaway, and the 15H of Hess going to follow into second.
Top 3 single file. We do have a spinner in turns 1 and 2. Let's see if we can stay green or not. We do stay green. Nope. Sorry, yellow has already flown. Thatcher Nelson. Kart got out from underneath Thatcher in turns 1 and 2. Thatcher will fall in line at the tail end of the field. It's going to be a single file restart for our Arbox Blue Plate competitors.
Looks like the 15H of Hess going to hold back to third as the pass did not stand from the caution there.
think they're going to call that as a not completed lap, so that pass will not stick.
So it is Lanu, Schlief, Hess, Kipka, Landers, and Nelson.
Green flag back in the air. Just like that, we've got a pass as the 14 of Lanu went high in 1 and 2, got into the loose stuff, drops all the way back to 4th.
Which is just what Schlief wanted to see. Schlief now out front all alone and pulling away from the 15H of Hess. Hess trying to hold on, but lap by lap, Schlief is putting a little bit of distance there. Kipka now all over the tail of Hess, trying to make a move up to second.
Daniel Landers in the 10 coasts to a stop on the back straightaway. Unfortunately, caution flag is out. Not sure the issue for Landers. It just appeared that the kart stalled coming out of turn number 2. They will push him down to the infield. Oh, through a chain. Looks like the 10 machine of Landers through a chain, so they will push him off the track as we prepare for a 4-kart restart with 13 laps to go.
Schlief, Hess, Kipka, Lanu, 1, 2, 3, 4. We should have started with 7. 6 came out. We're down to 4. With 13 laps left to go in this 15-lap Arbox Blue Plate feature race.
Breck Lanu, feature winner last night on the Friday night portion of the program. Fast qualifier last night and fast qualifier tonight. But Breck, unfortunately, finds himself restarting 4th here after getting loose in turns 1 and 2. Green flag in the air, back underway.
Lanu does still have 13 laps to see if he might be able to mount a challenge. He's already looking down to the inside of Kipka, hitting those rumble strips, losing a little bit of ground. Out front, though, Schlief, Hess, Kipka holding on strong to those top 3 positions.
A little separation opens between the number 5 of Schlief, your race leader, and the 15 of Hess running second. Hess has got a battle going with Kipka. Those 2 karts nose to tail down the back straightaway.
Out front, though, it's all Schlief. Hess in second has Kipka looking to the outside, looking to the inside, seeing what the best option might be for a potential pass to take over that second place position.
The 5 of Schlief appears to have this one under control, at least for now. A steady half a kart length separating the 5 from the 15. The 5 maybe a bit quicker coming out of turn number 2. Cross flags are out this time across the line. 8 laps to go.
Single file. Kipka looks down low, makes the move on Hess. Kipka now up to second place. Hess back to third, and Lanu is able to come up as well. Lanu now takes that bottom step of the podium.
What a great pass that was by Kipka. Made the move coming out of turn number 2, was able to get up alongside, did not contact the competitor at all, going through 3 and 4. Nice, smooth, sportsman-like pass for position.
And Kipka's got faster lap times than Schlief as of right now. About a 0.1 second gap. That time by Schlief had Kipka a little bit, was able to gain a little bit of ground. But Kipka is right there trying to lower the gap with 4 laps left to go in this feature race.
Kipka pushing it so hard, the front end pushing up the banking in turns 3 and 4. There was a little contact in 1 and 2 as Lanu tries to improve positioning by 1.
Lanu also trying to do whatever possible to make that move for second. Looked low, looked high, goes down low, bumps and bangs, gets by Kipka for sole possession of second, but Kipka's going to battle back to the inside on the back straightaway.
Nice crossover maneuver in 1 and 2. White flag is out. One final trip around the Cedar Lake Arena Oval for this 2-kart battle for second and third. They rub and run through turns 1 and 2. Lanu on the backside. Checkered flag is out. The number 5 of Schlief will get the win.
The 15 of Hess was able to sneak underneath Lanu as well, take over that third step on the podium. The 3R of Kipka going to finish second, but your feature race winner will be the 5 of Cherokee, Iowa's Dakota Schlief.
Dakota going to take that kart to the back straightaway for an opportunity to celebrate the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back stretch of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. That will bring us up to our next main event which is going to be a 2-driver shootout.
Mano y mano, 1v1, getting ready for some Junior Predator racing. But first, we will let Dakota Schlief enjoy their time in victory lane. Finished second last night, took home the win today, climbing out of their cart. Your feature race winner is the 5 of Dakota Schlief.
Dakota mounts the wing, is going to celebrate in victory lane with the checkered flag. Junior Predators already out on the track. It'll be Lucas Jeske from Osceola, Wisconsin in the 6, and Audrey Traceth from Birchwood, Wisconsin in the 2A. Schlief pulls away from victory lane, and we will get ready for our 15-lap shootout between Jeske and Traceth.
As Schlief makes her way off the track. Jeske and Traceth sitting in between 1 and 2. Get the go-ahead, and we will be sending them green this time around.
Side by side down the back straightaway. Pick up the pace in turn number 3. Green flag is in the air as they come onto the front stretch. And it will be the 6 of Jeske, your early race leader. The 2A of Traceth now tries an inside move coming out of turn number 2. Tire to tire into 3. We've got a lead change out of 4.
Traceth now up to the top spot, but Jeske's still going to battle back, trying to hold on, but Traceth has the burn to go forward, pulling away from the 6 of Jeske, putting some space in between those two racers.
2 cart lengths of separation from the rear of your race leader to the front of the second place cart. That has not grown this lap. We will see if he can perhaps close the gap and throw a charge and a challenge at your race leader, Audrey Traceth. Out front, Lucas Jeske giving chase.
1v1 battle out on the track. Winner take all in this race. The 2A of Traceth holding on strong to the lead, but the 6 of Jeske holding on to that second place spot, not losing any ground on Traceth.
In the staging area, preparations begin for Adult Predator Backyard Kart main event, which will be on tap next. But right now we're at the halfway point of our 15-lap Junior Predator A feature.
It's still Traceth, Jeske, 1-2 at the cross flags. As another lap goes in the books here for our Junior Predator feature race.
Now here's the thing that Lucas Jeske can most definitely consider as a victory. Was able to lead that opening lap. Took the lead early, held on to that for that opening lap before the 2A of Traceth was able to sneak by and reclaim the lead. I know you want to win the race, but you got to try to focus on what positives you might have been able to experience.
Exactly, and with a heat race win in the books as well, both Jeske and Traceth had a solid showing. Traceth now adding a little bit more of cushion in between the two competitors out there. Now about a half straightaway gap in between Traceth and Jeske.
Audrey Traceth, Birchwood, Wisconsin in the 2A. Comes across the line and continues to stretch the advantage over Lucas Jeske.
This time by 2 laps remaining for Audrey Traceth out of Birchwood, Wisconsin.
Next time out of turn number 4, Audrey's going to see the white flag. 1 more lap to go for Traceth. 1 more lap to go for Jeske.
Onto the back straightaway, one final time through 3 and 4. Checkered flag is going to fly for your feature race winner in the Junior Predator class, Audrey Traceth in the 2A. Lucas Jeske going to finish second in this head-to-head battle.
Audrey gets to celebrate the A feature win in the Junior Predator main. And Audrey will take that candy apple red 2A machine to the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. Feature-winning photos in Victory Lane as we get ready for Adult Predator Backyard, a feature. 5 carts will be in this next main event. Derek Daly out of Omaha, Nebraska, piloting the 151 machine, will line up on the pole. On the outside of the front row, Emma Tatnall from Forest Lake, Minnesota with a 25. Scheduled to start inside of row number 2, Matt Worth from New Richmond with the 10. On the outside of row number 2, the 27 of Jeremy MacArthur from Ashland, Wisconsin. And rounding out this 5-cart lineup will be Somerset, Wisconsin's Parker Reese with the number 3. 5 carts, 15 laps, Adult Predator Backyard, Cart A feature coming at you. Lineup looks good down in turns 1 and 2. We set them out of the back straightaway. Up next, Junior Red Plate Clone A feature, but right now, Adult Predator Backyard. Main event, as the green flag flies, the 151 of Derek Daly out to an early race lead. Side-by-side battle for 3rd and 4th down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Smooth change of positions as the 27, I believe it was, of Jeremy MacArthur takes over that position. Daly leads another lap. The 10 of Worth holding on to 2nd. Tatnall 3rd, Reese 4th, MacArthur back to 5th. Top 3 trying to pull away from a 2-racer battle for bragging rights at the tail end of the field. 4th and 5th still up for grabs. Smooth running for your race leader, Derek Daly. Jumped away from his pole position starting spot. Now developing behind him, 2-cart battle for 2nd and 3rd. The 10 of Matt Worth holding on to that number 2 position in the running order. The 25 of Emma Tatnall scored 3rd that time across the line. Emma with a gold helmet right behind Matt with a white helmet. Still that 2-cart battle for 4th and 5th rages on as well at the tail end of the field. Cross flags out, that time across the line. Halfway through this Adult Predator Backyard Cart A feature. Emma Tatnall takes over the number 2 spot. Matt Worth back to 3rd. Jeremy MacArthur with a 27 up to 4th. Rounding out the running order, Parker Reese with a number 3. Here's your race leader out of turn number 4. 5 laps to go, that time across the line for Derek Daly. Emma Tatnall's got open track ahead. Can Emma match the laps that Daly's laying down? As a matter of fact, Emma has 10.8 second laps for both of them. Matt Worth in 3rd, off the pace by just a couple of tenths of a second. But you can see what that does. It allows Emma to open up a 10-cart length advantage. 2 to go this time across the line for the 151 of Derek Daly. Daly's exiting turn number 2 as Emma on the 25 cart crosses the start-finish line. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Derek Daly. Derek has the entire length of a straightaway. Cushion back to the 2nd place cart. Final trip around turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in the air. Derek Daly can call himself an Adult Predator Backyard Cart main event feature winner. Emma Tatnall across the line 2nd, and Matt Worth will round out the top 3 with the number 10 cart. Adult Predator Backyard Main feature win goes to Derek Daly, who makes that trip from Omaha, Nebraska northeast. Well worth it picking up that feature win. Daily fast qualifier earlier this afternoon. And now Derek gets to celebrate in Victory Lane with a feature win as well. Junior Red Plate Clone main event up next.
the track now. Race number 13, Junior Red Plate Clone. Here's your starting lineup on the inside of row number 1. Out of the hometown New Richmond, Wisconsin, it's the 1 JMO of Jamison Finnegan side by side with Appleton, Wisconsin's Landon Bolt in the 16.
Lining up inside of row number 2, the 3S of Sac City, Iowa's Mason Sharm. On the outside of row number 2, the 100 of Boone, Iowa's Max Wolfgram.
Row number 3, it's the 22X of Jackson Back and Mateo Farnsworth in the F10.
Owen Quaintance, Finn Cook, and Joseph Frederick round out this 9-cart lineup. Flag is green, and the 1 JMO of Jamison Finnegan will lead the pack down into turns 1 and 2.
Bumping and banging in second and third as the 16 and 3S battle side by side. 16, a Bolt able to hold on to second.
I tell you, Finnegan got a great start and opened up a multi-cart length advantage, but now Bolt in the 16 has closed the gap, and we have ourselves a legitimate 2-cart battle for the lead.
Bolt looking to the outside, tucks down low, able to get side by side. Is he going to make the pass stick? Yes, he is. Finnegan back to second. Bolt, your new feature race leader.
What grip by that 16 machine of Landon Bolt into turn number 3. That cart never wiggled, never wavered, never faltered. And Landon Bolt is your new race leader.
And the 3S of Sharn now slowly but surely reeling in the 1 JMO of Finnegan. And even though we see a few cart lengths back, keep an eye on that 100 of Wolfgram. He is keeping them in their sights.
And then rounding out the top 5 is Jackson Back from Cornell, Wisconsin with a 22X machine. Jackson hoping to close in on what's actually becoming a relatively tight battle in those top 4 positions.
Quaintance, Farnsworth, Cook, and Frederick rounding out your field as we've got the cross flags on the front straightaway. Halfway through this race, 8 laps left to go.
There's your race leader across the line again, the 16 machine of Landon Bolt. Started on the outside of row number 1, took a couple of laps to reel in the 1 JMO of Jamison Finnegan, made the move down in turn 3, and very easily and quickly took the lead.
Some lap traffic getting in the way of our racers as he goes into the tires in turn number 2. That was the 47 of Frederick.
Yikes, that was a hard hit.
Head-on contact. I did see him give the thumbs up to our track crew, though, so that's all good to see. Definitely a hard hit for Joseph Frederick.
Yeah, Frederick was going a lap down to the leaders, got a little bumper tag from, I believe, the 1 JMO of Jamison Finnegan in between 1 and 2, and it was just enough to unsettle the 47 machine in turn number 2. Joseph tried to steer out of it, but the front end let loose and went into the tires at the exit of turn 2.
So it will be the 16 of Bolt, 1 JMO of Finnegan, 3S of Sharn, 100 of Wolfgram. Then I believe the 22X of Back, 20 of Quaintance, F10 of Farnsworth, 13 of Cook, and the 47 of Frederick to round out your starting lineup, or restarting lineup.
Looking for a green flag start. Nope, we're going to need to reevaluate the lineup here and make sure that we've got everybody in the correct starting position.
47 of Frederick.
There we go.
Needs to be held to the back, so now we are all good. Track crew has got them resituated, and so now we are all good to go.
Top 4, that battle for the top 4 was closing up a little bit before that caution came out. Not only was Wolfgram catching the top 3, but the top 3 were relatively tight. We will give them the 1 to go signal this time across the line. It'll be Bolt, followed by Finnegan, Sharn, Wolfgram, and Back in the number 5 position.
Through turns 3 and 4, green flag is going to fly, and we are back to Junior Red Plate racing as our top 4 pull away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I told you, that top 4 battle might have something yet to be decided. As a matter of fact, Wolfgram sneaks underneath the 3 of Sharm, takes over the number 3 position, and quickly sets his sights on the 1 JMO of Finnegan.
Little bumping coming out of turn number 4. Wolfgram is ready to take over that second place spot. Looks high, tries to duck down low, doesn't have enough room, so he sets another lap behind in third. But all the while, the 3S of Sharn on their heels, trying to get things situated, seeing where we might be able to go for that battle for second, third, and fourth.
While that two-cart battle for second and third rages on, that is allowing the 16 of Landon Bolt to open up a bit of a cushion, a separation that's up to about 4, maybe 5 cart lengths from the back of the 16. A yellow flag is out. Got a cart sitting at the exit of the racetrack at the top of the banking in turn number 4. There you see the replay of,
looks like
the spin.
13 and 10 got a little sideways there. 10's going to spin around, get into the slick stuff in turn number 4.
Coming up after this Junior Red Plate Clone A feature, we've got another B feature scheduled by our Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing competitors to fill out their starting lineup.
And following that, we will actually have a second B feature for the Pro Junior Wing BP class. So we'll have some back-to-back B mains before we get into the rest of our A mains. Those will be our last 2 B mains of the evening. I believe both of them are going to be 10-lap B main events. But back on the track, we are all lined up in our correct restart order. Green flag is out.
Bolt brings us up to speed. Finnegan immediately feels the pressure from Wolfgram. Wolfgram just really, really wants to make an inside move, but hasn't had the opening he desires.
This next time by, our racers will be getting the 2-to-go signal. Bolt out front and pulling away. The battle to watch is for second, third, and fourth.
Boy,
we'll see if Finnegan can hold him off.
Tell you who might be in the catbird seat. It might be Sharn with that 3S machine. If something were to bubble over in that 2-cart battle for second and third, Sharm could very easily leapfrog from 4th to 2nd. Final time down the back straightaway.
Coming out of turn number 4, checkered flag is going to fly for feature race winner, the 16 of Landon Bolt. 1 JMO of Finnegan going to hold on for a hard-fought second, and it'll be the 100 of Wolfgram rounding out your top 3.
Mason Sharn with that 3S finishing just outside the top 3. But a great run by the 16 machine of Appleton, Wisconsin's Landon Bolt, as he will take the 16 onto the back straightaway and into the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane for a feature celebration. Rest of the field going to exit the track as we prepare for some feature winning photos in Victory Lane. And we get ready for our Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing B feature. Same scenario for these next 2 B mains. Only the top 4 finishers will transfer into the main event. Going to be 10 laps for the Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing B feature. Starting lineup looks like this. On the inside of the front row, it'll be Peyton Anderson from De Pere, Wisconsin with a 94. On the outside of the front row, the 16 of Milan, Minnesota's Ledger Canton.
Inside row number 2 out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, it's the 85 of Thatcher Nelson and Oakley Frericks J racing the 213 from Grove City, Minnesota.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 3, the 28 of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Braxton Henning. On the outside, the 14 of Rock Rapids, Iowa's Rayleigh Rosenboom. Rounding out the field, Bentley Larson and Garrett Boise. Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing B feature, again, top 4 will transfer into the A main. Final 4 will load it up and head home. 7 of the expected 8 on the track for this 10-lap B feature. Green flag is in the air, and it'll be the 94 of Peyton Anderson leading us down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. Nose-to-tail battle for second and third. One Kart holding on to that fourth and final transfer position. All alone, at least for now, is the 16 of Ledger Canton. Canton running fourth. 3 Karts behind Canton. 5th, 6th, and 7th would be the 213 on the outside looking in. That is Oakley Frericks running 5th for now. The 14 of Rayleigh Rosenboom and the number 1 of Bentley Larson. Garrett Boise, the Kart not making the call for this B feature. Looks like the number 1 machine of Bentley Larson has shut it down. Bentley calling it a night early in this B feature. 3 Kart battle to focus on. 3rd, 4th, and 5th in play there. So obviously one of those 3 going home, the other 2 transferring in. Peyton Anderson leads the lap. Thatcher Nelson running second. Broxton Henning in third. And Ledger Canton holding on to that 4th and final transfer spot for now. This time at the line, 2 to go, 2 laps remaining. Oh, we've got a spinner in turn number 4. Looping out of a transfer position. They throw the yellow. Ledger Canton was in a transfer position. On this restart, I believe, will be dropped to the tail end of the field as the cause of that caution. The restart will have Peyton Anderson out front in the 94. Then it'll be the 85 of Thatcher Nelson. Ledger Canton in the 16 was in the 4th and final transfer position. Now has to refire from the tail end of the field. See if he can race back into the A main. The benefactor is the 213 of Oakley Frericks out of Grove City, Minnesota. Oakley was running 5th, so outside of the transfer positions. Oakley now up to 4th. But right behind Oakley, Rayleigh Rosenboom, the 14 machine. Green flag is out. Be a 3-lap battle to the finish of this Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing B feature. Top 4. Looking comfortable. 2 to go this time at the line. Down the back straightaway. 6 Kart freight train except for the 16 of Ledger Canton. Ledger trying to make an outside run. White flag is in the air. 1 more lap around the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. Final trip down the back straightaway. The 94 of Peyton Anderson just needs to keep it straight. Coming out of the 4th turn. B feature win for the 94 machine. The 85 of Thatcher Nelson across the line 2nd. The 28 of Braxton Henning across the line 3rd. And rounding out the top 4 positions that will transfer into the A main will be the 213 of Oakley Frericks.
Up next, our B feature for the Pro Junior Wing class. Not going to send our B main feature to victory lane, so as we send out our next group, this is what your starting lineup's going to look like. On the pole, the 69 out of Cottonwood, Minnesota. It's Kaysen Rylson side by side with Alexandria, Minnesota's 14B of Breck Lanou. Inside row number 2, the 19C of Caden Schmitz and Aisley Anderson on the 71 in the 71A. Row number 3 has Reagan Finnegan in the 32 alongside the 14G of Luke Garner. 26X of Kimber Zimmer and the 2R of Reagan Graphing make up row at number 4. Inside row number 5, it's the 22E of Ethan Martineau and Colton Horeshi in the 21. 007JR of Caden Pearson and Brody Griffin in the 007 make up a 007 row number 6. The final row is the 91 of Tucker Olson and Austin Hover in the 777. Green flag is out. And it's the 19C of Schmitz from the second row up to the top spot. Now remember, only our top 4 are transferring directly through to the main, as we have one up and over on its side, or partially on its side, inside another cart. Can't quite see. Looks like that is the 21, half up on 2 wheels. The 14 also in the mix, along with one of our other carts, or just the 2 out there. So that is the 21 of Herejsi and the 14G of Garner. Taking a quick look at what happened here. 14G of Garner went high, started to spin out in that loose stuff, collected the 21 of Herejsi. Herejsi able to barely keep it on 2 wheels, not flip to the side. Just trying to get those 2 carts refired and all good to go. Make sure their side panels aren't rubbing on any tires. And then we will get everyone restarted in their correct starting order. There we go, the 14G of Garner back up and running. Will take his spot back on the outside of row number 3. Just making sure to see whether or not we'll be able to get the 21 of Herejsi refired. And there we go. He has brought life back to his cart. We'll follow in right behind the 2R of Graphing in row number 5. And just like that, our lineup is back, ready, good to go. So we will send them off. Onto the back straightaway. Up to turn 3, the green flag is gonna fly. And the 69 of Rielson, this time with a solid start. 19C of Schmitz took the whole shot last time, but this start he is going to stay in 3rd as we go single file throughout the field. Now remember, there's that battle for 4th and 5th, final transfer position in the making. The 32 of Finnegan wants it, as we've got 3 going around in 1. This 2R of Graphing is in the mix. And the 007 of Griffin. Let's take a quick look at what happened here. Onto the front straightaway. Going through turn 1. Looks like it had been a bit of an avoidance spin there on the inside. The 21 and 007 avoid spin to the outside, as the 2R of Graphing, I believe, had spun out on the inside.
You know, an interesting point here is you look at the arrangement of the Cedar Lake Arena. You see the tires coming out of turn 2. You see the hay bales wrapped in plastic. You see some foam even up there. And at first glance, you might think, well, that's kind of silly to see some foam up there. But just think the damage that saved from that cart. If that would have slammed directly into the concrete barriers there, potentially could have damaged the cart, potentially could have injured a racer. So
exactly,
while the foam cushions and the hay bales may look slightly different than other tracks you might visit, it is something that allows us to keep our racers and our competitors safer.
Green flag is out. And it's the 69 of Rylson holding on to that lead. Right behind him, the 14B of Lanu cuts down to the inside. New B main race leader. It is Lanu Rylson. Schmitz, 1, 2, 3, a little bit of space before we get back to Finnegan, who's now up into that final transfer position. But he's got eyes right behind him. Sitting in fifth, it is the 26 of Zimmer. From 7th up to 5th, gonna see if he might be able to move up to 4th.
That, of course, starts the charge to see if he could race into the top 4. This is the same scenario. Only top 4 finishers will transfer into the main as the 14 machine of Luke Garner shuts it down coming out of turn number 4.
Back out front, the 14B of Lanu starting to come up on the rear of the field as the 91 bobbles into the infield, able to get out of the way, gives a little space for our top racers. It is still Lanu, Rylson, Schmitz, Finnegan, but Finnegan's got Zimmer right on his rear end. Only 2 laps left to go to potentially have a change in that final transfer position.
Now your race leader has to work around the lime green 777 machine. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our Pro Junior Wing BPB feature.
One final time out of turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is going to fly for Breck Lanu, your B main winner. It will then be Rylson, Schmitz, and the 32 of Finnegan is going to hold on to that 4th and final transfer position for the Pro Junior Wing BP B main. So we will be seeing all 4 of them back in just a few minutes here as we get on to their main event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we have all been waiting for. We are officially going to begin our spotlight moment here for our first of 6 pro races. And we will be starting things off with race number 14, our Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class.
Final preparations taking place in the staging area just outside the back straightaway. Oh. Cedar Lake Arena goes dark.
Well, we worked through some technical issues with our spotlight. We will send out our first set of racers.
There, we've got the spotlight on him now. Kirk Weber from Newton, Iowa with a 777. Robert Bennett from Des Moines, Iowa with a 76 machine. Johnny Hansen from New Brighton, Minnesota with the 13.
The 71 of Nathan Blasky out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. And the 38 of Alex Lovell racing out of Lafayette, Louisiana.
Next car rolling out onto the speedway, the 151 of Omaha, Nebraska's Dan Fay.
Inside of row number 4, it's the 66 of Dylan Alton out of Baldwin, Wisconsin.
The 101 machine is Ricky Butler from Woodworth, Louisiana.
And rounding out your 9-cart field. It is the 2 of Toronto, South Dakota's Morgan Pearson.
Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 main event, 9 drivers strong.
Nine racers, 50 laps, $500 to win. $500 to win this race, $250 for second, $125 for third, $75 for fourth, and a crisp $50 to finish in the top 5.
Karts pull away from the front straightaway. They are in the official start order with Kurt Weber from Newton, Iowa, setting the pace with a 777. They pick up the pace in turn number 3. Green flag is in the air. Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 main is underway, and we start with them 3 wide in a battle for 4th.
Hansen already up to second, cuts down to the inside, makes a move for the lead. New race leader onto the front stretch, and we're only 2 laps in.
Johnny Hansen was fast qualifier and feature winner last night. Tonight, he's up to the number 1 position, hoping to stuff $500 deep into his pockets.
And he has seen the clear track ahead of him, and he is ready to pull away. The 38 of Lovell, however, sitting in second place right now, hot off a feature win earlier this evening, trying to make it 2 for the day.
Lovell starting inside of row number 3, quickly made his way up to second in the running order. Your race leader on the front straightaway, the rest of the field in tow behind. Kart trying to make a move, but headed in the wrong direction is Robert Bennett. The 76 has dropped out of the top 5, currently running 6th.
Man, let's keep an eye on the 151 of Dan Fay, though. He has gone from 6th up to 3rd in just 5 laps, and he is holding on strong, trying to keep the 38 of Lovell in his sights, but he's got a whole lot of Weber right on his tail. The 777 wants to move up to that final podium spot. Cuts down in 3 and 4, almost makes the pass, loses a little bit of ground, though, going up on 2 wheels.
Remember this race, 50 laps in length, 7 laps down, 43 to go. Top 2 trying to pull away from a 3-cart battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, followed by a 3-cart battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. 1 cart already down in the infield, done for the night.
It is Hansen, Lovell, Fay, Weber, Bennett, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our last 3 competitors all in a 3-cart battle at the rear of the field as well. We have a nice 3-cart battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th raging on as well, as the 777 of Weber cuts down to the inside of Fay. Weber now up to 3rd, Fay back to 4th. The 76 of Bennett hoping to make a move on 4th as well.
Remember, Kurt Weber started this one on the pole inside of the front row. Got stepped out of position coming out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Everybody was able to sneak underneath them. Now he's simply trying to make up lost ground from early on in this one. Currently holding on to 3rd.
Out front, though, showing these other racers how it's done. The 13 of Johnny Hansen has put some solid distance between him and the 38 of Alex Lovell. Lovell's keeping him in his sights. However, lap by lap, Lovell is slightly gaining a little bit of ground, just about 0.05 seconds, but over the course of the next 35 laps, that could potentially be enough for Lovell to make a move up toward the lead.
Do have to tell you that Kurt Weber, pole sitter in the 777, has turned in the race's fastest lap, a 10.2 second circuit. I know he's back in 3rd. I know he's got a half a straightaway to make up before he can even challenge for 2nd, but he has been able to lay down slightly faster laps than Hansen and Lovell ahead of him.
And the thing we need to keep in mind, we are only 18 laps into this 15-lap main event. So even though 50-lap main event, so even though we do still have quite a bit of distance in between our top 3 racers, there is still more than enough time for anything to happen at this point.
Alex Lovell capitalizes on a slight bobble by Johnny Hansen. Johnny Hansen lost traction for just a moment, and 0.2 of a second separation instantly disappeared. Lovell has closed the gap on your race leader.
We also have a battle raging for 4th and 5th between the 151 of Fay and the 76 of Bennett, as another racer pulls down to the infield. That's the 66 of Alton.
2 carts out, the rest of the field still battling. That battle for the race lead is definitely closing as Lovell has caught our race leader, Johnny Hansen, just 1 kart length separating first from second.
Lovell is at a 0.15 second advantage over Hansen the past few laps in a row. He is gaining and trying to cut down as much of that distance as possible as we are just about to the halfway part.
I tell you, not only is Lovell catching your race leader, he's bringing Kurt Weber along with him. Now, Johnny Hansen, as I mentioned, feature winner last night and fast qualifier last night. Is he perhaps playing a waiting game, saving that kart for a little bit later on? Doesn't want to use up his tires early. Cross flags were out that time across the line. 25 down, 25 to go.
The battle up front heats up as Lovell cuts down to the inside, side by side, and 3. Lovell now up to the lead. Hansen tries to battle back down to the inside, has nothing going for it. Lovell, now your sole secure leader of the feature race lead.
Kirk Weber about a third of a straightaway back from that 2-kart battle for the race lead. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, all separated by about 4 kart lengths as they make their way down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2.
Back onto the front straightaway, it is still Lovell with now about a 2 kart length gap between him and Hansen as the 71 of Blasky pulls into the infield. Blasky's night has come to a close.
Keep your eyes on the top 3 because Kurt Weber is definitely coming. Weber is closing in on the top 2. Remember, it was about the entire length of a straightaway from Johnny Hansen's number 13 back to the 777 of Kurt Weber. Weber, though, has reclaimed a lot of that ground, and now the top 3 only separated by 4 kart lengths apiece.
And we are slowly but surely coming up on the rear end of the field, so we might see this get interesting in these last 18 laps.
It's Lovell, Hansen, and Weber. 1, 2, 3. Bennett and Fay round out the top 5.
Lovell still putting in some solid laps out front. Still just barely sitting in second. Weber with the fastest laps of the race recently, just by about 0.04 seconds over the 38 of Lovell, but he is catching him slowly but surely.
And now your race leader, Lovell, is closing in on the first kart, or excuse me, the last kart on the lead lap, whether or not he will play into the leader's momentum. Here comes Kirk Weber. He has caught Johnny Hansen. Oh, we've got a spin in turn 1. We're going to stay green. Oh, thought we were going to stay green, but the yellow flew. A quick caution takes away the momentum that everybody had. I did not see if there was any contact that led to that spin in turn number 1 or not. That was the kart that was going a lap down. Alex Lovell will be out front for the restart. Johnny Hansen and Kirk Weber, second and third. It's breathed a little new life into Robert Bennett and Dan Fay's night.
We started with 9. We're down to 5. Lovell, Hansen, Weber, Bennett, Fay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We'll give them the 1 to go signal this time by, and we will turn them loose. What started as 9 is down to 5.
The old 9 to 5 out on the track right now, tightening it up on the back straightaway. Green flag flies. Lovell, Hansen, and Weber lead them onto the front stretch.
Be interesting to see if Bennett or Fay can capitalize on this caution or not. Immediately, a little separation opens up between 3rd and 4th. That time across the line, 13 laps to go.
Even spacing throughout our top 4, about a kart length in between each. As now the 76 of Robert Bennett is about to hold on to that 3rd place battle. It is still Lovell, Hansen, Weber, Bennett, Fay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep an eye on that battle for 2nd and 3rd. Hansen has 2nd. Weber wants it. He's ducking down low every corner, trying to see if he might have any options. Another lap in the books, and out front, Lovell is holding on strong. Weber looks down low. Hansen leaves the gap, but he's not able to capitalize. Coming through two, he tucks down to the inside. Weber now up to second. The 76 of Bennett's looking to see if he can do the same. Hansen closes the door. Hansen back to third with 7 laps left to go. Out front with a astounding gap, though. The 38 of Alex Lovell holding on to the lead. 5 laps remaining in this 50-lap main event with $500 on the line for our feature race winner. Weber has pulled away from the 13 of Hansen, but Hansen still has the 76 of Bennett all over his tail. Just about 2 kart lengths separate third and fourth. This time around, the 2 lap to go sign will be put out for the 38 of Lovell. Single file throughout the field, evenly spaced. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. One final time out of 3 and 4. Checkered flag flies. Alex Lovell is a feature race winner, lining his pocket with $500 of cold hard cash. The 777 of Kirk Weber going to finish second. Then it's the 13 of Johnny Hansen rounding out your podium. A nice celebratory donut from the 38 of Alex Lovell, making his way from 5th up to the lead. And as Lovell makes his way into the Cedar Lake Arena victory lane, we'll give him a moment to take off his gloves, celebrate with his team, and enjoy his time in victory lane. Well, I will send it down to Dan Bailey to interview our feature race winner.
In the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane, as Alex Lovell celebrates the win, we'll get a couple of photos taken before we get a word from our feature winner, the Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 feature winner, celebrating with a checkered flag. Photos first, and then we will hear from our $500 feature winner. Celebrations taking place. Alex, quick word from you early in that one. Johnny was able to get away from you in the first few laps, but then you were able to battle back. At what point in time did you think, I think I've got $500 headed my way?
Well, I don't know. It was 50 laps, and I was trying to save my stuff. I'm like, as a super heavy driver, I'm really hard on the right front. So trying to back the corner up a little bit, save the right front, make sure we have something for later in the race, because like race caution like we had. And I saw Johnny started sliding, and I was like, okay, if I could put some distance between me and the field, might as well take it while I got it. So when the halfway came out, I knew we were 25 left to go, and then that caution came out. I was pretty nervous. I was hoping we had something left in the right front, and we went that first corner, and Connor was spotting for me, and it seemed like we kind of ran away with it after that caution. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty nervous though. I was worried, but I can't thank the good Lord enough. First and foremost, all He does. We've had a safe plane ride out here. Connor and Shane Germain, this is Connor's go-kart. They did a throwback wrap for me this weekend. It's really cool. I want to thank them, Steve Alton, for doing the wrap, my beautiful wife for running these crazy roads with me, Corwin with DSRE, badass motor, great clutch, and my mom and dad. Shout out my mom and dad. They couldn't make it this week, and shout out the slow guys. I know you are watching. Add another win to the win count. We're on 78 for the year, but everything with this race, especially with Connor being one of my best friends, and this is grandfather's race and first pro super heavy. Yeah, and I get a jacket. I finally won a jacket. You can say I won a jacket, but yeah, super pumped. We're gonna go get Jacob and Connor ready to go another 60 laps. So
There you go, our first pro main event winner of the night in the Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class. It is Alex Lovell coming from
And
a
just
fifth
like that, we
place
officially
starting
have
spot
our
to
first
take the lead away from Friday night feature
of the
winner
pro feature
Johnny
races
Hansen.
in the
Again,
books.
Alex Lovell, your feature winner in the Pro Adult Super Heavy 425 class.
As we allow Alex Lovell a chance to continue to celebrate his well-deserved win in Victory Lane, we'll take a moment to thank a few more of our sponsors for coming along for the ride with us during the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial as a part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout. Got to give some love to Hawk Performance and Specialties, Don't Suck Motorsports, TLB Excavating and Land Management, and Buckshot Helmets. Lovell is clearing his way off of the track, which means we will be moving in to our starting lineup for the Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing class. Starting off on the pole, the 72 out of Ottumwa, Iowa. It's Crew Lowry. And to his right, the 1R of River Graphing, racing out of Rock Rapids, Iowa.
Lining up inside of row number 2, the 9A of Maple Grove, Minnesota's Carter Lang. Alongside of him to the right will be the 3R of Foley, Minnesota's Remington Kipka.
Inside row number 3, the 5 out of Cherokee, Iowa, it's Dakota Schlief. Alongside him, Oakley Booth, racing the 16X out of Colfax, Wisconsin.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 4 will be the 38J of Grove City, Minnesota's Jace Frericks. To his right on the outside of that 4th row, the 10 of Milan, Minnesota's Jack Canton.
Inside row number 5, it is the 23 of Harper Halopka out of Wheeler, Wisconsin. And to his right, the 34 of Menominee, Wisconsin's Brantley Langer.
Final 4 transfer carts out of the B main. The 94 machine is Peyton Anderson. Then the 85 of Thatcher Nelson.
And in the 7th and final row on the inside, it is the 28 of Broxton Henning. And to his right, the 213 of Oakley Frericks.
Remember, it came down to a late race caution that allowed Frericks to race into a transfer position. Let's see how far forward Oakley is going to be able to move that 213 machine. But again, sitting on the pole, it'll be Crew Lowry from Ottumwa, Iowa, with a 72 machine. On the outside of that front row, River Graphing from Rock Rapids, Iowa, with the 1R.
Lineup seems to be all good for our Pro Junior Wing BP class. Through 3 and 4, green flag is going to fly, and the 72
of Crew Lowry is going to lead us into turns 1 and 2. Our Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing main event is underway. Lap number 1 race leader will be Lowry in the 72 machine.
Right on his tail, the 1R of River Graphing has pulled away from that 3rd place position. The 5 of Dakota Schlief.
The 9 machine of Carter Lang had a little issue in turns 3 and 4. Cart got unsettled, gave up 4th, backslid 1 position to 5th as the 16 of Oakley Booth snuck underneath to take the position away. Booth up to 4th.
Single file throughout the field in these first 3 laps of our 30-lap Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing main event.
Your race leaders making their way around turns 1 and 2, headed down the long back straightaway into turn number 3. It continues to be Lowry, followed by Graffing, Schlief, Booth, and Lang rounding out the top 5.
Nice little gap developing between Lowry and Graffing, as now the 5 of Schlief has slowly but surely started to reel in the 1R of Graffing.
Remington Kipka with the 3R machine outside the top 5, running 6th, but staying with the top 5. Then we have about a third of a straightaway separation back to a 4-cart battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Moves up front as the 1R of Graffing backslides to 4th, but we've got caution. We've got company in turn number 4. That is going to bring out the yellow, and I believe that may have just saved the 1R of Graffing.
2 carts come together in turn number 4, including the 213 of Oakley Frericks. Frericks, who is running tail end of the field, I believe, came up on another cart that was experiencing issues. Both carts ended up sliding to the outside of turn number 4 to bring out the first caution with 24 laps remaining. Restart will have Crew Lowry at the point as your race leader. River Graffing will restart second in the 1R machine. Then it will be the 5 of Dakota Schlief third, followed by the 16X of Oakley Booth and the 9A of Carter Lang. Those will be your top 5 in the restart. I believe the other cart involved was Thatcher Nelson, the 85 up there at the top of the banking in turn number 4. They're trying to refire that cart. Unfortunately, it looks like they're not going to be able to breathe life into that machine, so the feature, I believe, is done for the 85 of Thatcher Nelson.
Lineup is good for the rest of the field, though, so we will send them single file onto the back straightaway. Now remember, these youngsters are racing for $500 to win, so they will be giving it their all. Corey B says, let's go Lowry. Keisel Rosenthal says, let's go Rem. So we've got bumping and banging throughout the field as a caution comes out in turn number 2.
Dakota Schlief in the number 5 machine tried to take over third on the start. There was a little contact there. It may have unsettled a few of the carts. Ended up with 3 carts going around in turns 1 and 2. And there you can see 1 cart climbing all over the 3R of Remington Kipka's left rear wheel. Ended up with a 10 being swept into the mix. Jack Canton.
Just checking over the lineup for the carts. And it will be 72 of Lowry, 1R of Graffing, 5 of Schlief, 16X of Booth, 9A of Lang, 3R of Kipka. Up next will end up being the 10 of Canton, 23 of Jalopy, 34 of Langer, followed by the 94 of Anderson, the 28 of Henning, 213 of Frericks, and the 38J of Jace Frericks, rounding out the remainder of your field.
6 down, 24 to go in this 30-lap Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing feature.
Green flag is out. Lowry gonna lead the pack onto the front straightaway. Graffing looks down low, sees if he might have a shot. Doesn't capitalize that time by Schlief. Now tucks down below Graffing. Schlief up to the second place position. Booth tries to follow, looks to the outside. Graffing battles back on the inside. We're side by side for third and fourth.
Dakota started inside of the third row. 5th place starting spot for the number 5. Dakota is now up to second. Now another pass in turn number 3. Oakley Booth in the 16 takes over the number 3 spot in the running order. Let's see if the 5 and the 16 can close the gap on your current race leader, the 72 of Crew Lowry.
Now Lowry finished second last night. Schlief finished third. So both of them have something to prove by finishing in these top two positions. The 16th of the 16X of Oakley Booth wasn't even on the podium last night, so he's trying to push even further up to second.
Nice two-cart battle there for second and third. Then a bit of ground back to a multi-cart battle for fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, maybe even 10th, and a three-cart shootout for bragging rights at the tail end of the field. We've got a spinner on the back straightaway. Hold on.
9A of Lang started in turn number 2. Cut the wheel a little too far to the left, went into a sideways spin, overcorrected, started spinning right, slid completely off the track into the infield, but we are going to throw a caution.
Caution flag is out to slow him down with 19 laps remaining, 11 down in this 30-lap feature. Try to get everybody lined up in the correct starting position.
Lineup still going to be 72, 5, 16X, 1R, 3R. Caitlin Jean saying, go Oakley, go Harper. Oakley Booth and Harper Halopka, two of our racers out on the track right now. Mindy Johnson says, let's get another win, number 72.
Crew Lowry got a W earlier. Hoping to double up with a Pro Arbox Green Plate Wayne A feature. Lowry out front for this restart. With 11 down, 19 to go. Crew brings him up to speed through turn number 4. Green flag is in the air down the front straightaway, headed towards turn number 1. However, the number 5 of Dakota Schlief coming under heat as the 16 of Oakley Booth works underneath in turns 3 and 4. Booth up to second now.
Out front all alone, though, it's still the Ottumwa, Iowa native of Crew Lowry holding on to the lead, but Oakley Booth is reeling him in, trying to do whatever he can to take over that top spot in the last 17 laps.
Jack Canton in the number 10 machine shuts that cart down, coming out of turn number 2, dives for the safety of the infield. We've got the 213 of Oakley Frericks stalled in between turns 1 and 2, so another caution will fly. Slow down our Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing A feature.
Taking a quick look at what happened here. The 213 of Frericks possibly gets into the side or might be a little solo spin.
Yeah, the lightest of contact there with the 9 of Carter Lang, right?
Lineup now seems to be good, though, so we will send them by. Not quite what we were looking for that start. Seems as though our starter didn't have the green flag ready to go in turn number 3. Wanted to make sure there was no confusion. So we will get them re-lined up and ready to go. It is still Lowry, Booth, Schlief, Kipka, Raffing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the green flag flies, Booth looks down low. Schlief looks high. Our top 3 separate from the rest of the pack.
I tell you, Crew Lowry did not come up to speed quite as quickly as did the 16 of Oakley Booth. Booth was all over his rear nerf bar, wanted to try to work to the inside. Crew was smart enough, though, to guard that inside lane on the start.
Now keep an eye on the 3R of Kipka. He's on the heels of Schlief, tucking down to the inside. Kipka was last night's feature race winner and fastest qualifier yesterday, so he's got something to prove to try to make it a 2 for 2 this weekend.
Remember, it wasn't too long ago that Kipka was outside the top 5. Here he is raced into the top 4, trying to make a move for a top 3 position. 3-cart battle 4, 5th, 6th, and 7th is underway as they come out of turn number 4 and head down the front straightaway.
Out front, all alone, Lowry holding on strong to the lead, but Booth holding on just about a third of a straightaway behind him. About a similar gap back to the 5 of Schlief and the 3R of Kipka.
Had another Kart slowed just a bit coming out of turn number 2. That was the 38 of Jace Frericks. That Kart back up to speed just ahead of the 72 of your race leader, Crew Lowry.
Back onto the front straightaway. We have 10 laps left to go in this feature race to decide who is going to take home 500 big ones.
16 machine of Oakley Booth still running second. The 5 machine of Dakota Schlief holding on to third. That separation from third to fourth has actually increased a bit, so it looks like Kipka will not enjoy a repeat feature win tonight unless something changes in this final 9-lap run. Your race leader now in heavy traffic in turns 1 and 2. That's going to allow Oakley Booth to close the gap on Crew Lowry. Lowry is stuck in behind the 28 machine of Broxton Henning, finally able to sneak underneath him in 1, but here's Oakley. Oakley Booth in the 16 machine tries to work underneath Crew Lowry, can't quite seal the deal on the back straightaway. Crew Lowry holds on to the lead. Less than a kart length separating first from second. 5 to go this time across the line. Now that Crew's got open track, Lowry opens up a little separation over the 16 machine of Oakley Booth. The 5 machine of Dakota Schlief still running third. Lowry now has regained composure. That SG Pro Arbox green plate wing Kart pulling away and closing in on racers at the tail end of the field. 2 to go this time across the line. 2 laps remaining for Crew Lowry. Started on the pole, has led this entire main event. Got challenged mightily by the 16 of Oakley Booth, but the white flag is out now. 1 more lap to go. Crew's got to make sure doesn't cause issues on this final trip around the Cedar Lake Arena. Checkered flag is out. Crew Lowry with the win in the 72 machine. The Ottumwa, Iowa racer, $500 richer after that 30-lap run. The 16 of Oakley Booth will hold on for second, and the 5 of Dakota Schlief will round out the top 3. Crew Lowry pulls the 72 into the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena. We will give Crew the opportunity to pull the gloves off, give him an opportunity to release his helmet. Your feature winner is in Victory Lane. Let's hear it for Crew Lowry.
And after a hard-fought battle, flag-to-flag lead, we're going to take a quick word from our feature race winner in the Pro Arbox Green Plate Wing class, Crew Lowry. We'll give him a chance to take off his helmet and hear a quick word from our feature race winner. Well, Crew, first off, congratulations on your feature race win. You did a great job out there. So tell me about it. You led flag to flag. You've been having a phenomenal day. Second feature race win of the day already. You finished second yesterday. So how do you feel the difference was between yesterday's races and today's races?
Well, yesterday it was kind of just a practice day because it was my first time here. Well, second time, but it was my first feature here. And today was really special to me because I won the championship.
Well, congratulations on the championship. That is amazing to see. And along with that, you just won $500 for this race. Tell me, do you have any plans as far as those winnings are going to go?
Yeah, give them to my dad and just buy more go-kart parts so we're more competitive.
That's a great answer to hear. And before we round things off, I always like to finish with this. Do we have any sponsors that you need to thank for letting you come out here? Friends or family you want to give a shout out to today?
Nana and Papa, Mom and Dad, Carly, Grandma Jake, and all my sponsors.
Well, once again, congratulations so much, crew, on your feature race win. You did a great job out there today. I'm going to send it back up to Dan Bailey in the announcer's booth.
A little blower work to remove some of the sand from the racing groove before we get into our introductions for our Pro Junior Wing BP main. Again, that's going to be a 30-lap feature. 16 carts strong. Here's your starting lineup for our Pro Junior Wing BP 30-lap A feature. On the pole, it's the 3C of Centralia, Missouri's Carter Brooks. On the outside of the front row, out of Wheeler, Wisconsin, it'll be the 99 of Bentley Hlupka.
Inside row number 2, it's the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck. And to his right, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis.
Starting inside of row number 3, the 26 machine of Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber. To his right, the 40 of Regan Rosenboom out of Rock Rapids, Iowa.
Inside row number 4, the 11 of Jackson Godfrey. And the 29F of Toretto Flynn.
Starting inside of row number 5 out of Trempealeau, Wisconsin, it's the 8 of Alan Byrne. To his right on the outside of row 5, the 10 of Herman, Minnesota's Bentley Kramer.
Inside row number 6, the 1T of Superior, Wisconsin's Tanner Johnson. And to his right, the 7L of Laverne, Minnesota's Liam Gomble.
Transferring out of the B feature, lining up on the inside of row number 7, it will be the 14B of Breck Lenore. On the outside of row number 7, the 69 of Kaysen Rielsen.
Inside that 8th and final row, the 19C of Caden Schmitz, alongside Reagan Finnegan racing the 32.
16 carts, 30 laps, the Pro Junior Wing BPA feature about ready to rock and roll at the Cedar Lake Arena as part of the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial. It's the 11th annual Fall Shootout as part of the 2025 Rumble at the Arena Series with the Mid-Central Series along for the ride. 30 laps for the Pro Junior Wing BP racers. Parade lap down the back straightaway, getting ready to turn it up a notch. Green flag is in the air. It'll be Carter Brooks leading the pack down the front stretch and into turn number 1.
Just like he did yesterday, he is pulling away, but we've got carnage in turn number 2. The 14 of Archer Hoffbeck spinning around, collecting a few in his sights with him.
There were 4 karts in total that went around there in turns 1 and 2. Good news, didn't look like any severe damage or ultra hard hits. I think they were mostly bumps and spins and then avoidance loops. So we should be able to get everybody back into their correct starting position and restart this Pro Junior Wing BP A feature.
Lineup is all set and ready to go. So we send them out onto the back stretch. We're in turn number 3. We will get the green flag, meaning we are racing. Carter Brooks pulling away. He was the feature race winner yesterday, the fastest qualifier yesterday, and fastest qualifier today. And once again, he is showing us how it's done out on the track.
Meanwhile, deep in the field, 3 rows deep, they were side by side down the back straightaway. Somehow, calmer heads prevailed, and everybody stays straight to complete that opening lap. It is Carter Brooks, your race leader. Archer Hoffbeck holding on to second. Bentley Halupka in third. Then it's Weber and Tarvis rounding out the top 5, but those positions changing quickly.
An even spacing between Brooks and Hoffbeck, as well as Hoffbeck and Halupka for those top 3 spots. 4th on back, we are all within about a half a kart length of each other. It is Brooks, Hoffbeck, Halupka, Weber, Tarvis, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as we are officially 5 laps into our 30-lap main event.
Carter Brooks continues to set a blistering pace, 10.4 second lap last time across the line. Archer Hoffbeck also with a 10.4 second lap. Everybody else falling off by tenths of a second after that. Top 2 trying to pull away from a multi-kart battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Carter Brooks that time by a 10.329 second lap, fastest lap of this class this weekend, as he is setting a blistering pace, but Hoffbeck doing everything he can to semi-keep him in his sights.
Dominic Weber in the 26 machine holding on to 4th, just behind the 99, but he has come under threat from the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. Tarvis trying to reclaim a position that he lost earlier in this 30-lap feature.
Yellow flag is out as the 69 of Rylson spins around in turn number 2. So we are once again going to bring this to a halt for a second, re-lap, re-rack, and restack before we go back to begin lap number 10 of 30.
Track worker taking a look at the 69 machine there of Kaysen Rielsen. Doesn't appear that he's going to be able to continue as they are motioning him towards the infield and pushing that kart. Not quite sure if he... something in the drive system there. Not functioning, that's going to be a DNF for the 69 of Kaysen Rielsen.
Lineup seems to be good, so I believe we will be sending them this next lap by.
Confirmation from track workers through a chain on the 69 of Rielsen. That'll bring an end to Kaysen's run in the Pro Junior Wing BPA feature. Carter Brooks has been uber smooth all weekend. Perfect start. Opens up a kart length separation back to the second place, number 14 of Hoffbeck.
Halupka still holding on to a solid 3rd. Weber right behind in 4th. Tarvis looks to the outside of Weber, sees if he might be able to improve by 1 position. Still battling for 4th and 5th, right behind a two-racer battle for 6th and 7th between the 40 of Rosenboom and the 10 of Kramer.
Behind the top 7, a bit of space opening up back to 8th on back. We have a 8-kart battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th in our Pro Junior Wing BPA feature.
Our top half and second half have fully separated there with about a straightaway in between. as up front our top 5 still remain the same. Out front, the 3C of Carter Brooks continues to do what he has done all weekend here, making the trek up from Centralia, Missouri, as we reach the halfway point of this 30-lap feature.
15 laps down, 15 to go for our Pro Junior Wing BP racers. And thus far, the weekend has belonged to Carter Brooks. However, having said that, Archer Hoffbeck has not lost much ground on your race leader. Hoffbeck staying in the 10.3 second lap range. As a matter of fact, just a tick quicker last time across the line. Could Hoffbeck be mounting a charge to reel in the race leader and maybe throw a challenge at him as they get into lap traffic?
I was going to say lap traffic is within their sights right now. We'll see how this affects the battle between Brooks and Hoffbeck as they have a 3-racer battle for the rear of the field raging on directly in front of them. Brooks comes up to the rear end, Hoffbeck in tow. Hoffbeck's able to gain a little bit of ground on Brooks, looks down to the inside.
Layover flag being displayed to the 3 karts just ahead of our top 2. Carter Brooks now to the inside. The 14 now tries to make a charge and a challenge on your race leader. Can't quite make it stick. Now he looks to the outside, 3 wide down the back straightaway. And here's a move for the lead at the line. We've got a new race leader. The 14 and the 3 come together again in turn 1 and 2. Brooks reclaims the lead. Hoffbeck back to second. Things getting physical in that battle for the lead. 5 to go next time by. Brooks has realized that he can't stick around. He's going to continue to work underneath. Oh, your race leader gets collected. Top 2 pulled into a spin in turn number 2. My goodness gracious. Carter Brooks and Archer Hoffbeck swept into an incident in turn number 2. Hoffbeck able to pull away. Be interesting to see what the official call is on this spin. Six laps remaining. Your race leaders swept into the incident in turn number 2. The 32 of Regan Finnegan pulled to the infield. Restart order will have Carter Brooks out front, followed by the 14 of Archer Hoffbeck. Then it'll be the 99 of Bentley Halupka. After Halupka, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. Then the 26 of Dominic Weber. The rest of the field will take their restart positions. My goodness. A heated battle for the lead as Hoffbeck and Brooks came together multiple times. The 19 of Caden Schmidt's going to exit the track. 6 laps remaining. This tightens the field. Pace increases. Green flag is in the air. Carter Brooks pulls away from Archer Hoffbeck. Nope, no start as we've got trouble in turn number 4. Liam Gimbel with a 7 machine. He's being called for a jump there. Bentley Kramer in the 10 machine, going to restart 6th after beginning this 30-lap feature, 10th, the outside of the 5th row. Liam Gimbel being reminded, no passing until you get to that start zone where the cone is at the end of the back straightaway. Still 6 laps remaining. They pick up the pace in the start zone in 3. Green flag is in the air. Perfect start for Brooks. Brooks pulls away from the 14 of Hoffbeck. Hoffbeck has his hands full with the 99 machine of Jalopy. Jalopy, though, pushes a little bit, and turn number 4 opens the inside lane to the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. Tarvis can't capitalize on it, settles back into 4th. 5 to go that time across the line. 4 to go. Seven machine of Liam Gimbel down into the infield, his feature done. Next time at the line, racers will get the 2 to go signal from our starter. 2 laps remaining for Carter Brooks. Carter Brooks sets sail. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Positions stretching away from each other. Checkered flag is in the air. Carter Brooks, Pro Junior Wing BP, a feature winner. Archer Hoffbeck gave it everything possible. Came up just a little short. The 99 of Bentley Jalopy sneaks up alongside of Hoffbeck. Congratulates him on a strong run. 2nd and 3rd place racers also give a thumbs up to Brooks for a strong run. And the Centralia, Missouri racer behind the wheel of the 3C pulls into the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane to celebrate the Pro Junior Wing BP a feature win.
Making the trek all the way from Centralia, Missouri, and back in Victory Lane yet again this weekend, your feature race winner in the Pro Junior Wing BP class, Carter Brooks. As he takes off his gear, we're going to take a couple quick words from our feature race winner before we give him some time to celebrate. So, Carter, the first thing we have to talk about, tell us about that hair-raising moment in 1 and 2.
I was scared. I thought I wasn't gonna get my spot back, but I'm glad I did. I mean, I'm just thankful.
Well, we're glad to hear that. So you fully dominated yesterday, fastest qualifier, won the feature race. Dominated today, fastest qualifier. Won the heat race, won the feature. How did you feel this weekend went overall? And though you did so phenomenally, what do you feel were some of the difficult parts of the track to get used to, or what were you powering through to try to go through this today?
Definitely the bumps in 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. You just had to control your way out of them. That's about it.
Perfect. And last but most importantly, obviously coming all the way up from Missouri to race here, you guys have to have some great sponsors, great help, family, friends. Who do you want to give a shout out today, and thanks for helping you with your race win?
I would like to thank SKE, Kyle Beatty, Austin Pless, Craig Brooks Contracting, Jim Butler, Remax on the Move, Groves Farms. What are some other ones? Crap. I already said that. Dale and Patty Cone, Wolfoak Heating and Cooling, Royal Power Sports, Grandma Barb, about it.
Well, sounds like an amazing list of friends, families, sponsors. Congratulations once again on your feature race, not only today, but all weekend long. Now you celebrate with your friends and family in Victory Lane. Congratulations again, Carter. We'll send it back up to you in the tower, Dan.
Jalopy A feature going to be next. Photos in victory lane for Brooks and the 3C team. Lineup for our Jalopy main event will be Andrew Whitaker from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin on the pole with a 37 machine. Brad Traceth on the outside of the front row out of Birchwood, Wisconsin with a 2A. And Carl Spedgenski from Colfax, Wisconsin behind the wheel of the 76. 3 karts, 15 laps for our Jalopy A main. Our Jalopys on the track, ready for their 15-lap feature. Coming up after this, 3 pro mains. But first, the Jalopys to entertain with a 15-lap main. Andrew Whitaker in the 37 setting the pace from the pole. Brad Traceth on the outside of the front row, and Carl Spedgenski rounding out the trio. Green flag is in the air. The 37 machine of Andrew Whitaker is going to lead us into turn 1 and 2. Top 2 trying to pull away from third. Your race leader, meanwhile, trying to pull away from second. The 2A of Traceth running second. That gap separation growing in the opening couple of circuits here as Whitaker creates a 6 kart length separation back to the 2A of Brad Traceth.
Traceth holding on strong, though, posting similar lap times as the 37 of Whitaker. Not going to let him pull away quite that easily. A little bit of space back to the 76 of Carl Spedgenski.
It's Andrew Whitaker, your race leader. Top 2 separated from third by half a lap. Then the top 2 themselves separated by 6 kart lengths, as it's all Whitaker right now. Whitaker was able to take the lead at the drop of the green flag and has not given up. Cross flags are out, this time across the line.
Whitaker, Traceth, Spedgenski, 1, 2, 3, as we have 8 laps remaining in this 15-lap feature race. And Traceth still holding on to Whitaker, not gaining any ground, but that last lap did have a 0.2 second faster lap time than the 37 of Whitaker.
He does it for a second lap, and actually he has halved the separation between his 2A and the 37 of your race leader, Andrew Whitaker. We may have a battle developing because, don't look now, but they're closing in on the 76 of Spedgenski.
With that gap getting shorter and shorter by the lap, he tucks down low on the front straightaway. 0.1 seconds in between our leaders. They're going around lap traffic. How is Spedgenski going to affect the battle for the lead?
Spedgenski gives him the inside lane in turns 1 and 2. Spedgenski then slides down into the infield, but we stay green. 2 to go. Look at this barn burner of a battle for the lead.
Traceth is all over the tail end of the 37 of Whitaker, trying to see what the best option is going to be. As the white flag flies, he tucks down to the inside, goes for it. Traceth up to the lead. Whitaker battling back to the inside. He tucks down low. Traceth shuts the door on him. Checkered flag is out. It's a drag race. Traceth is going to take the feature race win. Whitaker, after leading the first 14 laps, is going to have to settle for second place.
My goodness, what a battle right down to the end. We both mentioned that the 2A of Brad Traceth started turning better lap times in the final 5 to 6 lap run, and it paid dividends as he was able to work underneath the 37 of Andrew Whitaker, take the lead away, and snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat. So Brad Traceth, your feature winner in the Jalopy class as part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout here at Cedar Lake Arena. Well, race fans, I'll tell you what, 3 main events yet to go. 1, 2, 3.
Only 140 laps separating us from now and the end of the 2025 season.
Tell you what, it has been a long day, but it has been an entertaining day. Kudos to all the racers that we've seen thus far through qualifying, through their heat races, through the mains that we've already experienced, and now we're down to these final 3 pro mains. Pro Junior 1 green plate clone, Pro Junior 2 blue plate clone, and Pro Adult Clone 375. Those will be our final 3 main events. You know, Zach mentioned one thing that's interesting. The end of the 2025 season, but there's much more to come after this. We'll give you details when the green flag racing is done. Here's your starting lineup for our Pro Junior 1 green plate clone main event.
Starting off on the pole, getting onto the front straightaway from Fairmont, Minnesota, it's the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. And to their right, hailing from Pringmar, Iowa, the 12 of Dayton Van Beek.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 2 out of Sac City, Iowa will be the 4S of Easton Sharn. Alongside of Easton on the outside of the second row, the 119 of Algona, Iowa, Zachary Woodford.
Making his way onto the front straightaway from Truro, Iowa, it's the 5 of Jackson Reeves. And on the outside of row number 3, the 05 of Des Moines, Iowa's Clyde Keenan.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 4 out of New London, Wisconsin will be the 42 of Easton Quaintance. Starting on the outside of row number 4, the 9 of Macy Pogler from Cherokee, Iowa.
On the inside of row number 5, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis out of Chautauqua, Wisconsin. And to Corbin's right, racing the 15H out of Plato, Minnesota, it is Evelyn Hess.
Starting inside of row number 6 out of Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. And on the outside of row number 6, the 17 of Arlington, Minnesota's Jackson Latsky.
And all alone on the 7th and final row out of Clintonville, Wisconsin, it's the A66 of Ava Hedrick.
Good news, here comes the number 5 of Reeves Jackson. Heart rate increased in the staging area as they had to do some last-minute work on that machine to get it fired up. Jackson will pull back in position on the inside of the 3rd row. That's the red number 5 machine. We're ready to turn them loose. Pro Junior 1 green plate clone A feature coming your way.
Caitlin Jean saying, "Go, Carl, proud of you from Dad." Green flag flies, and it's the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom leading the charge as the 5 of Jackson Reeves is off the pace all the way from the front of the field to the rear end.
We saw Jackson was struggling getting that kart even to fire down in the staging area on the backside of the back straightaway. So perhaps he's just out there trying to collect laps, points, maybe race his way into a money position. Hard hit down there in 1 and 2, but we stay green.
Ekstrom still your leader, but hot on their tail. It's the 4S of Easton Sharn out of Sac City, Iowa, keeping Ekstrom in his sights with just about a half-second gap in between the top 2, and then a 4-racer battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th between Quintus, Tarvis, Arnold, and Woodford.
Tell you who did not get the start to this feature that they had hoped for, Dayton Van Beek in the 12 machine. Dayton has backslid all the way to 8th in the early laps of this Pro Junior 1 green plate clone A feature.
Last night's feature race winner And second fastest qualifier today. Definitely not what Van Beek wanted to see at the start of this race. But on his side, he does still have 23 laps to go to potentially make up some ground here. But right now, it is all Ekstrom all night long.
Your race leader in the pink and blue cart. Oop, caution is out. Yellow flag is out as we had a couple of carts get together in turns 3 and 4. That will slow the roll with 23 laps remaining in this Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone A feature.
Looks like that was the 05 of Clyde Keenan, tucking down to the inside of turn number 4. So this will give us a chance to get everyone back in order, tighten things up a little bit, and see where we will go for the next 23 laps of this feature race.
Track worker talking with Clive down there in the infield. Looks like Clive's going to be able to keep that cart under power, and I believe is going to be able to rejoin the field for the restart. .05 will fall in line at the tail end of the field. Clyde Keenan from Des Moines, Iowa. Kaylor Ekstrom, your race leader, in the number 3 cart. Then it's Sharn, Arnold, Woodford, and Quaintance rounding out the top 5 on this restart. Green flag is in the air. Ekstrom quickly able to establish a 1-2 cart length advantage over that 2 cart battle for second and third. Oh, look out, look out, look out. 1 cart loops it coming out of 2. Caution flag flies will slow him down. That was the 119 of Zachary Woodford, who was running 4th.
Lineup starting to be good to go out front. It will be the 3 of Fairmont, Minnesota's Kaylor Ekstrom, who has led the full race so far. 4S of Sharn sitting in second, then the 32 of Arnold, the 42 of Quaintance, 8X of Tarvis, then the 12 of Van Beek has come all the way back up to 6th place after falling back to 8th a few laps ago.
Unfortunate turn of events for Woodford there, dropping from 4th to 13th after that spin in turn number 2. Best news is that Woodford did not get into the tires or the barrier on the back straightaway there. Green flag back in the air. Still the 3 of Ekstrom, your race leader.
Ekstrom already pulling away from the 4S of Sharn. But Sharn's got company to the inside. The 32 of Arnold now up to 2nd. And Sharn back to 4th as Quaintance is able to pull by as well.
Top 2 trying to pull away from a multi-cart battle for 3rd on back. It is the 42 machine of Quaintance holding on to that number 3 spot as they go side by side for 4th. Now 5th, now 6th. Cart on the move is the 5 machine, The 5 of Jackson Reeves, remember, who was off the pace earlier, is within reach of a money position. What a comeback this would be for the 5.
And check out the 12 of Van Beek as he's now battling for that 3rd place position.
Van Beek had fallen as far back as 8th in the running order. Now Van Beek running 4th with the number 12 cart. Still the 3 of Ekstrom, your race leader.
Ekstrom, Arnold, Quaintance, Van Beek, Hess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as it currently stands. but Van Beek tucks down to the inside, tries to make that move for third. Not quite going to do it this time. Jackson Reeves trying to get into the top 5 as well.
This time at the line, cross flags are displayed to the field. 15 down, 15 to go in our $500 to win Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone A feature. The 3 machine of Kaylor Ekstrom setting the pace. A pace that will slow, however, as the caution flag flies. The 42 machine of Easton Quaintons, who spent time in the top 4, ends up on the outside of turn number 2. You can see Van Beek trying to sneak underneath. Van Beek clips the farming disc. The inside of turn number 1 gets up into the 42, and around goes Quaintons, backing into the foam barriers. So Easton Quaintons going to get his spot back, and they're going to drop Van Beek to the tail end of the field as the cause of the caution. $15 laps down, 15 to go in this Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone A feature. Top 5, Ekstrom, Arnold, Quaintons, Hess, and the 5 of Reeves.
Green flag is out, and Ekstrom going to lead the crew onto the front straightaway. 32 of Arnold in second. Quaintons holding on to third, but he's got company up and over. All sorts of chaos in turn number 2.
The 8X machine of Corbin Tarvis going around in turn 2. Another caution comes out. We do have a quick note. Those of you watching the live stream on Facebook, the complimentary live stream on Facebook, believe it or not, we're having so much fun, we've hit our time limit. So the Facebook live stream will be wrapping up here shortly. What we would invite you to do is turn over to our also absolutely free YouTube live stream, so you can stay up to date with the final 2 Pro mains on our YouTube live stream.
Yes, we will still be streaming on Facebook through the end of the Victory Lane interview. However, after that, we will be moving exclusively to our YouTube live stream. So you still have a couple seconds to get that all situated after this race, but just wanted to give that heads up to all of our Facebook viewers. For those of you on YouTube or streaming live on MBTVsports.com, feel free as if there's no change going on whatsoever.
Kaylor Ekstrom is rising to the top right when it's needed. Finished 5th in the feature Friday night. Has been class of the field this entire feature. Has been able to apparently pull away at will with each start and quickly establish a separation between the 3 and whomever is behind. Let's see if that will continue. 15 laps to go. We bring them back up to speed.
Our top 4 start to separate themselves. Ekstrom, Arnold, Quaintons, Van Beek. Or Ekstrom, Quaintons, Arnold, and Hess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as we have another caution in turns 3 and 4.
You know, you mentioned a interesting name there, Zach, as you were running through the top 5. The 32 of Stanhope, Iowa's Hayden Arnold. Running second. I know we're only at the halfway point. 15 laps down, 15 to go. But Arnold up to second for this restart. What a feature for Hayden Arnold in that 32 machine.
who started on the inside of row number 6, 11th to 2.
Yeah.
Obviously, a win would be great for Arnold to see with that gap, but honestly, even 11th to 2 is extremely commendable.
Easton Quaintance with a 42, restarting third again. It'll be Ekstrom, Arnold, Quaintance, Hess. Those will be your top 4 for the restart. Then the 5 of Reeves in 5th.
Arnold off a DNF yesterday, finished 12th. Not only coming up from the rear of the field today, but the rear of the field yesterday as well, to currently sit in 2nd place. Quaintance stalled in turn 2, getting a quick refire from the track crew, but unfortunately, it's looking a little harder to refire than one would hope.
There, they've got it fired up. Tense moment there. That'll get your heart racing, right?
Especially halfway through a $500 to win feature. Green flag flies. Ekstrom and Co. leads the track.
Arnold staying with the race leader. It's been a while since we've seen anyone be able to stay with Ekstrom. Arnold all over the rear Nerf bar, down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Ekstrom still out front in the 3. Sixth, 7th, and 8th in the mix as well. 6 Kart battle for 3rd on back. The 5 machine is on the move. Jackson Reeves, who almost didn't get to the track in time for the start now, has raced his way up to 3rd after backsliding as far back as 12th. Arnold was able to stay with Ekstrom through the opening 2 or 3 circuits after we came up to speed following that caution, but has since lost touch with the pink and blue race leader, the number 3 out of Fairmont, Minnesota, looking strong and bulletproof. Caution on the track again as we've had a Kart spin out of turn number 4.
Well, we have a quick moment here. Just want to give a quick update on the Facebook situation we are experiencing. We will end up having a part 2 link on Facebook that will go live after the Victory Lane interview here. If you want to go unstopped, you can feel free to visit our YouTube or MBTVsports.com. However, if you are liking things over on the Facebook side, feel free to look for that second link, which will be published here soon.
The 8X of Corbin Tarvis getting a helping hand to be turned around, coming out of turn number 4. Some of these karts starting to show a little wear and tear. Bring them back up to speed. 9 to go as we get the green flag. Jackson Reeves. Could Jackson be the Kart on the moves? The 5 machine up to 3rd.
Out front, it's still Ekstrom holding on to the show, but Arnold tucks down to the inside, tries to make a move, nothing working there. And Schern also moving up to 4th there, past the 17 of Lotsky.
Keep your eyes on Hayden Arnold. Hayden has been all over the rear Nerf bar of the 3 of your race leader, Kaylor Ekstrom. Ekstrom able to open up a kart length separation there to perhaps retain hold on the lead and not be assisted out of the top spot. Top 3 now. Get the 5 to go signal as they cross the line. 5 laps remaining for the rest of the field. Down the back straightaway, your top 3. have pulled away from 4th on back. Battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th underway. That's a 4-card shootout. Then a 4-card shootout for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. This time at the line. 3 to go. Kaylor Ekstrom, 2.5 laps away from a $500 payday. Now 2 to go for the pink and blue 3 machine. Hayden Arnold should not hang the head low, as it's been an amazing run from 11th to 2nd. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. Final time through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in the air. Kaylor Ekstrom with the Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone A feature win. Hayden Arnold will cross the line second, with Jackson Reeves bouncing back for a top 3 finish after backsliding all the way to the tail end of the field in the opening laps. It started at first without almost being able to get out of the staging area. Rest of the field coming by to congratulate Kaylor. Fairmont, Minnesota's Kaylor Ekstrom, main event winner in the Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone A feature event.
After a hard-fought battle, hopping out of the cart, your Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone feature winner, Kaylor Ekstrom. So, Kaylor, yesterday you ended up finishing 5th in the feature. Today, fastest qualifier, fastest in the race, feature race winner. How do you feel things changed from yesterday over to today?
We're getting warmed up yesterday, and we found the right tires, and we just came out here to win it.
That's what we like to hear. Well, you got to have a lot of help to be able to come out here and race. So tell us a little bit about some of the sponsors you want to thank, friends, family, for all the help getting you out here this weekend.
I thank my grandpa very much. He does a lot of work on that go-kart and spends a lot of hours out there, and Oxyblast, Sharp Cuts, and just my family. It's just a blessing to be here.
Well, congratulations on the feature race win. Did a great job out there today. You enjoy the rest of your time in Victory Lane. Dan, we'll send it back up to you in the announcer's booth.
Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone A feature will be up next. Again, congratulations to our Pro Junior 1 Green Plate Clone feature winner, the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. 16 racers will be in the lineup for our Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone A feature. As final photos are taken in the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane on the back straightaway of the Cedar Lake Arena Oval. Again, quick reminder, those of you watching via the live stream coverage on Facebook, if you drop on that initial feed, look for the second feed that is going to pop up, or you can join us on our live YouTube feed. Big thank you to everybody who's tuned in. It's been a full day of karting action here at Cedar Lake Arena. Now we're down to our final 2 pro main events. 50-lap feature for the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone competitors, followed by a 60-lap feature for the Pro Adult Clone 375 competitors. Here is your starting lineup for tonight's Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone A feature. Scheduled to start on the inside of the front row. Pole position for Elko, Newmarket, Minnesota racer Carter Brown with the 3 machine. On the outside of the front row, joining us from Clear Lake, Minnesota, it'll be the 81 of Jaden Anderson.
On the inside of row number 2, out of Stanhope, Iowa, it is the 72 of Henry Arnold. And on the outside, from Pewaukee, Wisconsin, the 880 of Jesse Heary.
Lining up inside of row number 3 out of Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. Alongside of Perino on the outside of the third row, Coon Rapids, Minnesota racer behind the wheel of the 24, and it's Nolan Moore.
Inside of row number 4, Menominee, Wisconsin's 100 of Drew Alton. And on the outside, the 78 from Boone, Iowa, Ace Wolfgram.
Lining up inside of row number 5, out of Nicollet, Minnesota, the 06 of Gavin Allen. On the outside of row number 5, Forest Lake, Minnesota's Garrett Tatnall behind the wheel of the 25.
Inside row number 6 from Mason City, Iowa, it's Caden Burkholtz piloting the 1. And to his right, out of Hortonville, Wisconsin, the 15 of Faith Henning.
Starting inside of row number 7, we find Grand Forks, North Dakota's Ryder Blasky with the 04 Kart. On the outside of row number 7, out of Osceola, Wisconsin, Riley Finnegan with the 32.
And inside that 8th and final row, hailing from Shawano, Wisconsin, it's the 71 of Lila Springborn on the inside. And Clintonville, Wisconsin's T19 of Tori Hedrick to the outside.
16 karts, 16 pilots, $500 to win the Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone A feature, moments away from going green.
50 laps separating this track from $500 of fame and fortune. Green flag flies, and Brown's gonna lead them into 1 and 2.
Wow, that was a wild and woolly start as we had karts diving, sliding, slipping out of turn number 4, but somehow we're gonna make it. Maybe not. Caution flag will fly. I believe that might be the 25 of Tatnall. No, it is the 25 of Garrett Tatnall. Boy, that start. Hit him 3 wide on the front straightaway. Here's a replay of what transpired down there in turns 3 and 4. Tatnall tried to wrestle that kart back under control, but again, once you get into that sand outside the groove, it's like trying to walk on a newly Zambonied ice rink. Very, very slippery.
Even an inch into that stuff and you are as best as gone. Tried to tackle it as best as possible, but these things happen.
So it'll be a complete restart with the 3 of Brown setting the pace from the pole, the 81 machine of Anderson on the outside of the front row.
Onto the back straightaway. Into turn 3, green flag flies. And Brown's got company this time. The 81 of Anderson holding on strong on the outside. Down to the inside, the 72 of Arnold makes a move up to second. And following behind him, it is the 880, I believe, of Heary.
Much smoother start that opening lap. Everybody straight. We stayed green. We're going to complete lap number 2. Still going to be Brown, your race leader, followed by Arnold in the 72. The Stanhope, Iowa racer started on the inside of that second row, was able to sneak past the competition, take over the number 2 spot.
Single file throughout the field. Our top 6 separated from our rear end of the field. But our top 2 racers even pulling away from that battle from 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It is Brown and Arnold out front. 0.173 seconds down to 0.142 seconds separating them as Arnold looks to the inside, bumps and bangs as we've got 3 around in 1 and 2.
As we slow our karts down with yellow flag conditions down here in 1 and 2. Quick reminder of how we saw positions change in the last half or even the last third of the prior feature, and that was only a 30-lap feature. Here we've got 50 laps to play with. So if your favorite racer is outside the top 3, outside the top 5, maybe deep in the field, don't fret quite yet. Still have plenty of time for that racer to perhaps make a move towards the front.
Taking a look at what happened in turn 1 and 2, the 15 of Hess got up on the back end of another racer, skidded across the track through 1, sparks flying everywhere. The 78 with nowhere to go.
Look at the heavy damage on the front of the 78 machine. Night is done for Ace Wolfgram from Boone, Iowa. Not going to be a $500 payday this evening. That is a long and lonely walk back to the hauler as Ace realizes his night is done.
Green flag flies. And the 72 of Arnold looks down low, but Brown holds his line, continues to lead. The 81 of Anderson now moving up to third, setting his sights on second once again.
Multi-position move for Heary. The 880 machine started up in the top 3, backslides a couple of positions to 5th. Moore up to 4th, Anderson 3rd, Arnold 2nd, but it's still Carter Brown, your race leader.
Our top 5 holding on to each other pretty well. 81 of Anderson sneaks by to move up to 2nd as we've got bumping and banging the 24 going around. 24 N of Moore trying to make a pass for 3rd.
Moore
collects
the 25 of Tatnall. Tatnall with nowhere to go as Moore rolled backwards right up in front of him. Coming out of turn number 2, high rate of speed there. Thankfully, both racers okay. Not sure about the machinery. We'll see.
Tatnall and Moore checking out the current situation before they can get back under power. Lineup is going to be the 3 of Brown, 72 of Arnold, 81 of Anderson, 880 of Heary, and then the 1 of Burkholz.
Tatnall in the 25 going to get his spot back. Still not sure if Moore is going to be able to continue there. Boy, it sure looks like the left rear is locked up on Moore's kart there. Not sure if it's body rubbing on the wheel or what the issue is, but he's got power. He just is not happy with the way it's sitting. He's at least back under power. He's going to fall in line at the tail end of the field as the cause of that caution.
Travis Arnold saying, thank you, MBTV Sports, for the coverage. Thank you, Travis Arnold, for joining us for tonight's show. Cooper Jason saying, top-notch camera crew. Thanks for all your effort and special camera angles. We love to bring some great racing action to everyone. Boy, oh boy, Braden saying, watching from Canada. I think that may be the first out-of-country view that I've seen on here. At least in a while. Great to see people from all across North America. I think we can now say people across the world are technically watching. We'll take that. So
it's an international broadcast.
International broadcasters, MBTV Sports, bringing you racing action and some green flag flying as Moore leads the pack onto the front straightaway.
Carter Moore has been able to protect that inside run. Ooh. Couple of karts get together coming out of turn number 2 in the top 5. Everybody able to continue. Now I tell you what, Carter Brown keeps opening up that inside lane, exiting turn number 4. The 72 of Henry Arnold is just itching to take advantage of it. He hasn't gotten his kart down there quite yet. Keep your eyes on Arnold to see if and or when he's able to get up alongside to challenge for the lead.
He keeps peeking, he goes for it, makes the pass. New race leader, it's the 72 of Hayden Arnold.
Heads up racing and driving by Carter Brown. You could tell that he saw that Arnold was coming up alongside of him, took a quick peek over his left shoulder, decided to give him that position for now. Plenty of laps remaining. We still have 40 laps to go.
Henry Arnold pulling away from the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as Brown backslides to fourth. He's battling back, able to get back up to third, but Anderson is now up to second. Now remember, Jaden Anderson was last night's feature race winner. Brown was the fastest qualifier yesterday and today, but finished third. So what are we going to see in these last 40 laps?
We're going to see some more battles for position. They're starting to string it out. The top 5 have opened themselves up quite a bit. 6th on back, still relatively tight. 8th on back, heavy hits in turns 1 and 2, just trying to find an opening.
It is still Arnold, Anderson, Brown, Heery, and Burkholz, which Burkholz is another one that's great to see up there. Started 11th, has moved all the way up to 5th in just 18 laps so far.
Yeah, plenty of green flag action yet to go. We still have 31 laps remaining. It'll be 30 this time as our race leader crosses the line. The 72 of Henry Arnold appears to have this one under control, at least through this first half of the race. Anderson has been able to stay with them in the 81 cart. Jaden just licking his lips, hoping that there will be an opportunity presented in which he can get up there and challenge for the top spot.
And we have a pass for third. It is now Heery up to the third place position, and Burkholz up to fourth as Brown backslides all the way to fifth.
Unfortunate. Carter Brown, who started on the pole, led the opening circuits, has been backsliding quickly and is now out of the top 5. Well, back to 5th, almost out of the top 5.
Arnold still holding on to that lead, but Anderson is only 0.2 seconds behind as we get to the cross flags and come up on our first round of lap traffic. Bumping and banging, Anderson is able to make the pass as lap traffic gets in the way for the 72 of Arnold. This has changed the game.
No caution for the spinning cart on the back straightaway, spun down into the infield. Layover flag being displayed to the cart just ahead of your race leader. Caution flag flies. We had a spinner. Caution came out just as that cart was coming back up to speed. So with 24 laps to go, we're just past the halfway point.
Lineup is going to go the 81 of Anderson, 72 of Arnold, 1 of Burkholz, 3R of Brown. As it looks like Heery was our spinner. And I believe the 24 of Moore is currently sitting in 5th.
Pace speeds as they prepare to bring them back up to race ready conditions. Green flag is in the air. Immediately an attempt by the 72 of Arnold to reclaim the lead. He's up alongside the 81 machine of Anderson. Side by side down the back straightaway. Look out, look out, look out, look out, look out.
Burkholz up onto the back end of the 72 of Arnold. Tried to follow through and take over second place at the same time.
Arnold and Anderson both swept into that one as that one started with a challenge for second. Looks like the 72 of Henry Arnold going to be out front. The 81 of Jaden Anderson being dropped to the tail end of the field.
Anderson gonna have some hard work from being sent all the way to the back. Arnold and Burkholz very lucky up front and holding on to the lead.
It's Arnold, Burkholz, Brown, Alton, and Moore, your top 5. Change for 4th, as a matter of fact. Moore sneaks underneath the 100 of Alton, takes over 4th.
With 22 laps left to go, we've got one caution coming out of turn number 2.
2 carts into the wall at the exit of turn 2. Hard hit there. Track workers quick to the scene to check on the condition of our racers. Looks like thumbs up from both of them.
Believe I see the 15 of Henning in there and can't quite see who the left one is. Let's take a quick look at this instant replay.
That is a hard hit. Oh my goodness. The 72-year race leader, Henry Arnold, has been sent to the infield. Chain guard came off the 72. That is a safety issue for Arnold. Arnold's main event is done.
Wow. Which brings Burkholz from 11th up to 1st. The true 1-1-1-1 out front.
And remember, early race leader Carter Brown had backslid as far as 5th, and now he gets to restart 2nd. So will the 3 resurface at the front of the field? Trying to get the lineup squared away. We're going to give them one lap around the track to ensure that we have all of our racers in the correct restart position. But again, it will be the one of Burkholz out front for the restart.
Burkholz, Brown, Moore, then the 100 of Alton, and the 04 of Blasky. Blasky up to 5th from 13th.
Remember, it wasn't too long ago when we saw the 24 of Moore up against the wall exiting turn at number 2. Here he is restarting 3rd in a money position.
Lots of moves from the rear end of the field up to the front. And we still have 21 laps as we're bumping and banging in 2 again. Hard hit there. The 71 is collected. The 15 of Henning collected once again.
And it looks like Henning might be stalled midway down the back straightaway. Not sure if they're going to be able to refire that kart or not. I believe the 15 of Henning. He's got that kart refired. Henning going to be invited off the track, though, as will the 880 of Jesse Peary. Those 2 karts done for the feature. Just past the halfway point.
We started with 16. We're down to 11. And it is Burkholz, Brown, Moore, Alton, and Blasky, your top 5, as the green flag flies. Burkholz going to lead him onto the back straightaway. Check out Moore, though, all over the back end of Brown. Tucks down low, tries to make a move for 2nd. He's able to secure it, but Brown battles back to the inside.
Things getting physical. We've still got 20 laps left to go in this Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone feature. Your race leader now beginning the process of pulling away. Caden Burkholz opens up almost an entire 1 second advantage over the multi-cart battle for second on back. Carter Brown holding on to the number 2 position for now. Nolan Moore running third. Caden Burkholz, Carter Brown, Nolan Moore, Drew Alton, and Riley Finnegan, your top 5 with 17 laps remaining.
16 laps left, and the one of Caden Burkholz putting on an absolute show. Finished 12th last night, started 11th, and is in the lead with a half straightaway advantage over the 24N of Moore.
Carter Brown again gets hung on the outside, slips out of the top 5. Again, Carter was your early race leader. He's back to 6th now. Out front, Caden Burkholz with a half a straightaway advantage over the 24 machine of Nolan Moore.
And don't look now, look who has moved back up to 3rd after getting that caution called on him and moving to the rear end. Anderson's now up to 2nd. Moore dropping like a fly to the rear of the field.
Closing in on the final 10. This time across the line it is 10 laps remaining for Caden Burkholz. Caution is out, trouble in turn 2.
Now this is going to be interesting, as now the 81 of Anderson, last night's feature race winner, will be starting directly behind your current race leader.
Ooh, tempers flaring. The 24 of Nolan Moore trying to retaliate against the 81 of Anderson. Track officials needing to slow him down. Oh, black flag is out. 24 done for the night. Nolan Moore let his temper flare. Track officials wanted nothing of it.
Lineup now going to be Burkholz, Anderson, Finnegan, Alton, and Brown. Finnegan also coming from 14th up to 3rd as the green flag flies.
Trouble
and
on the front
Brown
straightaway.
is around.
Hard hit here. One driver up into the concrete coming out of turn number 4. Looks like the driver is okay. Another scenario where that foam padding able to perhaps avert heavier damage.
Let's take a look at what happened here. Making our way through 3 and 4. Brown with a little helping assist from, I believe that may have been the 06 of Allen, if I'm seeing things correctly.
Here's the speed shot from turn 1. You see that is a hard hit there. 21 was involved in that. Or 71, excuse me, Lila Springborn.
Lineup is going to be Burkholz in the 1, Anderson in the 81, 32 of Finnegan, 100 of Alton, 5 of Brown for your top 5.
Going to turn them loose next time by. Again, it's all Burkholz, your race leader, but Anderson appears quicker. We will see how it plays out here. Final 11-lap run. Top 2 trying to pull away. Distance themselves from 3rd on back. Couple of kart links. Open up from 2nd to 3rd. The 32 machine. Riley Finnegan in the mix as well. Caution out again. Kart high in turns 3 and 4. 1 stopped on the front straightaway as well. The red 25. Garrett Tatnell was the one that spun up to the top of the banking in turns 3 and 4. Tatnall's going to be invited to the back of the pack. Then it was the 0-4 of rider Blasky who came to a stop at the exit of 4, the start of the front straightaway. Burkholt still your race leader. Anderson still second. The 32 of Finnegan still third.
Alton and Brown still holding on to 4th and 5th, respectively.
Pick up the pace in 3 and 4. Green flag in the air. Still 11 to go. Didn't complete a lap before that caution came out. Challenge for the lead, maybe? The 81 of Anderson looking to the inside. Can't make it happen this lap.
Finnegan still holding on to 3rd. Keeping an eye on them as Anderson gets up and over, backtracks all the way to 5th. This brings Finnegan from 14th up to 2nd. Burkholtz from 11th to 1st. Alton from 7th up to 3rd as we have moves all over the track.
Anderson now trying to work his way underneath the competition. Gets some assistance from behind. They stay green. Things getting extremely physical now. 3 wide out of 4 and down the front straightaway. Still Burkholtz your race leader. Finnegan second. Challenge for second from Alton, who's running 3rd.
This is exactly what our top 3 wanted, as it has given them a chance to move around and get some space. As the caution comes out once again, the 25 of Tatnall. That is going to be his second caution, so he will move into the infield. His night has come to a close. So your starting order will be the 1 of Burkholtz, 32 of Finnegan, 100 of Alton, 81 of Anderson, and the 6 of Allen, making up your top 5. We started with 16, we're down to 9 for $500 to win. Green flag is out, but the caution comes once again as we have trouble in turn number 4. Turn number 4 starting to become quite slick for our racers, losing quite a bit of traction there. Taking a look at that instant replay. Looks like they get locked up. Burkholtz, Finnegan, Alton, Anderson, Allen are your top 5. Then the 04. Of Blasky. 6 laps left to go in this 50-lap feature race for our Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class. Green flag is out. Finnegan looks low, but Burkholtz holds on to the inside line, trying to protect that win. 5 laps remaining for our racers out on the track. Our top 5 separating from our rear 4, but all 9 racers within only a few seconds of each other. Out front, all alone, Burkholtz pulling away from Finnegan and Anderson. Anderson up to 3rd. Alton back to 4th with 2 laps left. Anderson tries to put a move on Finnegan. Bumps his way up to the rear. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. And what seems to be a storybook finish for Burkholtz. 11th to 1st. Checkered flag flies. for Caden Burkholtz, the number 1 out of Mason City, Iowa, taking the win in our Pro Junior 2 Blue Plate Clone class. A hard-fought battle through a handful of cautions. Burkholtz showed the team exactly how to get it done. And as Burkholtz makes his way into the Cedar Lake Arena victory lane, we'll give him a moment to celebrate with some of his friends and family. After a hard-fought battle, finishing 12th on Friday, started 11th, and now he is a feature race winner. So we'll send it on down to Dan Bailey to get a quick interview from our feature winner.
Caden Burkholtz going to pick up the win from your starting spot of 11th. Talk us through that race. What did it take to get to the front of the field?
A lot of driving skills. It was a very stressful race.
Fast pace. At what point did you feel like this was your race to win and not try to have to work your way further forward?
Them last 2 laps, really.
Last 2 laps is what he thought really solidified it for him. He comes from 11th to a main event win. Caden Burkholtz from Mason City, Iowa.
Shout out from
in the number
Jordan
1
Smith
Kart,
on YouTube.
your
Way to go, Caden.
Pro Junior 2
Congrats to
Blue
Cade.
Plate
That was
Clone
a great
feature
showing
winner.
out there. And just to think, we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We have one final race coming your way for the big bucks. You know that. 1,000. Yes, you heard me right. $1,000 to win tonight in the Pro Adult Clone 375 class. $500 for second, $400 for third, $300 for fourth, and $200 for fifth in what is going to be an absolutely packed 60-lap main event here at Cedar Lake Arena. Final race of the evening, final race of the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial, and 11th annual Fall Shootout. And we've got quite a bit of action coming back at you folks. And as we bring the crew out onto the track, the racers out there, we'll give you our starting lineup for our main event of the evening, Pro Adult Clone 375. On the inside of row number 1 out of Fargo, North Dakota, it's the 1X of Zach Axlin. On the outside, out of Mitchellville, Iowa, Eddie Brose racing the 19.
Lining up inside of row number 2 will be the 9 of Cherokee, Iowa's Max Pegler. On the outside of row number 2, the 4 of Luverne, Minnesota's Gavin Gregory.
Inside row number 3, the 13 from New Brighton, Minnesota, it's Johnny Hansen. And to his right, the 9S of Reagan Schulten out of Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 4 out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, the 23 of Trevor Rush. On the outside of row number 4, the 30 of New Richmond, Wisconsin's Taylor Alton.
Inside of row number 5, the 00N of Noah Berglund from Asante, Minnesota, side by side with the 101 of Jacob Butler out of Woodworth, Louisiana.
Starting inside of row number 6 will be the 521 of Medford, Wisconsin's Rick Rush. On the outside, the 05 of Connor Germain. And here we see the 4-wide salute as part of this 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial. 4 wide down the front straightaway. The 11th annual Fall Shootout at Cedar Lake Arena. Starting with pageantry. This Pro Adult Clone 375A feature worth $1,000 to win. Rest of the starting lineup. On the inside of row number 7, Devin Dorn, and the 22 on the outside of row number 7, the 777 of Newton, Iowa's Kirk Weber.
Inside of row number 8, the 16 out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, it's Corey Wolf, side by side with Isaac Faust, racing the 2 from Farewell, Minnesota.
Scheduled to start inside of row number 9, the 98 of Logan Webb out of Dalton City, Illinois. To his right, the 5 of Ham Lake, Minnesota's Reese Whitney.
Inside row number 10, the 6 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, it's Declan Whitney, and the 43 of Richard Norby out of Sioux City, Iowa.
Lining up inside of row number 11, we will have cart number 1 of Jackson Clark out of Alexandria, Minnesota. To his right, the 72 of Des Moines, Iowa's Stevie Smith.
And inside the 12th and final row, hailing from Dassel, Minnesota, it's the 20R of Aaron Rauschendorfer and the 143 of Omaha, Nebraska's Derek Daly.
24 carts piloted by 24 brave souls. The Pro Adult Clone 375A feature with a $1,000 payday going to the main event winner is on the track, and we are in parade lap formation, ready to go green 1 lap from now.
Racers chomping at the bit, ready to go. 60 laps of hard-fought $1,000 to win racing action. We make our way onto the back straightaway into turn number 3. The green flag flies, and away we go!
Pro Adult Clone 375 main event underway. Side-by-side affair. The dance is going to erupt into trouble in turns 1 and 2. An immediate caution as we've got several carts facing the wrong direction. In turns 1 and 2, the 9S machine, one of those carts that went around. Regan Schultz. Here's the instant replay. First a little rewind, then we'll bring him into 1 and 2. This is the front straightaway. You can see the contact has started. We're flirting with 4 wide down the front straightaway.
You can see the 00 of Berglund getting up on the side of, I believe that was the 9S of Schulten.
It was Schulten there on the outside of a 3 wide, almost 4 wide battle into turn number 1. And if you've ever been on this micro oval inside the Cedar Lake Arena, you know 4 wide into 1 is not going to work, right?
Not much room on this track to go that wide, but that's not going to stop these Pro Adult Clones. Keel Rosenthal saying, let's go 9S, a shout out to Schulten. I also saw a shout out for Eddie. That would be Eddie Bros racing the 19 on the outside of row number 1. All our racers getting some love out there today, but the green flag is going to fly. And it's going to be Axlin leading the pack onto the front straightaway.
Second attempt at a start. Bumping and banging in 1 and 2. Space at a premium. Somehow they make it out of the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Everybody going to make it out of 4 and down the front straightaway. We've completed a lap. Lap number 1 of 60 is in the books. It's all downhill from there.
Our top 7 are single file. Then we have a 6-racer battle for 8th on back, as we now go single file throughout the field. Up front, though, tight racing between our top 4 as the 19 of Bros tries to sneak back down.
Top 4 trying to pull away from 5th, 6th, and 7th. Top 7th, meanwhile, pulling away from 8th on back. A 5-cart battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Then the rest of the field. But again, out front, it's Axlin with the 1X machine. Fargo, North Dakota's pride and joy in the opening laps, leading the Pro Adult Clone 375 feature.
Tight battles up through the top 3, and even the next 3 behind that 4th, 5th, 6th, hot on the tails of the podium as we have 1 racer pulling into the infield.
Our race leaders are already within sight of the tail end of the lead lap competitors. So they are going to need to finesse their way through traffic very soon here. We're only 7 laps into this one.
The 23 of Rouge from the inside of the 4th row up to 2nd, battling with Axlin for that top spot.
Gavin Gregory holding on to 3rd. Dennis Pegler 4th, Bros 5th. They stay in that position as they cross the line. Deeper in the field, Whitney, Schulten, Weber, Clark, and Smith, 11th through 15th.
We're slowly but surely making our way up to the rear end of the field. Zach Axlin out front, but he is on the same straightaway as the back of our pack. We'll see how this affects our top 5.
We know the trend. Whoever's out front early does not necessarily own the money that's going to be paid out for the feature win. Caution is out now as we've got 1 cart up at the top of the banking in turn number 3. That's the 13 machine. Johnny Hansen has been so fast all night.
Taking a quick look at what happened here. Goes into turn number 1. Gets a little assistance from behind.
Just a gentle kiss. That's enough to upset the cart and turn him around.
Lineup, however, does seem to be good to go.
Axlin.
Colt
Followed by
Miller
Rush second.
on YouTube saying shout out to Max Pogler. Pogler sitting in 4th currently, having a solid run on the night. Has stayed top 5 all evening long.
Gavin Gregory going to restart 3rd. Pogler 4th. Berglund, the 00, will be the 5th cart in line. Zach Axlin from the pole has led the opening 10 laps of this 60-lap feature. Lance Johnson cheering Zach on. Tighten up quarters down the back straightaway. Pick up the pace of the go zone in turn 3. Green flag is in the air. Axlin brings us back up to speed. The 23 machine of Rush. A very close second. Into turn 3 they go.
Single file throughout the pack, but our top 5 are extremely close in quarters as Gavin Gregory tries to make a move, backslides to 5th. The 00 of Berglund able to get up, but we have trouble in turn number 2. 4 carts around. I see the 5 in the mix as one side panel fully lifted up.
Reese Whitney in the 5 machine. Devin Dorn, I believe, in the double deuce was one of the other carts, and Devin actually exits the speedway. So an unfortunate turn for Devin Dorn, who was so fast earlier today.
We had the 5 of Whitney in there, the 05 of Germain, the 22 of Dorn. Quite a few collected in that turn 2 wipeout sesh.
Looks like Whitney being invited to the rear of the field, or near the rear of the field. There we've got the top 5 correct. Had a couple of carts out of line. We get them in the correct restart order.
Lineup seems to be good to go, so we will be giving them the green. Next time by Gavin Gregory with a lucky draw there as well, able to get his spot in 3rd back, had dropped back to 5th.
Zach Axlin brings us back up to speed. From the point, green flag is in the air. Zach Axlin has had company inches off the rear Nerf bar. I don't know if I've seen him been physically challenged quite yet, but again, we're only 12 laps into this one.
48 laps remaining in this 60-lap $1,000 to win Pro Adult Clone 375 class, as we've got another racer pulling into the infield, but our top 3 starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
Side-by-side battle for 5th and 6th gets decided coming out of turn number 4. Still Axlin, your race leader. Rush taking a look to the inside. Can't make it happen that time on the back straightaway.
Gavin Gregory just waiting in the wings, seeing if he might be able to pick up on something that goes awry. Holding on to his spot there, but he's got company close behind. It's the 9 of Pogler and the 00N of Berglund right behind.
Challenge for the lead into turn number 3. Here comes Rush!
And Gregory with him now up to 2nd. He was biding his time, seeing what he might be able to do from that battle ahead of him. He was able to take over that 2nd place as we've got 2 at a stop on the front straightaway. The 43 machine caught up in there of Norby, and the 143 of Daly locked together on the front stretch. 43 and Norby taking his gear off. Looks like his night's come to a close.
Pretty hard hit there. Take a look at them on the front straightaway. They're already hooked together in the replay.
They hooked together in the middle of turn number 4, rode it all the way out almost to turn 1. And both of them, unfortunately, bringing their nights to a close.
'23 machine of Green Bay, Wisconsin's Trevor Rush, your new race leader, was able to sneak underneath Zach Axlin with a good run down the back straightaway, set him up on the back stretch and into turn number 3, saw the opening, put the 23 to the left, and brought with him the 4 of Gregory. Axlin backslides to 3rd.
Now Rush finished 2nd last night, so he's got something to prove tonight. He wants to show he can take away the main event win and line his pockets with $1,000 cold hard cash. Gregory, on the other hand, finished 13th last night.
We had the accordion on the back straightaway, got a couple of carts turned around before we even came up to speed. So we'll have to give him another shot here. Flagman telling Trevor Rush, keep it at pace speeds. Pointing the black flag at him, just letting him know we got our eyes on you. Feel they're starting it just a bit too soon. Got to wait until they get to that go zone at the end of the back straightaway at the beginning of turn 3.
Green flag flies, and Rush leads the pack onto the front straightaway. Gregory in tow, Axlin right behind, Podler and Berglund there as well. Berglund's got company down to the inside. New racer on the inside, the 521 of Rick Rush.
Rush comes up into the top 5 now, so 2 rushes in the top 5. Trevor still your race leader. The 4 machine of Gregory still holding on to 2nd. Single file through the field, minding their P's and Q's at least for now.
Out front, it is still Rush, the 23, from 7th up to the lead, holding on strong. But he's got a pack of hungry dogs right behind him, trying to take over that $1,000 to win spot.
Top 5 trying to pull themselves away from 6th on back. Webb holding on to the number 6 position. The 98 machine started this one 17th inside of the 9th row, just outside the top 5, trying to see if perhaps he can stay with the top 5.
It goes to show you that wherever you start in this race, by far does not mean you're going to end there. We've had all sorts of movement all night long, and can you believe it? We're not even halfway through, as we have 36 laps left to go.
Speaking of movement, Rush, the 521, up to 4th now. Pogler back to 5th. A little bump and run down there in turn number 2 allowed Rush to bring the 2nd Rushmobile up into the top 4 now. Your top 3 still relatively tight. 1st and 2nd, nose to tail on the front straightaway. 33 laps to go this time across the line.
Onto the front straightaway, we're starting to come up on the rear end of the field. Our top 2 within half a cart length of each other. We'll see if this lap traffic will have anything to play in the lead role, but don't count out the 4 of Gregory, or the 1X of Axlin, who's waiting in the wings as well.
Cross flags are out, 30 laps down, 30 to go. Halfway through this 60-lap, $1,000 to win Pro Adult Clone main event.
Our top 3 all now within spitting distance of each other. Rush, Gregory, Axlin, 1, 2, 3. We might be seeing another Rush try to get into the mix as well.
Now the separation back to the 9 of Pogler has increased substantially. It's about the length of an entire straightaway from 4th to 5th. Your top 4, though, tightening things up for this last half dash through this 60-lap feature.
Over 2 seconds in that gap, and we have under a 1/7 of a second in the space between our top 4 racers.
Rick Rush, a 10.041 second lap. Fastest kart that lap. Oh, caution is out. We've got one kart around in turns 3 and 4. Zach was mentioning how Rick Rush was closing in on the top 3. That's why he was running laps a couple, if not several tenths of a second quicker than the top 3, and that was allowing him to close the gap. Rick Rush in the 521 running 4th. Early race leader Zach Axlin running 3rd. Gavin Gregory 2nd. Trevor Rush still your race leader in the 23 as we're under caution with 26 laps to go.
We're nearing the end of the night. Still lots of time for things to happen. But after an eventful 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial Race as a part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout, we're having some solid racing action here. And we're happy to be joining with the MBTV sports staff as a part of tonight's events.
Bring him back up to speed out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Trevor Rush, your race leader, into turn number 1. Rest of the field trying to stay with him.
Gregory holding on hot on his tail. Axlin right behind in 3rd. He had the lead for quite some time, wants to take it back over, but not before the 521 of Rush tries to make a move. Cuts down to the inside.
Rick Rush up to 3rd now. Zach Axlin back to 4th. Early race leader in threat of dropping out of the top 4. We will see if he's going to be able to bounce back from this one. Still your race leader is the 23 machine of Trevor Rush.
Our top 2, however, heavy traffic in turn number 4, as we have, I believe, 4 or 5 karts going around.
4 karts involved in that one. In between turns 3 and 4. Looks like the 05 of Connor Germain may be done. Connor standing up, taking a look at the kart. Doesn't appear like he's in any rush to get that kart moving forward.
And like that, Germain's night has come to a close.
Also the one of Jackson Clark. Clark back under power though.
Looks like he's pulling in near the rear of the field.
.24 laps to go. Still Trevor Rush, who started 7th inside of the 4th row, your race leader. Gregory still holding on to 2nd. Rick Rush up to 3rd. Axlin back to 4th. And Pogler still hanging out there in the top 5. Max has had a solid run. I know that Max wishes he was at the front of the field, but he's been hanging out in the top 5 this entire 50-lap run, well, 40-lap run thus far.
Shout out from Right Rear Racing on YouTube saying 521 having a run. He, in fact, is coming from 11th up to 3rd, and he has been closing that gap lap by lap.
Rick has been one of the fastest racers on the track as we've made this transition into the second half of this 60-lap feature.
Rick wasn't here racing with us last night, so this is his first night out here, and he has already moved up to 3rd place overall, showing he must be liking how this track is feeling today.
Trying to get a couple of karts in the correct restart position at the end of the front straightaway.
And I believe we now must be in the correct restart order. One slight change left to be made, then we will be able to go green flag racing.
There we go. There, I think we've got everybody into the correct restart position. Give them the 1 to go signal this time by. 24 laps remaining. Oftentimes on a Saturday night, this would be the start of a 25 lap feature. We've been at it a while with our Pro Adult Clone main.
Through the back stretch into turn number 3. Green flag is out. And it is still the 23 of Trevor Rush leading the crowd into 1 and 2.
Gotta tell you, the potential exists for an all-Rush top 2 run here. Let's see how it plays out over these final 23 laps, but the caution is out again as 2 karts get locked down in turn number 4.
See, that's the 16 of Wolf, and can't quite tell who that inside kart is just yet.
Again, these 2 karts locked together right front of the black kart. I believe that's the 1 of Jackson Clark and the 16. Wolf pulls away.
One of
Clark taking a look at the right front there. Not sure if that kart's going to be able to continue or not.
Giving Clark a chance to figure things out, see if we will be seeing him or if he is coming to a close. Looks like he's getting restarted there. Clark will be joining the pack.
Jackson will fall in line just ahead of the 19 machine. Going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by. Misspoke earlier, still 24 laps to go. 36 down of our 60 lap feature. We were talking earlier about how Rick Rush sure looked quick. Rick has, at this point in time, turned in the fastest lap of this main event, a 10.026 second circuit. So keep your eyes on the 521. Green flag in the air, back up to speed.
Gregory in a Rush sandwich right now. Equidistance away from first and second, but don't count out Rick Rush just yet. As we've been saying all night long, he's setting a blistering pace so far, but he's also got company. Axlin right behind in 4th, trying to at least get back up onto the podium once again.
Pogler still holding on to 5th. That's where he's been for a majority of this 60-lap feature. And our top 5 again begin the process of trying to pull away from 6th on back. Webb with the 98 machine. Still holding on to that 6th place spot. 3 wide almost on the front straightaway. Moves for position.
Gregory off the pace quite a bit. Backslid to 6th and continues to do so.
Oh, look
banging all around. Not sure what happened there, but that started in turn number 4, the lap prior.
Yeah.
With Gregory off the pace very quickly. Not sure if something happened with him or the part, but he dropped back quite a bit right off the get-go.
That was a wreck that lasted almost an entire lap, and it started with the 521 of Rick Rush taking over the number 2 spot. Not that Rush did anything wrong, but Rush was able to get up into the top 2, and that's when things started going wrong. 4 machine of Gregory. Gonna get his spot back, maybe? Wants it back at least. They are saying, Gavin Gregory, we love your enthusiasm, but we need you to step to the back of the pack. 4 machine to the tail.
So now it'll be a duo Rush front field here.
What do you think? Does Zach Axlin have anything for these top 2 karts? The Rushmobiles have been pretty near bulletproof. The opening 40 laps, still 20 to go. My goodness.
Gregory with a wild move at the rear of the field there.
Passed 4 karts before he even got to the go zone. I'm sure officials will be all over that. Oh, kart goes around in turns 3 and 4. Caution will come out. That was the 9 machine. Pogler got a helping hand. He got turned around in turn number 3. We're going to have a gentle word with the 4 of Gregory. Let him know you really can't pass until you get to that go zone. He improved his spot 5 positions before they even got to turn 3. The 9 of Pogler going to get his spot back.
It's still Roosh, Axlin, Pogler, Webb, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The running order that you see on the live stream there, showing the running order at the last completed lap. I know that doesn't jive with what you're seeing in the restart lineup, but we've had Gregory, obviously, with the 4 machine, invited to the tail end of the field. So that changes a bit what you're seeing on your live stream versus the lineup, the running order rather, that you see across the top there. Two Rooshes and an Axlin, your top 3. Pogler gets his spot back. Into turn 3, green flag flies. And we're clear onto the front stretch. Let's see how this first lap back is going to go. It's still Roosh, Axlin out front, battling for the lead. Right behind them, the 9 of Pogler looking to the inside of Axlin, seeing if he might be able to get anything done.
The 30 machine of Tyler Alton's kind of been flying under the radar. He now has made his way into the top 5. The 30 machine running 5th right now. Still 2 Rushes and an Axlin, your top 3. Battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Looking rather intense. Down the back straightaway and into 3.
The 23 of Trevor Roosh slowly but surely pulling away from that battle, raging on for 2nd and 3rd. Rick Roosh has it. Zach Axlin wants to take it over. Axlin looked down low there coming out of turn 4. Didn't quite want to capitalize just yet, but he's got another 15 laps to do so.
Field beginning to string out just a little bit. Still several tight battles for position, including that 2-kart battle for 2nd and 3rd, followed by another 2-kart battle for 4th and 5th.
The dual 9s in 4th and 5th. The 9 of Pogler in 4th, 9S of Schulten in 5th. Battling it out to see which is the best 9 on the track right now. Then we have a nice solid 3-kart battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th raging on as well.
Remember earlier in this 60-lap feature, that 9S machine of Regan Schulten has spun around in turns 1 and 2, has battled all the way back to the top 5, now trying to work into the top 4 with an inside run in turn number 3. Schulten up to 4th, Pogler back to 5th. Alton just outside the top 5 in 6th.
Out front, though, showing them how it's done. The 23 of Trevor Roosh leading the crowd.
Might have misspoke. Running order is Roosh, Axlin, Schulten, Pogler. Alton outside the top 5. My apologies if I misspoke. 7 laps to go in our Pro Adult Clone main event. Six to go. Your race leader on the back straightaway.
Opening up quite a bit of a gap between him and the rest of the field as we hit the 5-lap left to go mark. We have almost come to a close on tonight's action.
This time at the line, 5 to go for the field. Now 4 to go as your race leaders head into turn number 1. Continues to be Trevor Roosh, your race leader. The 521 of Rick Roosh holding on to 2nd. The 1X of Zach Axlin rounding out the top 3 for now. Out of turn number 4, 2 to go signal being given to the 23 machine. Down the back straightaway with plenty of comfort room behind. Out of 4, white flag is in the air. One more lap to go to collect $1,000 payday. Final trip down the back straightaway. Into 3, into 4, onto the front straightaway. Trevor Rush from Green Bay, Wisconsin is your Pro Adult Clone $1,000 main event winner. Rick Rush will finish second. Pole sitter Zach Axlin will round out the top 3. The 9S of Regan Schulten across the line in 4th. And a tip of the cap to the 9 of Max Pogler, who spent almost the entirety of this 60-lap feature battling as hard as possible in the top 5, holds on for a 5th place finish. Now we direct our attention down to the Melvin Germain Memorial Victory Lane as your $1,000 man pulls in for a celebration. We'll send a trackside to hear from Zach Bailey and your $1,000 main event winner.
And as he climbs out of his cart and celebrates his well-deserved win, we'll give it up once again for Pro Adult Clone 375 feature race winner, the 23 of Trevor Roche. Let's see if we can get a quick word with our feature race winner. So, Trevor came in yesterday, ended up finishing second in the feature, came back today, took the win. What did you do differently between yesterday and today? How did things change over the course of the past 24 hours?
So pretty much everything stayed the same with our program. Just backed it off a little bit for today. Devin Dorn, he's racing on the same trailer as myself. Put it on the pole for him in the first one. Put it on a sister set of tires of this set, and his stuff just took off. And I mean, his stuff was just really good, and basically went and did the same thing for ours and took off and in a rip.
Nice. So you were out there with Rick Rush. Is that brother, cousin? What's the relation there between you guys?
That's my older brother there.
Older brother. So how do you feel being able to race against your older brother out on the track, go 1 and 2 for the day?
It's just really awesome, and you know, since we're all racing the same class, it's honestly brought us closer together because we have more to talk about and you know, actually bond over. So no, it's just fun to share something with family.
Totally understand that. Well, speaking of sharing things with family, I will let you celebrate your well-deserved $1,000 to win race. But before we get to the celebrations, tell me, do you have any sponsors, friends, family you want to send a quick shout out to?
We got a lot of great people with us. First and foremost, Tim Dorn with Aero Auto. I mean, he does a lot for me. And then Ryan and Jesse Heary, I mean, they've came and pit help for me pretty much the whole summer, gave me a go-kart to ride, and just pretty much without those two, Lakaitis Racing, Zach Axlin with 360 Cuts, my wife back home, S&B Trailers. Yeah, that's pretty much all we got. We got a good group, and I'm just very appreciative of what they do for me. So
we understand that, and we're appreciative to have you out here. Congratulations, $1,000 richer. Once again, give it up for Trevor Rush taking home the win in the Pro Adult Clone 375 class today. Well, folks, that's it for the 6th annual Melvin Germain Memorial here as part of the 11th annual Fall Shootout at Cedar Lake Arena. On behalf of everyone here at Cedar Lake Arena, Matt and the whole crew at MBTV Sports, Dan Bailey joining me in the studio, I would like to thank you all for coming out today. Enjoy the rest of your day and drive safe on your way home. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years.
When you push your engine to the limit, on the track, the farm, or the highway, Only one name delivers unmatched protection. Schaefer's specialized lubricants. With over 180 years of proven performance, professionals don't guess. They trust Schaefer's. And in our region, there's one guy who makes it happen. William Denzer. Racers, farmers, fleets. They all call William because he's reliable, knowledgeable, and gets results. So support the brands and people who support racing. Call William today, 651-253-0999, or email denzer.schaefer.sales@gmail.com. Schaefer's, trusted since 1839. Power in every drop.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Painful steps shouldn't be part of your daily routine. At Foot and Ankle Clinics, PA, we specialize in diagnosing and treating a wide range of foot and ankle conditions, from heel pain and bunions to diabetic foot care and sports injuries. Our board-certified podiatrists, Dr. Jeff Pellersells and Dr. Russell John Hill, bring decades of experience and a compassionate approach to every patient. At our clinic, we are dedicated to serving the community with the highest level of care. Your well-being is our top priority. Serving the communities of Woodbury, West St. Paul, and Edina, we're committed to providing personalized care tailored to your needs. Don't let foot or ankle pain hold you back. Visit footandankleclinics.com to schedule your appointment today.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
At AMRAMP Accessibility, our goal is to help people, and that means providing them with the best quality product and service possible. Built with powder-coated steel, our ramps are stronger and longer lasting than those built with wood or aluminum. Installed in a matter of days to ensure your safety as quickly as possible, our teams are here for you.
I can get out. Yeah, much easier. Better, a lot better. Yes, thank you.
I don't even have the words to explain how much easier it is. We're just so thankful for it, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Find your forward with AMRAMP Accessibility today. Learn more at amramp.com.
Yeah, Butler Build has been a supporter of mine for a long time. I've always run Butler Built seats ever I got into 410 sprint car racing, and I feel like they have the nicest aluminum seats out there. The craftsmanship, the welding on it is top notch, and Now they're pouring my inserts and have the gravel cut seat, and gives you a lot of clearance for your hybrid or your Hans. And I feel like, there's no better seat out there. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of feedback, right? These guys do it every day. So as me as a sprint car driver specifically, every form of dirt racing, the seats are built different. And guys like us, drivers are wearing holes in their hybrids because they're rubbing on the seats, and I felt like there was a need for a little bit of a new design and a new generation of the sprint car advantage seats. So yeah, it's been a fun ride, and hope to continue the relationship for a long time.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any